Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We will start soon, in fact, very soon. And for the colleagues and the people connected online, the room is getting ready for our beginning. We hope all the transmissions are fine. You heard some music. The music is from one of our former panel members. And those of you who are on site already saw some pictures from a photographer, natural science photographer, who will speak in the panel. And now we are going to start with ERC Council President Maria Leptin, who will introduce also our brand new Commissioner for Research. And we will take it from there, Ekaterina Zahareva. I hope the pronounce is okay. Thank you. Okay, and for those I didn't meet yet, I'm Angela Liberatore, heading the Scientific Council of ERC. Ready to start, Maria? Yes. Thank you.
What I'm going to say is really not microphone worthy. I was going to say the pages of my speech are stuck together by the rain. So I'll unstick them. Okay. Dear Commissioner, I'm really grateful that in your first week as a confirmed commissioner, you're here to look at an issue with us that is so important in science and for science. Dear speakers, panelists, colleagues, ERC grantees, scientists and colleagues, and staff members, good to see so many of you here. This year's conference focuses on planetary boundaries and the impacts of humans on our planet. Planetary boundaries are a framework that was first introduced in 2009 by a group of Earth system and environmental scientists who were led by Johan Rockström, who is here today, even though I don't see him. He's hiding somewhere. Okay. Anyway, who's here today and who will speak, of course. I'll leave it to you, the experts, to explain what planetary boundaries are. Let's just recall that they're a tool to monitor the well-being of our planet. When planetary boundaries were introduced in 2009, 3 of the 9 boundaries had been transgressed, and the latest assessment, depressing as it is, shows that now 6 of the 9 boundaries have been crossed. And we can see ourselves in the news and in our own environments, the effects of that, the emission of greenhouse gases. Sorry, maybe you could, for me, thank you. The emission of greenhouse gases has led to an increase in global surface temperatures of 1.1 degrees, and which again leads to the extreme weather changes we've been seeing. The impact of humans has been so profound that scientists started to use the term Anthropocene, the era in which human activities have become the dominant force behind Earth system changes. And this system was introduced by Paul Crutzen, who was a Nobel laureate, and who was actually a former ERC council member together with Eugene Sturmer in 2000. So planetary boundaries offer a holistic way to look at the impact of humans on Earth systems and lay out a science-based framework to guide us towards a sustainable use of natural resources. They indicate limits within which humanity can operate safely to preserve or even restore our systems and have inspired environmental policy goals in the past decade. There's the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement set as a goal to limit the temperature increase. And at the EU level here, the former Commission put its full weight behind the European Green Deal to transform the EU's economy into a clean one and with a sustainable industry. And I expect we'll hear much of this from today's speakers. Research and innovation are crucial to monitor the well-being of our planet and to help mitigate the ecological, economic, and societal consequences of planetary boundaries that have been crossed. Reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to which many ERC-funded researchers contributed, and again, some of them are here, regularly identify knowledge gaps in our understanding of climate change and call for systemic transitions in the energy sector, transport, agriculture, and industry, amongst others. So to bridge these knowledge gaps and enable systemic transitions in these sectors, there is no single way to stop the path we're on. There is no single miraculous solution to bring us back into safe regions of the planetary boundaries. Instead, a whole set of scientific approaches is in order to find solutions and to develop further future technologies that can help us to achieve these ambitious goals. I'm an optimist, and I look forward to today's talks from ERC grantees to hear how they approach the big challenges we face for our planet and in outer space. I should also point out that the ERC looked beyond this conference at its portfolio to identify projects that are of relevance for policies regarding biodiversity, sustainable food production and consumption, or the EU Green Deal. And a new report on transformative change for sustainable future was published by us just yesterday. So in summary, and I think some of these reports are or will be laid out somewhere here, perhaps outside on the tables. So do pick them up. So in summary, ERC-funded researchers advance knowledge and contribute to many of the wide goals in terms of the climate objectives and green transitions. And that's the virtue of frontier research. By simply giving the best researchers the freedom to investigate what they think is groundbreaking and ambitious, they also fulfill their duties as citizens and contribute to facing humanity's biggest challenges. That contribution is usually not the result of a linear and predictable thinking path, but often a product from out-of-the-box thinking to address questions that we didn't even know we should be asking. And this bottom-up approach is what distinguishes the ERC and makes the ERC a success. It's the curiosity of our funded individual scientists that lead them to make the connection between, that initially led them to make the connection between greenhouse gases and global warming in the first place. So supporting frontier research is obviously important, and ever since I've been president of the ERC, I spend a lot of time explaining how frontier research can contribute to policy goals and to our overall wealth and well-being. And in the past months, the EU political levels have started to also state how essential groundbreaking bottom-up research, and the ERC in particular, are to the competitiveness of the European economy as a whole. Last week, Ursula von der Leyen presented her new College of Commissioners and its program to the European Parliament. In her speech, she re-emphasized the need to put research and innovation, science and technology at the heart of our economy, in line with what she said in her political guidelines in July. The European Parliament, too, has recently put forward its vision for research and innovation for the next framework, with a strong focus on creating a European bottom-up funnel for innovation from fundamental science to innovation scale-up. And last week, the Ministers for Research of the EU member states have given a clear signal that they want to strengthen the EU's competitiveness through groundbreaking fundamental and applied research. And all of these political views reflect the analyses from the reports presented by Enrico Letta, Mario Draghi, and Manuel Aitor, which all call for bigger investment and research and innovation. This is really an unheard of situation at this level of government, and I'm sure all of us sitting here are really happy of that and will face that challenge. So, like I said, I'm very happy we have you here. So the political winds are blowing strongly in support of frontier research, and it comes not a moment too soon, as the challenges we face are huge. By investing heavily in research in the next decade, scientists will have the means to come up with bright ideas to improve the well-being of our planet. And the ERC is, of course, ready to play its part with a bigger budget and more independence in the next framework program to support these initiatives and these inventive researchers in achieving their full potential in Europe. And, Ekaterina, I look forward to working with you on this expansion of the ERC and to develop and support those ideas. So I wish everyone a fruitful day of presentations and discussions. And we will end the conference this afternoon with an interesting roundtable which brings together and mixes science, politics, diplomacy, business, and art. And we will also be able to welcome our Director General, Marc Lemaitre, for his closing remarks to conclude the conference. And please now, Commissioner Zaharyeva, over to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
President Leptin, dear Maria, dear professors, scientists, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to me, and thanks Maria for inviting me to open the annual conference of the European Research Council. As Maria already said, it's actually my second public appearance since I was officially elected as a Commissioner for Startup Research and Innovation. And as the EU starts a new political cycle, I wish to use this opportunity to share with you my vision for the new mandate, and of course for the vital role of frontier research. Maria already mentioned in her speech that it's really a unique momentum for our portfolio. She mentioned the speech of our president last week, but what she didn't mention, and it was, I realized that it is a great honor, but also a big responsibility, and we should all have to deliver, that she mentioned on first place in her speech while presenting the new college and the portfolios, the research, startup research and innovation portfolio. And she mentioned this portfolio on the first place as the driver of our competitiveness. So we have a big responsibility to deliver our political guidance and the mission letters and the huge expectations. But also we have to use this momentum. It's a unique momentum for research and innovation. Maria also mentioned the recent reports. We have 3 reports. It's Letta, it's Mr. Draghi, and the last one, Mr. Heto reports. The 3 reports stress the fundamental role of research for our competitiveness and for our future. But they also highlight important challenges, such as the need to attract and keep top researchers in Europe and to turn our excellence into marketable innovation. Among the top 50 universities in the Nature Index, only 3 are European, 15 from China and 21 from the United States. To bridge the innovation gap, the EU must build a cohesive research and innovation union. This will allow us to stay competitive, attract the best talent, and drive sustainability. I believe we have ahead of us 5 priorities. First, strengthening research ecosystems. While frontier research may take decades to yield results, its transformative potential is immense. If we neglect fundamental research today, we jeopardize our long-term innovation capacity. Maria spoke a lot about it in her speech. This is why Europe must ensure the right conditions for researchers to thrive. Not in my speech. We always start to speak from money, but I prefer to start speak how to attract and retain the talents. Because without the talent that you all have, we can triple the budget, but we are not going to achieve our goals. So this will be really one of my prime priorities in my mandate. So I rely a lot on your advices and recommendations how to achieve it. So we all know we have to create attractive career paths, world-class infrastructure, and seamless flow of researchers, knowledge, and technology. And the future European Research Area Act will address several of these issues. It will increase alignment of, we hope actually, to increase alignment of national research strategies and stimulate R&I investments in line with our 3% GDP target, which was agreed 22 years ago, but still not there. And while public investment in fundamental research remains crucial and surely should grow, we should also foster industry-academia collaboration and leverage private investment. This leads me to my second priority, taking a leap forward in new innovation. Many business leaders can tell you about obstacles innovators face when advancing ideas, scaling up, or try to bring their innovations to the market. Some leave Europe to seek opportunities and capitals elsewhere. This represents a waste of EU resources, a loss of European jobs, and most importantly, missed opportunities for our communities. I want to unlock this potential by strengthening links between research and innovation and removing regulatory barriers. Future initiatives such as the European Innovation Act and the EU Startup and Scale-up Strategy will be key for this. My third priority is to boost our capacity in key technologies. We must coordinate better our efforts in disruptive areas, building on our competitive advantage, from biotech to green and productivity-enhancing digital tech. But be reassured, it doesn't mean that we are telling the researchers what to do, how to do it. Excellence thrives on scientific freedom, and the ERC is a prime example. The autonomy of your council is a clear asset, and I can assure you that I'm committed to preserving this autonomy, and even is possible to strengthen this autonomy, and even to take a positive example and maybe implement it in EIC, or strengthen the autonomy of EIC. So there is no question for your autonomy, believe me. I am very supportive to this. But Europe must adopt a strategic, focused approach to the entire innovation chain. Concentrating efforts and resources is essential to achieve scale and external competitiveness. Consider life sciences. Long-term EU investment from research to market was crucial to the rapid development of COVID vaccines, which saves millions of lives. This success built on decades basic research in molecular biology. And while biotech and black hole imaging may be vastly different, they both rely on critical technology like AI and advanced imaging methods. For this reason, in the coming years, we will propose a strategy to increase AI uptake in science alongside with a new AI Research Council. My fourth priority is to build an inclusive research and innovation union. The ERC champions gender equality, and thank you, Maria, for your leadership and commitment and concrete measures like parental leave and also addressing the biases in peer review. But as R&I community, we have a long way ahead. Women outnumber men at graduate levels, yet they hold 1 in 4 of the highest academic positions. Similarly, just 1 in 4 ERC principal investigators are women. Next year, I will present an action plan on women in R&I. It will include various initiatives from gender research to a safer workplace for women researchers. My final priority will be to deliver an ambitious successor of Horizon Europe. As you know, Horizon comes to an end in 2027. But we will start working on the next successor next year. And our next R&I program must live up to its legacy, to Horizon Europe legacy. I would do my utmost to increase R&I resources. I don't need to convince you, it just makes economic sense. Horizon 2020 returned between 5 and 11 euros for every euro we spend. We invest, I would say. It's not spent, it's the best invest money. More funding will help ERC realize its full potential, reaching more promising proposals. At the same time, to maximize the impact, we have to strive for more simplification. And I want to start now. I don't want to wait 3 years to simplify. My motto is, let researchers doing research, innovators innovation, business do business, not dealing with red tape, reporting, and other administrative hurdles that we all have. So I'm really looking forward to work with you very close, and we have to use this big window of opportunity that is open to us. So thanks so much for your attention, and I wish you a very successful and fruitful conference. Have a nice day. Thanks to organizers, thanks to the staff that organized such a great event, and thanks once again, Maria, for inviting me to the opening of the panel. Thanks so much.
So we have to.
Now the panel starts.
We have to step out briefly, right? Yes. Okay. So I should have said, Ekaterina, also thank you for bringing so many of your staff along. I think really this bodes for a great, and sorry for hijacking this meeting for this love fest, but I really think this is, it's wonderful. It bodes for a great future for science in Europe, and of course, science in Europe is what this topic needs more than anything. So I apologize. I'll accompany the commissioner out. I'll see you again later, and look forward to hearing a lot of this meeting.
Okay, thank you for this bright and brilliant opening. And I would like to start now the, scientific part of our session. In fact, Naki, if you could join me, because you are the keynote speaker, so I can introduce you, and we will have your presentation. I don't know whether you prefer to speak from the podium or seated, Naki. From the podium, I think it will be nicer. So, Naki is, sorry, I'm calling you Naki, so everybody knows that we call you Naki. Okay, Nebojša Naki-Senovic, alias Naki, is someone who has been working on sustainability for decades with a strong systemic thinking, if I can say, and also forward-looking. And this is what we would need for a beginning of this conference. Johan, who was mentioned by Maria, in the meantime, join us, and we know that he has been one of the driving forces under the Planetary Boundary Framework. But systemic thinking about sustainability is something, of course, that we have been building on for decades. Naki is actually the deputy chair of the group of scientific advisors to the European Commission, alias SAM. And this is very important because this is about policy making in the European Commission being based on evidence, which is one of the issues we are, frankly speaking, struggling with those days, with fake news and so on and so forth. So let's keep it. So thanks, Naki and the SAM group. And reports like the one you saw, you will see on transformative change that was just mentioned, are one of the reports that ERC colleagues have been working on to contribute feedback to policy, which means we provide the feedback that comes from the science funded by ERC without giving any advice, because we are bottom-up, so we cannot do advice, but we send it to the advisors. Their job is to do the advice based on the science. And I will make it short because, of course, one thing I would also like to express is that Naki was Deputy Director General and Acting Director General of the International Institute for Applied System Analysis, IASA. We will mention science diplomacy. I think IASA has been, and still is, one of the places where science diplomacy has been acted before the terminology maybe was introduced. So without further ado, Naki, floor is yours for the keynote. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Angela. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you this morning. I'm looking very, very much forward to the annual conference. I think, it's really great to be at ERC for many reasons, but I think the most important reason is that ERC is supporting frontier research, research excellence, and this is what we really, really need to face the challenges of the future. I think in particular, from my perspective, the Synergy grant is important to understand the systemic challenges and the way forward. So I think the way forward really means that we need to transform many of our systems towards safe and just future, and we'll be talking more about that. But I would like to argue that the future also hopefully could be beautiful by combining arts, crafts, and science together with the new behaviors. And the future needs to be within planetary boundaries, and we are already transgressing them. For example, climate. I think we are all aware of the fact that we are overshooting the Paris agreements. So let me start with one of my favorite pictures. It's not moving forward, but maybe somebody can help. But I can tell you what the picture is about, if you can see it. The picture is about looking at the planet Earth at night. It's a synthetic picture of nighttime lights, and it shows really where the human activities are, where we live. There we go. Where we live, where the infrastructures are, where the urbanization is. What's dark is where there are no people or people who are excluded. And so I think this is a telltale sign of our presence on this planet, because this can be also seen from very far, far away. And now if this works again, yes, it does, slowly, perfect. Now I've rotated the Earth so we can look at it from the North Pole, because the polar regions are the ones that are most threatened by our activities on the planet. And you can see on the bottom, US, how bright US is. So I think this is really one of the big challenges. So these are, I call it the two faces of the Anthropocene. One, that we have achieved great development, at the same time increasing the pressure on the planetary systems and leaving many behind. So now what you might not know is that Angela and colleagues have posed 7 questions to us. And I'll do my best to respond to the questions. I can't answer them. Let me just say that at the beginning, but I'll try to respond. So you can see there are far-reaching questions. The first one is an area that I'm not an expert at all, but I think it's one of the key questions of, I think, our civilization, of humankind. We have always looked, our ancestors have looked at the stars to understand our existence on this planet. And one of the questions is there intelligent life somewhere else? Well, what I can say is that if the numbers are very rough, but apparently there are about 200 billion to perhaps 2 trillion galaxies in just the observable part of the infinite universe. Now, our Milky Way has something like 100 to 200 billion stars and maybe up to 1 trillion planets. Now, if you think about it, trillion times trillion, that's the potential number of planets in the observable universe. So, it is quite likely that there is life somewhere out there. But at the same time, I have to say, we have so far discovered about 6,000 planets in our neighborhood, our cosmic neighborhood, and that's a very small number compared to the trillions and trillions. Now, there is Fermi paradox that maybe some of you heard. This is attributed to him during one of the lunches. He said that interstellar travel might be easy. I mean, universe is 13.8 billion years old. So why were we not contacted by anybody? And I would say it's because of the space-time limits. It takes thousands of years, millions of years to be in contact with anybody. So I think it's simply really, really difficult to do it from our current perspective. So I think that limits the search for the Earth-like worlds out there and establishing a contact. But then maybe the last thing I wanted to mention is that there are papers on completely different forms of life that we might not be able to detect. I mean, as extreme as perhaps on a neutron star. So I just wanted to conclude with that, to say that, you know, perhaps we are not alone, but it'll be very difficult to find out. But we can be hopeful. I think it was really exciting. Now, the second question is, how different is the Earth from the other planets? As I said, we looked at about 6,000 planets in the neighborhood. They're all different. I think solar system is different. Other moons and planets in the solar system are fundamentally different. Just if you look at the picture of Venus and Mars, we know how unique Earth is. Mars has no atmosphere, has probably lost the oceans. Venus is hothouse planet with incredible greenhouse gas effect. But what is unique about Earth is that we are both in the habitable zone and therefore have liquid water on the planet, oceans, we have water vapor and cryosphere. So I think this is really unique. And the second thing that's unique is that the climate has been remarkably stable, I think, on the geological scale even, but in particular during the Holocene, the last 10,000 years or so, so the human civilizations could be created. But I have been very much intrigued. Again, it's not my field, I have to stress that, but I've been very intrigued when Cassini took pictures of Titan, Saturn's moon, because Titan, in some ways, it's like Earth, and yet it's completely different. I find that really fascinating. I mean, it has a relatively thick atmosphere like we do with nitrogen, but the difference is instead of oxygen, methane is in the atmosphere. You have methane clouds, it rains methane, there are oceans of methane and ethane. So if you want to travel there, you probably have to take some oxygen with you to combust the methane, exactly opposite. So I find that very, very fascinating. And then I will conclude with two more pictures, if it goes up front. I think my presentation is perhaps too big, and it has problems clicking. Can you help me? Maybe you can click on the board, please. Thank you. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so, you know, Moon Europa and Ecladus around Saturn, very covered with very thick ice, as I'm sure many of you have read, but are likely to have very deep oceans. So it's possible that there might be a thermal vents in the ocean if there is a source of energy that might also nurture life. And I think this is one of the next challenges, to see if there is life out there. I mean, life on the planet Earth, as far as I know, also started, or was one of the first places where it started, was at the thermal vents. And that reminds me also of Tommy Gould's hypothesis of a very hot, deep biosphere that exists on the Earth and perhaps even on Mars, because now we have discovered that there is water under the crust. So that's the end of this story. Then I'll go to the other topics. I'll try to click again. There we go. So the next question is, what kind of impact do we have? I'm trying to respond to that one. Well, first of all, I think it's quite clear that we have huge impacts. We all know it. We have developed at a vigorous rate, and in particular, since the onset of so-called great acceleration. That's the last 50 years where all of our activities exploded, but also the pressure on the planet exploded, both at the same time. So I think that's visible from the space. We have changed the atmosphere with greenhouse gases, for example, with air pollution. Surface has changed. I showed you the picture of the nighttime lights. And that can be seen very far in the space, electromagnetic radiation from the planet. And then we have overcrowded the orbit. That will be also visible with spacecraft that are necessary for science. So I would say that We have left the Holocene, in particular during since the Great Acceleration, but also from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and are now the main species affecting the planetary processes, and therefore we are in the Anthropocene. So I would now like to go to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Oh, now it's working, perfect. So look at this picture. This is pretty much exactly 200 years ago. Stockton-Darlington Railway. This is the first steam railway. I think it symbolizes the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, steam, steel, coal, textiles, and so on. And that has started this really fundamental transformational change that has brought us where we are today. I think it has been dynamic, cumulative, systemic. I think it's important to emphasize that, and deeply uncertain, the process, even if you look into the past. And I would argue for simplicity. This is all very oversimplified, stylized facts, but there are, I think, two aspects of this dynamic process that are important. There is a gradual incremental changes that are cumulative improvements, and for that we need science as well. It's gradual improvements, continuous, but from time to time, there are really abrupt, radical, and discontinuous changes. I mean, you could call them gales of creative destruction, where the old is replaced by new. And I think this is really called for also for the transformation that might be ahead of us toward the safe and just. So I like to quote in this context Schumpeter. Okay, it's not working, but I can tell you what he said until we get the picture. Schumpeter said, you can add as many mail coaches, that means horses and carriages, as you please. You'll never get the railway by doing so. And I think that's a reality we are changing. Our system needs to change fundamentally in order to achieve the aspirational future that I was referring to. So I think this is really a telltale sign of some of the Herculean challenges that are ahead of us in the transformation process. Now, let me show you one that I think it's impressive, also because how fast it happened. So you could almost call it a tipping, a case where some of the critical functions of the system fundamentally change and also irreversibly change. So on the left, again, some of my favorite pictures. On the left, you have Easter Parade in New York in 1900. And I think you can discern that, horses and carriages. On the right, we have 13 years later, the same thing, Easter Parade, mostly motor vehicles. So only in 13 years. Replacement of horses by cars on the American roads took actually 30 years. The really explosive change started in 1908 with the Model T from Henry Ford. But 30 years, this is really rapid. Think about 30 years in the future. We will be in the middle of the century. So potentially we have done really fundamental changes in the period of 3 decades or so. What is characteristic about this is that motor vehicles and many other technologies that diffuse so fast are kind of granular. They're close to the consumer. They're small scale, so can be repeated in many ways. And I will say a few words about that. Let me just go to the next picture. This is not unique to US, as you know, happened in most of the other industrialized countries around the world. This is the case for UK. Note, also 30 years. Also later on, replacement of the rolling stock in the railways, also 30 years. So 30 years for me is, these things are, of course, as I said, stylized. But this is true for many, many systems, that 30 years is an orientation, and that gives me hope, because then that means that we can change something in the decades remaining to the middle of the century. Try to go to the next one. Next time I'll use a PDF instead of PowerPoint. It might work a little bit better. The point I would like to make here is actually quite simple. The point is that this improvement of systems and changes in our behavior is not a function of time. We look at it chronologically, but it's not really. It's a function of our intervening actions. It is a function of research and development, again, ERC here, frontier research, but also the direction of investment. It is about accumulation of knowledge and experience. It's about learning. It's basically a learning process, both for the society, but also from the infrastructures and so on. And it's not a linear model. It's an interactive. So you need research and development all the time, even for the mature technologies, to have that incremental change. So it's about learning by doing and by using. It's about supply push from the supply side and demand from us as consumers. So it's a complex problem, but it is really about learning. And cumulative nature, I think, is very important. And this is why sustained frontier research, from my point of view, is one of the key priorities. If I may ask you, please help again. Next slide. It's all going very slow. This is a great example of this learning of granular technologies. Please note this is over 20 years old. Study. In vertical scale, you have the costs of photovoltaic cells. On the horizontal scale, you have doubling of the cumulative capacity. So that's kind of a proxy for learning. And if you see there, the pink curve are the photovoltaic cells in Japan, and the improvement has been 20% cost reduction per doubling of the capacity. And as you might probably know, this is continuing today at the global level. I mean, photovoltaic cells are pretty much the cheapest way of making electricity. But unfortunately, the process is very uncertain. And look at the nuclear reactors in France. Maybe Japan is doing, China is doing better. But by not doing means that the costs are exploding as well. But it's also a lumpy technology. It's not granular, what I highlighted before. So the granular technologies have a great advantage of very high learning. Next slide, please. Maybe I'm pointing the clicker in the wrong direction. Shall I point it? Okay. In any case, so I would argue that we are now at crossroads. Huge challenges and opportunities ahead of us. Multiple crises, wars, conflicts, geopolitical changes. So these are all huge barriers through which we have to tunnel to achieve safe and just future. But I think in the past we have done it. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, economy grew about 100 times, energy about 50 times, so we're a little bit more efficient. Unfortunately, CO2 emissions 30 times. So we are now at 1.5 degrees. If I remember correctly, Copernicus said last year was 1.448, I think. This year is very likely to be 1.55, so already transgressing Paris. And then, we have other problems. 8 million people die from the air pollution, so there are lots, biodiversity challenges. So this development has brought benefit to some, but not to all, and we are transgressing Earth system boundaries. So this is, I think, the agenda, the real challenge, and this is why the European Green Deal, in my view, is so important. And I hope that we'll push in that direction. Let's go see next one if it works. There we go. So I think you're all familiar with this. This is a temperature curve of the planet, degrees Celsius on the vertical scale. But please note that in the 50s and the 60s, we didn't have that much warming. But the science was already then very, very clear that we will be on the exponential rise in the temperature, and now above 1.5 degrees. It'll probably be sustained for decades, so we have to find out how to go down. And I think what's particularly concerning, if the clicker will do it, next one, is that during the last 2 decades, the rate is even accelerating above the long-term average. There we go. You see, it's even accelerating. This is really concerning. So again, let's try to go to the next slide. This time it works perfectly. So this is the last year. Polar regions are particularly steaming hot already compared to the pre-industrial. And even if you look at Europe, we are in the range of about 2 degrees for the global 1.5. And with all of the extreme events and so on, we are all familiar with that. So I'll go to the next slide on exactly the same scale. And this is, let's see if it goes. Yeah, it does. This is from the Earth Commission. Oh, no, can we go back once, please? This is from the Earth Commission, and I'm really happy to that Joyita Gupta is with us, who was the emeritus co-chair of the Earth Commission, Johan, founding chair of the Earth Commission, and perhaps other colleagues who are here. I think one of the really important outcomes was looking at the tipping elements in the Earth system. And as you can see, like coral reefs, many of them are endangered already today. And then in the region between 2 and 4 degrees, I mean, you have perhaps the loss of the Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the planet. I will not focus on that. I hope that my colleagues will address some of those issues. But I think this is, if there is no other reason, this would be enough of a reason. But I think the reason is also to move to a place that's beneficial to all of us. So let's see if I can go to the next one. But you have already seen a glimpse of it. This is from my colleagues in the Global Carbon Project. I had the great pleasure of co-chairing that for many years. It shows the global carbon cycle. So, you know, we emit about 40 billion tons of carbon per year, carbon dioxide, mostly from burning fossil fuels, some from the land use, and that has to go somewhere. Now, fortunately, ocean and land, the biosphere, absorb about half of that. So only about half, in quotes, stays in the atmosphere. And that's shown down there in the blue region. So Mother Earth is very kind to us. Otherwise, we would have been even in deeper trouble. Let's try to go to the next one. And this is a view of the future. This is actually based on a paper that Johan led, where I use this slide because 8 has been confirmed by IPCC and other analysis in the meantime, and because we call that the carbon law. I think when we think about the future, we can think in terms of the carbon law. You see these 40 billion tons emissions from the previous slide. You see that the Earth system's absorption of 1/2 is likely to weaken as we put pressure on the planet. And the law says if you're going to stabilize climate at reasonable levels, like 1.5 or 2 degrees, we need to halve the emissions every decade. That's the law. And then, since we are late and overshooting, already above 1.5 degrees, we probably need to have some net negative emissions as well. And that's again, Herculean task. I'm trying to click. But we know basically what to do. We need to redirect investments. We have to decarbonize essentially all of the sectors and produce the net negative emissions. And this is why I think the European Green Deal is so essential, but also the 2040 goal of minus 90% emissions and climate neutrality by the middle of the century. So I think these are the tasks that really need to be followed, and they all require research, development, accumulation of knowledge. This is all non-trivial in some ways, what needs to be done. Next one, please, if it works, yeah. So the best way to produce negative emissions, in my view, is through nature-based solutions. And one of them is afforestation. I mean, we can also do it with technologies, but I think this is better. So I want to highlight the new European Bauhaus, because this is the idea of afforestation and using wood as a sustainable material for the built environment, and thereby both storing carbon and having a beautiful future for everybody. I had the pleasure to work on the Nexus report that showed the roadmap how that could be achieved into the future. So I think there are many of these projects. We need synergies to have the greater co-benefits. It's again not clicking. You are doing it, perfect. So I'm back to the Earth Commission. I would like to highlight some of the goals. I think that are really important for us. We need to minimize the harm for this franchise, for people who are left behind, but also to the nature in order to be a safe and just future, and avoid negative tipping of the Earth system, and assure access to resources and life free from poverty, decent life for all, and in some ways enough for everybody, but not too much for some. I think this is important to achieve this transformation. So you have a ceiling, which are Earth systems, and you have the foundation or the floor, making sure everybody can live in the future in dignity on this planet. So I have my own version of that I hope illustrates what we need to do. If you go to the next one. Yeah, there we go. So basically, back, please. Imagine a future on the horizontal scale, human well-being that can be measured in some way. On the vertical scale, provision of services such as clean energy, drinkable water, and so on. Now, basic access is fundamental, and not everybody has basic access. Billions are left behind. But ideally, we can push upwards to have more decent access. That I call sufficiency corridor. But when we do that, we are likely to push the planetary boundaries that are providing the ceiling, because we are already overshooting. That means we need to reduce overconsumption, we need to reduce waste, perhaps redistribute consumption. So this is really a tall order, but I think to achieve this kind of dignified future, somehow we have to reach that corridor, safe and just corridor, or sufficiency corridor in the future. So I imagine that as a carpenter's clamp. You're limited on top, and you have to push from the bottom to achieve the corridor. And that is not, that is, as I mentioned, Herculean effort, but it requires change in our society. Not just research will not do it alone, nor the deployment. We need new values and norms. I would argue a new social contract for our society. Next one, please. There we go. Now, you might, given all of the challenges we have, you might think this is blue-eyed, and perhaps it is. There is no doubt that it's aspirational. But at the same time, I'm hopeful that we can do it. So let me show you a next set of granular technologies that has diffused in 30 years. So in the middle, you see a combination of digital and analog technologies that many of us have used and perhaps still use. And they require about 550 watts of energy and quite a lot of standby. But compare that to a smartphone that uses 100 of the energy and provides many, many more services. And not only that, it requires 25 times less material and also less energy, so it's also more sustainable in production. It's not rotating, is it, the picture? There we go. And it is really impressive what we have done in just 30 years. This is again 30 years diffusion from the first Motorola phone, and it has happened at the same time in global north and global south. This is why I'm so hopeful. Some of these granular technologies have that power to diffuse very quickly if they're supported. And if our life changes are compatible with it. Don't forget how much that has changed our life. This is not technology just from the technical point of view. It's a social transformation in many ways. So we go to the next one if it's possible. Yeah, great. And so, one of my great hopes is actually that the digital revolution will be this kind of disruptive change that over the period of 30 years can help us get into the safe and just place. And I'm just showing you here some of the icons that illustrate how we could achieve that. The blue ones are basically going away from ownership to usership. That would require reduce radically the amount of resources. Then shared economy, that's already occurring. Things like peer-to-peer services. And I think most fundamental, you will be not surprised, I believe, is the synergetic, the integrative, holistic approach of merging many of the services together. And I think that together, if we think about that in the future, perhaps that can help us, this kind of transformation, if our lifestyle changes and social contract go in the direction, can help us achieve safe and just. And in the next one, I just wanted to illustrate something that you all know, potential power and potential danger of digitalization. AI, I'm sure many of you are already using ChatGPT, so there are great benefits, but there are also great risks. And in particular, I think we have not seen nothing yet, so to say. When these technologies merge together with the other system, that might be a very, very powerful rate of change. So we need very strong, I would call it social steering, to have the benefits and avoid the dangers. And the next one illustrates that. If we can get it, yeah, there we go. So think of AI alone. So I think there are short-term issues and there are long-term issues, and this illustrates it really well. And I'll try to click you through it. First, we'll go with the short-term. In the maybe you can help me, and I'll just say, we already see structural unemployment. These systems are going to generate new employment, but they'll be not the same people. So it's a huge problem. Then proliferation of autonomous weapons. We see that already in the war theaters. I mean, these machines make decisions about life and death. I find that exceedingly concerning. The next one is, what is the status of the legal status of autonomous systems? If Elon Musk now embarks on self-driving cars, I mean, one can raise that in that context. It doesn't have to look at the weapons alone. And then in the long run, there is an issue of what is our status, potentially in a world that might be dominated by artificial agents. And then last but not least, let me say something provocative. Perhaps intelligence will emerge in the system one day. And I think many people are talking about it. The question is, will we be able to detect it and to detect it in time and establish a good relationship? And I want to just challenge you by saying that perhaps this will be the first intelligence will be in contact, not from the space. Space might come a little bit later, but it's a kind of a joke. But I think this is the nature of the fundamental change. So we go to the next one. So last but not least, perhaps most important, is you have asked us to say a few words about science diplomacy with you here and Jan Marco there, people who have been really working in that. I'm a little bit humbled to comment on that, but I would argue strongly that in the context of the planet Earth and the global commons, the science diplomacy is a really important bridge between what we see often self-centered short-term gains and interests that we have in the world, in particular the national levels, and what needs to be done, namely safeguarding planetary commons and justice for the benefit of all in the long run. And so I think this is really important function in that context. You have science for diplomacy. IPCC, I think, is a great example. Angela mentioned EASA. During the Cold War, scientific collaboration between East and West was very, very important. 2 weeks ago, I was at a meeting in Budapest of the Chinese and US academies. I would characterize the subject of the meeting, how can we make agriculture beautiful again? But I think the really important thing is that the scientific communities are working together despite increasing pressures and tensions between the two countries. Then there is diplomacy for science, to support large projects, and we will need those scientific projects. Then there is science in diplomacy. I think that's also important. You think of NPT agreement, International Atomic Energy Agency monitors that. For that, you need science and research. For monitoring ABM treaty, even more important today as we see short-term ballistic rockets being used in the war theaters, chemical weapons, and so on. And then perhaps for us here, most important, for those of us who are doing science is diplomacy in science itself. It's important. How do we get disciplines are important. I'm not arguing against the disciplines, but they do generate silos. How do we get to the horizontal? And that's why I said that synergies, I think, is so important, synergy grant. And so, and then last but not least, I want to more or less conclude by saying that scientific advice must be evidence-based, independent, open, capacity building, inclusive, and also avoid self-interest. I think that's very difficult for those, always calling for more research is not the right way forward. I think we have to be much more specific, also to reverse the distrust in science. So let me close my talk. I'll be 1 or 2 minutes over, apologize for that. But the scientific advice mechanism, because I had a great privilege on serving on that in the European Commission. The next one, please. Just a few words, I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. Let me first say there is a secretariat at the Commission, very able secretariat. And then there are 2 units. Now, one is Consortium of European Academies called SAPEA. We have over 100 academies in Europe, and they have a consortium that provides what is called evidence review reports. Think of the IPCC assessments on various topics that we work on. And then there is a group of 7 chief scientific advisors, and based on that evidence, we provide then policy recommendation. So far, over 20 topics with with the College of Commissioners. That was important to work on. This year we started with AI in science, scientific opinion. The last one was on One Health, and on the 9th of December, one on SRM, solar radiation. I would call it maybe manipulation, but in any case, modification is the right word. So that will be handed over on the 9th. I don't know, I don't see Benjamin Sovakol is here. I just wanted to mention him. Huh? Oh, he'll be online? Okay, he'll join us later. He's the co-chair on the SRM, on the SRM evidence review report. So next one, please. If it works. So this is my last slide. Again, pictures, but I think this kind of illustrates what I was trying to say in the whole talk. Look at these 5 services that are provided, railways, flying machines, telecommunication, individual mobility, industrial processes. And you can see that in periods about 50 years, we had fundamental changes. So it is conceivable, if we click, that by, I'm sorry, let me go back, but it doesn't matter, I'll just say it. What's really important is not just a fundamental change in the span of 50 years. That means by middle of this century, we'll probably be living in a different world. Nobody of us knows how it looks like. But I wanted to stress the vertical, which is synergetic. And I think that's the real huge challenge, how the new decarbonized systems that avoid planetary boundaries can combine together to provide the services for all that we need. And then the last one you have already seen, I think, appropriate ERC from the March on Science. Without science, we have no future. Thank you.
Thank you, Naki. For the colleagues, people who are standing, actually, there are some seats in front of people who left. So you can come and sit and, how to say, feel more comfortable. We have actually, you were perfectly on time, okay. So no worry in spite of a bit of slow motions. So we have actually our 25 minutes before coffee break for questions and answers. You can just raise your hand and ask your question. There are microphones who will be coming to those who will ask questions. And for the people who are online, I think Nicholas will let me know, or Jana, Nicholas will let me know whether are questions. In fact, I suggest if there are questions, you signal and you read the question directly. No, okay, good. So let's start in the room. Oh, there is already one. Maybe you can just very briefly introduce yourself when you ask your question, so the speakers know who speaks.
Hello, thank you for your talk. My name is Luis Fariña Busto. I'm an officer here in the ERC. You have presented examples of disruptive changes in technology that have fundamentally changed our way of living. You have also shown that they have been accompanied by manifold increases in energy consumption. You haven't quite mentioned it, but also they have been accompanied by manifold waste increased, and also by dramatic social adjustments. Now, you towards the end, you seem to be describing some kind of possible new disruptive change. And what evidence there is to indicate that we may be able to, this time, avoid those disruptive social changes and those manifold multiplications of energy use and waste production?
No, thank you very much. I mean, that is a little bit like Angela's questions, very pertinent but difficult to respond to. I think, think about it. I mean, from my perspective, at least, the direction in which we are changing, we know is unsustainable. It's leaving billions of people behind and is wrecking our planet. I mean, to be, say it in strong words. And on top of it, we have conflicts and so on. So if you go back to, where I showed the quote from Schumpeter, this is the reason why I'm hopeful that we can change it. The times of crisis, and I think arguably we are in times of crisis at the multiple levels, are also opportunities for the new. This is one of the things that I've learned about the technological change. So just to come back to the examples that I've shown, the horses in large metropolitan areas were unbearable. Not just from the people usually think about the accidents, but think about the manure in the streets. I mean, there were in New York whole blocks of just for the manure. It was a source of diseases, of stench. Anecdotally, in London, there were people whom you give 5 pence, and for a lady or a gentleman who had leather shoes, others were going barefoot, not to ruin the shoes, they would clean the street so they can cross. So all I'm trying to say, the crisis of the old, it was not sustainable anymore. And when the cars came, I mean, no matter what we think about cars now, but back then when the density of cars was relatively small, I mean, they really helped clean up the environment. And this is why I hope that the current crisis will give us an opportunity to embark on a new development paradigm. But it's only a hope. I mean, we are going in the opposite direction. In the Earth Commission, maybe our colleagues will say more. We are thinking now about develop a new set of pathways on the way forward, because we essentially know what to do. I think the question is how, and this is why I mentioned the social contract in the context that we need a new vision of the future that's acceptable, that's attractive to everybody, where we can give a positive story about the co-benefits that it brings. Not just the scary stories, but they're scary enough alone. And so that would be my answer to you. I really don't have a good answer, but I also don't think that we have too many other options.
Joita, microphone, please. Microphone, please. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, okay. I agree with almost everything you say, Naki, and that's not the problem, I think. But going back to what the previous question raised, we are looking at how difficult it is to shut down existing economies, right? If in the olden days, they just shot the horses and then they ate the meat. But if you are asking China to leave its coal underground, that is about 120% of its GDP. If you ask India, it's about 110%. If you ask the US, it's 26%. So it's a lot of money you're asking them to keep underground. And in addition to that, you have all the people who lose their jobs, etc. So you do refer to the whole unemployment issue. But what I think right now is the biggest challenge is not so much getting resources for the new technologies. It is getting resources for how do we phase out the meat producers, how do we phase out the fossil fuel economy, because it's almost everybody is working in that field, all the petrol pumps, all the tractors. So what I see in terms of research funding, it is a lot of it is going towards the new. If I look at funding from governments, it's also going towards the new. There's very little money from the governments to do non-bankable projects, and the non-bankable projects are closing down the old. And in the 1900s, it was very much easier to do that because people didn't really care about social issues and environmental issues that much those days. Today, it's more difficult. And so that's a sort of an appeal both to Angela and the funding mechanism here, but also an appeal to how our governments have been shrunk down so badly, they're not able to do the global commons as well as the non-bankable projects. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent comment. I actually agree with everything you said. I think the lock-in in the old system is exceedingly powerful. I think that the trouble is that the old capital needs to be made obsolete through new thinking. at the end of the day, markets and all of that is socially constructed. We think of technologies because they have technical implementation, but they're about the orgware, they're about the software, they're about the behavior. So as I said, my hope is that the stranded capital will be stranded through the crisis that we have, and that the new can emerge. I think the new emerges during the crisis. Otherwise, the lock-in.
Correct. The stranded capital has to be stranded, but to do that in a just manner requires to find new jobs or social security, whatever, and there needs to be resources for that as well.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate you with this very nice lecture. My name is Dirk Kenzee. I'm a member of the Scientific Council, and I would like to have your opinion on the following. So, obviously, evidence-based policy making is very important. Science-based policy making, and well, think about the climate. I mean, you mentioned it. I mean, we know already 125 years ago that somebody published there's a danger with accumulating CO2. And many meetings have repeated that, but we fail actually to transmit that message to the policy to some extent. And my impression that it gets worse. I mean, if you look to the government, like in the US now, the anti-vax things, I mean, we're losing ground as a scientific community in communication. So I think it's critical that we regain trust, in fact, in science, and I would like to have your opinion on that.
Well, I cannot agree more. I think in the 60s and 70s, there was, I would say, predominant trust in science that also powered the development. There was respect for scientific knowledge. I think has been eroded. There is no doubt that it has been eroded recently. And I think we are entering also a new era of complexity. It's not only mistrust in science and populism and short-term thinking rather than long-term visioning, but it is also, I think, the digital technologies are not helping in some ways. Everything is, everything is seen at the same level, whether it's an evidence-based report that took 7 years to develop with thousands of peer-review references, or whether it's a rumor. It's all seen at the same level. And I think this is our danger. And this, again, one of the reasons why we need to find appropriate ways of social steering of these new technologies. Otherwise, I think we'll be swamped with entropy in some ways. And I think this is our challenge, how to help people distinguish information from disinformation. And this is where I think education is the key. So I think education about science. So it's not enough to do research. I think we need education in the schools, in the preschool level, so that as people grow up can have the techniques of distinguishing. It's a must, I think, in the digital world.
Jan-Marco Müller. Thanks a lot, Naki, for your presentation, inspiring as usual. Now I think I want to ask a question which actually builds on the previous one. And there's an elephant in the room which you didn't mention in your presentation, and it's the loss of trust between nations. It's not just loss of trust between East and West and North and South, it's loss of trust between Europe and the US, between the EU and the UK, and in all sorts of dimensions you can think of. And I know it's anecdotal evidence, but when I watch, press conferences of political leaders, the number of national flags in the background seems to be increasing in recent years. And the more flags in the background, the higher the ego of the nations. Now, obviously, we're all sitting in the same boat and are faced with global challenges. So I think the question, of course, is what can we do to restore trust between nations, and what can science do?
Well, Jan-Marco and I spent some time together at EASA, so I dare to use EASA as an example. I started working at EASA during the Cold War period. And arguably, we are in the phase of huge distrust among nations, a new geopolitical order and conflicts and wars. But back then, I think we were in a real hot Cold War, so to say. And yet the political leaders, I just wanted to mention that, I don't want to bore you with the details, but EASA was created by Premier Kosygin and President Johnson when they met in 1972. That was the final creation. In 1967, they met in New Jersey. And in their discussions and together with their scientific advisors, they had the notion that despite the fact that there is a conflict in the world, that Soviet Union and US have contacts about nuclear weapons, because that was a question of survival. They don't have contacts working on oceans, working on the benefit of people. And that was the reason why at that time they called it East-West Institute. It was organized. And the reason why I'm mentioning IASA, at that time, it was very difficult to work within the political barriers that to some extent we have today. But I think it was essential that the scientific community communicated. And then let me conclude just by saying then, when the Iron Curtain fell, in many countries that were reforming, they needed to have the knowledge about, the liberal democracies, about marketplace, and who were the people. Some of the colleagues who worked at IASA became ministers. I'm just trying to say that also science diplomacy is a kind of a cumulative thing. So in my view, since we don't know how the world would look like, I hope it will be safe and just. But since we don't know how it's going to look like, I think it is really important to maintain scientific contacts at all levels and have international collaborative projects to keep that, I think, to keep that knowledge pool there when the time is ripe again for more international collaboration, which I hope will come. So, Gianmarco, that's all I can say. I mean, you know as much as I do, or actually more about these conflicts. But I think from that point of view, we are in a dangerous phase, and I hope that science can help tunnel through this dangerous phase.
Hi. Hi, my name's Alex Damianos. I teach environmental law at the University of Kent. I'm still trying to phrase my question correctly, but as an environmental law scholar, I find it very interesting when I come to scientific conferences and there's discussion of things like the natural or a new social contract. And something that strikes me is that decisions will need to be made on the basis of evidence that are not going to be able to please everyone. There will be some people who will necessarily lose out. So not only is not everyone equally responsible for climate change, and not everyone suffers from it in the same way, but the same applies to the solutions that we devise on the basis of the evidence. And you see that, for example, in Scandinavia with the Sami people who are being forcibly removed against their constitutional rights to land in the interests of a just green transition. You also see that with problems like geoengineering. Who gets to make these kinds of decisions, which will affect everyone, but not everyone will have the same level of participation in making those decisions. And so I'm wondering how we deal with these problems when, because a lot of the ideas of a new social contract or the premise that the evidence speaks for itself as does the solutions fails to account for the fact that the decisions that are made will have unequal effects on society. Does that make sense, the question? Thank you.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, and I just wanted to come back to the science advice mechanism of the European Commission. I'll be rotating off in May, so I can say it. It's not in the self-interest. I think what is really unique about it is that you have two independent groups. There is a scientific group that provides scientific evidence, because you mentioned geoengineering, and SRM is usually called geoengineering, the solar radiation management. So look for the reports on the 9th. So there is an evidence review report. I think this is really important, that it's completely independent. Then we as advisors are independent of SAPEA, but based on that evidence, we provide the recommendations. And then on top of it, the Commission has the ethics group. I don't know if you're all aware of it. And they'll be also delivering the report on the 9th. So there will be 3 reports altogether just on that topic. So, I think the more we can have this kind of independent scientific assessment and then independent interpretation of the assessment, I think that's also the success of IPCC in some ways. But it took a long time. We don't have that much time. So I think to deal with those problems, I think you need these components. And that's why in Science for Policy, I amplify this notion of independence. I think this is really, really important. And it's also related to what we discussed before, trust in science. At least that way, self-interest is a little bit removed because the recommendation is not based on your own feelings, but it's based on an evidence report like IPCC.
Me first? All right. My name is Balázs Pintér. I'm a scientific officer in the chemistry panels. And I would like to follow up a little bit on the answer that you gave to Louise, that we know what to do, but we don't know how to do it. And to be honest, it didn't come across what to do. Because if you want to control the temperature of Earth, and that could be a what, or basically reducing CO2 from the atmosphere, that is a different what to do. And if it is controlling the temperature, why didn't you mention albedo, controlling the surface reflectance, which could be easily controlled and cheap? Albedo, reflectance, how many sunshine is reflected, let's say, because that is a very efficient way to control temperature.
Yes, I have my personal opinion on this topic, but frankly speaking, my recommendation is look at the 3 reports on the 9th. I cannot say what's it, but they're exactly about that topic. It's about reflecting some of the sunlight to try to cool the planet and offset some of the warming. That's what it is about. There are many technological measures for that, but there was also the comment before, who is going to control it and who is going to deploy it. So there are many, many questions. I would recommend look at the reports. I'm not in the position to say right now what it is in our policy recommendation.
Thank you. My name is Laurens Poorter, Wageningen University. Thanks for the very broad talk. I was intrigued by that it takes 30 years for change. So I'm nearly 60, so 2 cycles of change. And what drives that change? So what determines the time period? Is that change of generations? Is that policies? Is that governments? What determines the time lag?
Yeah, also very difficult to answer in detail, but I would like to provide a little bit of a stylized answer. And I have to say, this is a topic on which I spent most of my professional life studying the diffusion and replacement of the old by the new. And now I'm just talking about historical perspective. So if you look historically at many technologies, and we have studied hundreds and hundreds of technologies, 30 years is not the only time frame. I have oversimplified. 30 years or shorter is for the technologies that I mentioned are granular, are small scale, are very close to us as consumers, that in some ways affect or are a function of our behavior change more than anything else. They're in that range, up to about 30 years. And I think this is why digitalization offers an opportunity of relatively quick change. But this is not the whole story. I mean, there is a whole bunch of technologies and systems out there in the range of 70 to 100 years. And I think this is what Joita was referring to when she talked about, the capital that it's, and systems that are preventing the change. And we need those as well. I mean, without infrastructure. So I think this is the big challenge. If you think about historical changes in the energy system, for example, they took about 70 years. It took about 70 years to go from coal to oil and gas. And, now we are closing on 50, 60 years of going away toward low carbon sources. So on the front end is a very slow change, whether that's a steel industry or large infrastructures. But what I might call demand side, close to the users, we have granular technologies. And I think we have now a great opportunity that those technologies might tunnel through the inertia of the whole system. That would be my response to your excellent question. But, devil is in the details. I mean, it's a widespread, but there is also, in my view, and this is just my personal interpretation of the historical data, is that we have periods of relatively rapid change and this kind of discontinuous, and periods of more continuous change, like the 60s and I would go 50s and 60s after the Second World War, and then we have the 70s of a more rapid change, and again continuous. And I think now I think there is a kind of a pendulum that swings between the two. So my hope is that the granular technologies will be our friends and granular systems, and that way we can accelerate the change.
Thanks for the discussion. Paolo Ruti, I'm from the European Agency for Satellite Meteorological Satellites. So technology and jobs, mastering technology, having a leadership role will be extremely important at the European scale for the future. And we have a series of good examples. So Earth observation is where certainly Europe leads around the world. We have also examples where it's not. AI, you mentioned, artificial intelligence. And this is an area where, of course, it's disruptive, revolutionary in some area. So what are the directions from your perspective where Europe should go for that part? Because as you read in the Draghi report, as one example, there's been a lot of discussion on how to create the legal boundaries, but how to lead and master AI in the near future for Europe. What's your thought?
Another tough question. I don't pretend I have the answer, but I do agree that we are lagging behind in many of the systems in Europe, and that's a source of huge concern. And if you look at the evidence review report and the scientific opinion that we published beginning of the year on AI in science, we have recommended creation, let me call it CERN for AI in Europe. You know, having a scientific center where we can nurture the knowledge and start this cumulative process of diffusion, and I think this is definitely where the satellites and space observation will be important. I think these are synergetic technologies. We have recommended that, and the elected commissioner has actually mentioned that in one of her talks as a possible way forward to enhance that. But it's a small part of a huge cosmos of policies that need to be done. We should never forget how diverse Europe is, member states. So I think it's very difficult to have completely homogeneous policies, but I think at least on science one can do it. And science is the key for AI. I think this is where we are lagging. It's not just all about chips. I think it's all about know-how, how to integrate systems and how to deploy them.
Thank you. We have two questions from online, so Nicolas will read them, both of them, I would say.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. Yes, so maybe in the interest of time, I'll just take the one question that has been upvoted. And it's a pertinent one. There are plenty of elaborated reports, scientists voice concerns for decades. But in your opinion, what is needed to make policymakers worldwide finally act for a more sustainable way of living? I think it's a nice one to close off.
Do you want to read the second one? Or okay, good. Okay, then a quick answer, or quick response rather than the answer. For me, I think, you know, IPCC is a model. I'm just really disappointed that it takes 6-7 years to produce a new report. I wish that IPCC would change its mode and do more special reports on a short-term scale. But the reason why that's a model for me is, and it has been copied many times. We even tried to copy it in the global energy assessment that Johan was involved in. Because the policymakers, or at least their teams, are involved directly in the scientific process, and then they can understand, you know, where are the controversial issues, where is the center. I would argue that consensus is as important as the tails, let me call it that, the extreme views, and that they're facing them. Then they can see what the power of scientific knowledge is. And for scientists, it's also important because we learn then, you know, how the policy operates and learn how to deal with the policy challenges as well, because there are many barriers on the way forward. So for me, this is a model, and again, this is why I called for, you know, independent scientific advice at all levels, including, I think, chief scientific advisors in various countries, because IPCC is an independent process. The scientists are not part of the governments that participate in the process.
Well, I think that we can thank Naki for bravely giving us what a keynote has been asked to do, that is the broad picture, and even answering all the questions when, of course, the point was, those are the questions, you address the question you think you can address, but Naki went through them all. I think also this discussion is pointing to a number of the issues that will be addressed by other speakers when presenting their own research on some of the specific topics. Some of them were mentioned, starting, of course, with the next session, starting with Johan, but others were mentioned as well. And, of course, in the round table. And maybe because Joita addressed also me as one of the funders, I think I should be accountable and say something. So I think the point is for this conference and more broadly that knowledge needs to advance on everything, whether it's something completely new or whether our old problems still to be solved. And then we have to find different roles. Maybe, the social contract, as was said, is maybe overused as a term, but let's say synergies, as Naki said, in our reciprocal roles. So, for example, for ERC, we try indeed to advance knowledge and find things new. And this is also why people like Draghi telling us, Europe, you need to advance more quickly. This is also what Paula said on certain areas, otherwise we'll lag behind. It's, of course, very important. At the same time, of course, any breakthrough in knowledge builds on the accumulation of knowledge, so that's very important from an epistemological point of view. And from the point of view of instruments, we need indeed the compatibility and work with different instruments. For example, speaking about coal in Europe, this is what structural funds and regional funds are trying to address when addressing social cohesion. So we also need to see how the different instruments can address the various points in a way that hopefully navigate in a direction of sustainability. And Joita will keep us on the issue of justice in this path. But it's very interesting that, of course, starting with the stars and sustainability, we started addressing not only the natural environment, but, of course, as anything relating to humans, we'll also have to address issues of, our diversity in humanities, including different prospects for justice and equity. With this, I think we definitely deserved coffee break, almost on time, and we will be back, and I'm sure you will be back on time in 15 minutes, 10:45 for the next session. Thank you to everyone.
Our names and everything, and the time was from 9:30 to 12:30. So I don't know, maybe we have, after there is another speech. I think so, yeah. And now we check with Lila. It's really nice, being here. I really like, we go more or less. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. How do you turn on and turn off the microphone? What do you do? You see here. Okay. So, venga, we go.
Dear colleagues, it's time to come back to the session to listen to our wonderful next panel. So please come back. Thank you very much. I would like to ask our three speakers, Dirk, Lawrence, and Johan, to join us directly on the podium while others get seated so we can get started again. Well, we are a very gender balanced organization. This panel just happens to be all gentlemen. But, sometimes it happens that way. But I'm here to keep the balance. Uh, uh, and actually in ERC tend to be, overbalanced in terms of, for example, all the senior management, we are women. So, sometimes it's also good to, to balance again in other ways. Okay, after a little entertainment to get us back, I'm going to give the floor to our chair, Dirk Kinze, and our three speaker and the co-chair, Alex, one of my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and start quickly, so not to waste time, your precious time. We're going to start the first session of the three sessions of today's day. It revolves around the environment within Earth and beyond, within planet Earth and beyond. So it's my role here to introduce the speakers. I will introduce our first speaker, Professor Johan Rockström. He studied soil science and hydrology at the Swedish University of Agricultural Studies and at the Institut National Agronomique in Paris. He then received a PhD from Stockholm University on systems ecology and natural resource management. and has worked for over 25 years on global sustainability issues, including global water resources, ecosystem services, agricultural development, and social ecological resilience. And as we heard already this morning, he was one of the driving forces behind developing the framework of the 9 planetary boundaries. He's currently director at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, professor at the Institute of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Potsdam University, professor of Water Systems and Global Sustainability at Stockholm University, and chief scientist at Conservation International. And he's going to talk to us today about his SH2, panel SH2 project advanced grants, which has the acronym ERA, Earth Resilience in the Anthropocene.
Thank you, Alessandro, and great to be with you here. What I'm going to do is try to cover a lot of ground in the next 15 minutes. I'll give you an update on the science and why we are so concerned of the risk of destabilizing the entire system, but also touch upon some of the frontiers we're working on following on the ERC advanced grants on Earth resilience in the Anthropocene, on planetary commons, just Earth system boundaries, an Earth resilience index, interactions between planetary boundaries, and developing a control room for the entire Earth system. The Earth Commission started on the basis, as Naki just pointed out, on the evidence that we're now not only in the Anthropocene, we're deep into the Anthropocene. 70 years into humanity being the dominating force on planet Earth, we're starting to hit the ceiling of biophysical, hardwired processes that regulates the stability, the function, and resilience, and therefore the life support of the Earth system. This is where we are. The Earth Commission actually started by asking the following question. Are we at risk of pushing the entire Earth system, life support on Earth, outside of the interglacial equilibrium state, the extraordinary stability of the Holocene basin of attraction? And if we are right at that edge, which we have more and more scientific showing that we are, what are the pathways into the future? Are we at risk of drifting towards a hothouse Earth state, which would lead to billions of people unequitably being impacted towards more and more unmanageable conditions? Or can we transition away towards a safe landing within safe and just operating space? That is the scientific question number one, in my view, of the challenge we're facing right now. The evidence here comes from 30 years of massive advancements, quite extraordinary actually when you think of it, that we know today we're in the Anthropocene. We also have the paleoclimatic data showing that the Holocene is nothing less than a Garden of Eden of stability when we develop civilizations as we know it. We also know that the Earth system is a self-regulating, complex, adaptive system where all the spheres interact and they're regulated by tipping elements, systems that have multiple stable states, separated by tipping points, driven by feedbacks. Isn't that quite remarkable? We today understand the Earth system from the oceans, the cryosphere, the hydrosphere, the biosphere, the lithosphere, and increasingly their interactions. All of this is what added up until 2009 in the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Scientific Framework. It was not an Heureka moment. It was standing on the shoulders of major advancements in science, the next natural incremental step, that if we know that we're now posing these pressures on the planet, if we know that the planet is a biophysical unit with all these interactions, of course you need to understand what are the environmental processes that regulates the state of the system. And can we, for each of those, identify control variables and quantify those control variables, giving us, in an uncertainty range in science, a safe operating space to have a high likelihood of keeping the planet as close as possible to Holocene interglacial equilibrium conditions? Go beyond those boundaries, we risk drifting away from that state. There you have it, the theory on planetary boundaries. The latest scientific updates showed in 2023 that 6 of these 9 planetary boundaries are breached. Among those 6, of course, climate is one, but what really worries me, and the heart of this talk, is that the biosphere boundaries are also beyond the safe operating space. Biosphere integrity, freshwater use, nitrogen and phosphorus loading, land system change, and fundamentally the changes in land use. Now, what does this imply? It indicates that in the midst of a climate crisis, where humans are causing a major energy imbalance, we have a planet that is losing resilience because we're transgressing the boundaries that regulates the buffering capacity of the biophysical system. That is the worry. It's a double mistake from humanity. When you need a planet that is healthy more than ever, we are actually undermining the health and loading with climate stress. And we have the evidence of this. And Naki showed this, the temperature curve. I agree with Naki. What really worries us today is that we're seeing a tendency since 2014 of an accelerated rate of warming. We can't explain this. There are many candidates. I will just focus on one of these, and this is the bottom one. Is it so that the Earth system may be losing its carbon uptake capacity? This is the question. It's not resolved yet, but we have indications of deep worry, which is that the climate forcing in watts per square meter is actually rising faster than expected. Since the 1970s until today, as I'm sure that you all know, the climate forcing caused by us humans have been very linear and following carbon dioxide. Why? Because the non-CO2 gases of warming have been cancelled out by the aerosol cooling. But that was broken in 2010. From 2010 onwards, aerosol cooling has been reduced thanks to the fact that we're actually cleaning up air in the cities in the world. Go to Beijing today and you'll see clean, breathable air. But at the same time, we're just increasing nitrous oxide and methane release. So what you see here is a remarkable climb. You see the fat black line there, which suddenly deviates away from the carbon dioxide curve, leading to harder, higher human forcing, today reaching 2.7 watts per square meter. This is occurring at the same time as the question is, are we starting to lose the carbon uptake and dampening capacity from this forcing? May that be the reason why we see an acceleration of warming? I would argue scientifically, very likely so. And despite the fact that this is not resolved yet. But what is resolved is what you see here. This is the paper that we released very recently with Bill Ripple et al. We do this every year, the state of the climate each year. It's kind of to do exactly what Naki was calling for, come out with some assessments more rapidly than the IPCC. And you see the drama here. 2023 in blue, 2024 in red, deviating off the curves on sea surface temperatures, on air temperature, on ice mass loss. Suddenly we see the first signs of a planet that seems to be signaling the first signs of losing resilience. This is the concern. Now, that has to be connected to the point which is the basis of why we need to be so careful with pressures on the planet, which is the unique features of the Holocene. I even call the Holocene today the corridor of life. And you've seen the data. This is the Burke et al. Paper from 2022, showing the last 400,000 years of ice core data. It's in 3 segments. You see the furthest right is where we are today, 1.25 degrees Celsius in the 10-year moving average of the IPCC. But we're heading towards a 3.1 degrees Celsius according to the latest UN UNEP GAP report. Just a little reminder, 3.1, the last time we had 3.1 degrees Celsius of warming beyond the 14 degrees Celsius Holocene average was roughly 4 million years ago. You have to go outside of the Quaternary to come to that point. I would argue that scientifically, it's actually robust to say the following. There's 0 scientific evidence that we can support humanity with dignified responsibility under a 3.1 degrees Celsius world. Or to put it a bit more simply, it's a path to disaster. Here you have the corridor of life, the narrow corridor, which is 10,000 years of 14 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5. Why is this so important? Well, we leave the last ice age 18,000 years ago. We're hunters and gatherers. We're a few million people on Earth. We enter this extraordinarily stable interglacial equilibrium state. We barely enter it, and we go through the Neolithic Revolution. We domesticate animals and plants, and off we go in the civilizational journey as we know it today. And we have so much evidence that is the stability, the predictability of rainy seasons, the ability to rely on spring, summer, autumn, winter, year after year, that made it worth the investments in innovation, in sedentary life, in everything that we today value, which has taken us to the globalized world of the 21st century. You go further back, the life corridor widens, but it never exceeded 2 degrees Celsius. Isn't that quite extraordinary? We have been modern humans as Homo sapiens for 250,000 years. We've lived through 2 ice ages and 2 interglacials. That's all. And the latest science, which is just 2 years old, shows that we have not exceeded 2 degrees Celsius, the warmest temperature on Earth, and we, at -5, have a deep ice age. So this is humbling in my view, but it's also incredibly helpful because this is the evidence we use to set the safe quantitative boundaries. We also know that the reason why the Earth system remains in a stable state is the resilience of the biogeophysical systems on Earth. Naki showed this data. We also know that this is the 2024 global carbon budget, which for the first time shows, you can barely see it on this graph, that the land carbon uptake seems to be going down. And you have papers coming out indicating this. Actually, if you look at the last 20 years, there's been a 20% reduction on average of carbon dioxide uptake in the land biosphere. We also know the following. What land is it that takes up carbon dioxide? Well, it's not all the land that we've transformed to cities, infrastructure, and agriculture. Roughly 50% of the land area. It is the remaining 50%, which is remaining still as intact nature. That is the insurance system that is taking up 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide, 25% of our fossil fuel emissions on average each year. What you see here is also the 10-year insights in climate science that Naki and others are involved in. We produce this every year. We give this to the climate negotiators, led by the Earth League, the World Climate Research Program, and Future Earth. One of them is the evidence that the methane fluxes are rising and that carbon dioxide uptake capacity on land seems to be declining. This is, again, not totally verified, but it's something of worry. A second worry is, of course, the fact that the planet is a thermostat. We know this. The ocean takes up 90% of the heat from our energy imbalance caused by fossil fuel burning. And we have worries here as well. All the models assume a linear, static, stable energy heat capacity uptake in the ocean. They follow basically these lines of gradual increase in heat uptake since 1980 until today. And then suddenly in red, well, in red you have the 2016 El Nino because we know that this leads to normally higher sea surface temperatures. But then you have 2023 and 2024 going off the charts. We don't fully understand what is happening here, but it could be a sign of an ocean system as well, starting to give the first signals of instability in its heat uptake capacity. And the ocean, as we know, takes up another 25% of carbon dioxide. So here you have the massive buffering of the Earth system, 25% uptake carbon dioxide on land, 25% in the ocean, and 90% of heat in the ocean. This is what saves us. This is what buffers us. The fear is when we lose Earth resilience, it also leads to a potential vicious cycle of approaching tipping points. And the tipping point science is also well established today. Here you have the 16 so-called big tipping element systems, the large biophysical systems that scientifically are proven today to regulate the climate system and have multiple stable states. The Arctic here, I do just like Naki, I show this specifically because 6 of the 16 tipping element systems are in the Arctic. The Arctic is a ground zero for tipping element dynamics in the Earth system. They're coupled all the way down to Antarctica via the ocean system. And this is what we increasingly understand, that these systems are interconnected. We did, as Naki points out, work on these and make a scientific assessment in the Earth Commission, also releasing a global tipping point report for the COP28 in Dubai. The next global tipping point science report will be released at COP30 next year in Belém. And here you have the paper behind the 16 tipping elements, where we for the first time do the following. This is, I should remark it in the following way. The 16 tipping elements are actually in the IPCC AR6 report. They are in table 4.10 in the Working Group 1 report. Here we have for the first time a burning embers assessment of the likely temperature at which they will cross their thresholds. This is not in the IPCC. This will probably enter the AR7. You see there's a long tail here of uncertainty. The darker the color towards violet, the higher the likelihood of crossing tipping point. You see temperature on the x-axis. Look just at the white dots. That's the likely temperature for tipping after a literature review of published research. The top 5 here are those that are likely to cross their tipping points already at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, all the tropical coral reef systems on Earth, livelihoods to some 150 million people, abrupt thawing of permafrost, and collapse of the Barents Sea ice. Isn't this a warning? Isn't this enough to really, really recognize that 1.5 degrees Celsius is a planetary boundary? It's not a target, it's not a goal, it's a physical limit. So this is what science and the Earth Commission has been trying to really advance, quantitative boundaries for a safe space to guide humanity's future. We also know increasingly that these are interconnected. I think that's just to mention that tipping elements reinforce each other between the Arctic, the AMOC, the Amazon rainforest, all the way down to the West Antarctic ice sheet. And you may ask, is this the Earth Commission alone saying this? The answer is no. Just look at the IPCC trajectory. Here you have 5 IPCC assessments from 2001 until 2022, from the TAR all the way to AR6, in the Burning Embers assessment of risk of causing irreversible changes, i.e. crossing tipping points. 24 years ago, we thought the risk was at 5-6 degrees Celsius, meaning essentially it was no risk. The evidence showed it was not a risk of causing irreversible, unmanageable outcomes for humanity. Just look at the more science we have, the lower the temperature range. Today, it's down between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius of crossing thresholds. So we have today, I would argue, a scientific consensus that we are approaching unmanageable, dangerous terrain with regards to irreversible changes. This is the consensus in the scientific community through the IPCC. We recently released a letter to the Nordic Council of Ministers warning for the AMOC collapse. The AMOC collapse, admittedly, and the IPCC puts the probability of causing an AMOC collapse to 1 to 10%. The problem is that the impact would be catastrophic for the whole world in terms of sea level rise, collapse of the Amazon rainforest, a 10 to 20 degrees Celsius fall in temperatures in the Nordic part of the planet. It would disrupt the entire climate system. Risk is equal to probability times impact. So even if the probability is I would argue still high, but low, I mean below 10%, multiplied by infinite risk, infinite impact, means risks are high. We put this into the 10-year insights in climate science because we have more and more evidence that the AMOC is slowing down and that the latest science shows that it can collapse already this century. Same with the Amazon basin. Climate science shows that the risk of crossing a tipping point is up at 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. Again, not a big risk. But ecologists and climate scientists in Brazil tell us we're wrong. Ask Carlos Nobres, he tells us, look here, if we lose more than 20 to 25% of the canopy cover, transgressing the boundary on land and biodiversity, we reduce the strength in the system, meaning that the system can tip already at 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. We're actually working right now on a manuscript that has just been submitted confirming these numbers. And we put that also in the 10-year insights. This just shows that we need a holistic planetary boundary approach to have a chance of really navigating the risks we're facing. Just a few weeks back, we published a 15-year synthesis of the planetary boundary science. I really invite you to have a look at this, showing the over 1,000 peer-reviewed papers that have followed the planetary boundary science, the uptake in cities, countries, businesses across the world. It's quite an interesting journey of scientific endeavor, and that this has really been something advancing for now almost 15 years in terms of 3 scientific planetary boundary assessments. And here comes then just finally a few of the frontiers. We're working towards the Earth Resilience Index. You know, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, looking at the doomsday clock. We're trying to do the same, showing how many minutes from midnight are we before we are at risk of pushing the planet away from stable conditions, which would lead to a drift away, irreversible drift away from stable conditions. This is ongoing work with many, many efforts of integrating resilience theory, looking at both world dynamics and biophysical dynamics. We're very inspired by trying to use the atomic doomsday clock as a kind of a how far are we on tipping elements from a midnight point. We're looking at interactions between planetary boundaries. We're working on the energy imbalance in the world with Carina von Schuckmann's fantastic work, showing, and I won't go through the equations here, but essentially showing something quite promising, that the human forcing due to our fossil fuel burning and environmental change is in the order of 2.7 watts per square meter of stress on the planet. But the planet is still responding with a cumulative negative response, meaning that the planet, despite all the pressures, still gives us some leeway, still indicates that the window is open to transition back within a safe space, because we have not yet passed the midnight point. We have not yet, as far as we know, gone past the point where the Earth system starts self-reinforcing, even if we would release our pressure. The planet is dominated by negative feedbacks, dominated by uptake capacity, shown here by the minus 1.2 watts per square meter. Is that reassuring? Well, yes, it is. Is it a warning? Well, at least tells us one thing. We're running out of time and we have to go fast. So we are in the Earth Commission adding justice, and Joyita Gupta is with us here, and we'll talk more about this. I just want to hammer home the key message. The planetary boundaries in the outer ring here are confirmed by the Earth Commission. The blue line shows that if you add justice on the maximum acceptable levels of significant harm to people, the safe space actually shrinks. For climate, if the boundary physically is 1.5 degrees Celsius, to keep the system stable biophysically, the just boundary goes down to 1 degree Celsius, because already beyond 1 degree, we impact hundreds of millions of people in an unacceptable levels of significant harm, which means we are already outside of the safe and just space for climate. This is really significant. Pathways for a safe landing, finally, is very sharp. As we know, we have to turn back radically, back within a safe operating space through a holistic approach. We are therefore raising our ambition very significantly. Instead of doing the planetary boundary science every 5 to 6 years, we're now doing a planetary health check every year, which is a promise to humanity. We committed to this in the New York Climate Week, to take the planet to the doctor basically each year and do a full assessment of all the planetary boundaries. This is the first assessment in September 2024, confirming the 6 boundaries that are transgressed. But you see the arrows here. They show also that we are continuing deeper and deeper into the red. So we've not turned around yet. So not only are 6 of the 9 boundaries outside of the safe space, we're also continuing to add to a worsening condition, which of course is a deep worry. We have for the first time dared scientifically do something a bit courageous, namely to accumulate all the 9 into one blood sample test. And we end up concluding that the planet is outside of the green space, but we're not yet at the deep red, irreversible sliding space. We are just at the edge of the danger zone, the yellow zone here, which again confirms that the planet is still, sick, the patient is sick, but still healthy enough to be able to stand on her biophysical legs and support us if we can turn this around fast enough. So this is to close. The future is a lot of new science, scientific updates on planetary boundary science, get more and more on equity and justice, but also bring in the Earth observation, AI, machine learning, big data community to really get high resolution, real-time updates on what I call a control room for the Earth system to help us guide the transition towards a safe landing and use these as constraints that can unleash even more innovation to shorten Naki's 30-year cycles. We also know we have to redefine the global commons, that the global commons are not only the high seas and Antarctica and the outer space and the atmosphere, it's actually all the tipping element systems that we collectively depend on, irreversibly, independently of where we live. We all depend on a stable Greenland ice sheet, on a stable AMOC, on a stable Amazon rainforest. These are collective planetary commons that should be brought into the regulatory framework for a sustainable future. So truly, when we meet here in Brussels, it's a transformative juncture. If we allow ourselves to continue gliding on the current path we're on, we will come to a dead end. We need to turn this around for a safe and just landing space. Time is running out, but science has come so far to inform humanity and help in this transition. And I think that is actually one of the most promising elements we have today in this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much, everyone, for this. Thank you very much for this splendid lecture and this at least giving us some hope that there is still we can reverse the whole thing or at least stop it. And so we agreed that we'll take questions after the 3 speakers, and maybe up to you, Alexandro, for introducing the next one.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Lorenz Porter. I hope I got that more or less okay pronounced. He studied biology at Wageningen University in the Netherlands and went on to obtain a PhD at Utrecht University. He has worked for over 30 years on tropical forests, and I imagine a lot of that time in tropical forests, understanding how species differ in their characteristics or traits, and how these traits shape species performance and distribution. He's currently full professor at the Department of Forest Ecology and Forest Management at Wageningen University. And he's going to talk to us about his LS8 Advanced Grant project, HANTROP, which is entitled Tropical Forest Successions, Drivers, Mechanisms, and Implications for Restoration. Please.
Thank you very much.
It's almost down.
Thank you. Can we get the next slide, please? Great, good. So I would like to talk with you about tropical forest succession. So we scale from the planet to landscapes where people are working, where forests are regrowing. And I want to focus on succession. So after a disturbance, is the vegetation resilient and has it the opportunity to come back? I'm working at Wageningen University, and we always joke, if you know how to pronounce it, you get a PhD degree from our university. I'm really grateful to be here. So I live in Europe, and I really thank the ERC for allowing this research to do. And I think doing science is a collective effort, and so this is together with a large team of people. Okay, so forests are being lost at tremendous rates, as much as 20 million of hectares per year, and it has four main causes. Wildfires in brown in the boreal zone, like in Canada, logging in green in the temperate zone, and then forest disappears, but it regrows back because people do forestry. But if you focus on the tropics, then it's lost in red due to commodity agriculture. So think about oil palm plantations in Indonesia, think about soybean in Brazil. And there's another important component which is called shifting cultivation, in which people slash the forest, they burn it, the nutrients are released, that's used as a natural fertilizer. People can cultivate for 2 or 3 years their crops, then the soil fertility is depleted, and they leave the forest fallow, and then the soil fertility is being recovered. Okay, and most of this conversion is towards agriculture, and nearly a quarter of the agricultural lands in the world are degraded. So how can we turn this back? And one of the opportunities is secondary succession or natural regeneration. In forest regrows naturally on abandoned lands. And it's just through the input of seeds from outside, plants start to germinate, and you get a vigorous vegetation back. And if that doesn't work, we can do active planting. And from the global point of view, that's important for carbon and climate change mitigation. But maybe the most important thing I think we're overlooking is the rainfall effect. And that's what drives local people. If you have water in your creeks, then you have the opportunity to do agriculture and to live. So if we look at, granular technology, we should look at water. And from a local point of view, people are interested because it brings back soil fertility, water in the creeks, food, and biodiversity. Okay, so forests can contribute to 4 different sustainable development goals. The first one, life on land. 96% of all tree species in the world, you find them in tropical forest. So it's really important for biodiversity conservation. In terms of climate action, and I cannot stress this enough, water is really very important. So forests transpire water, and the rainfall that falls in the Amazon is for 1/3 because of the transpired water. So if you have sufficient forest, then every time the water is recycled up to 5 times, and that means that people in a larger area can have water. Zero hunger is also important. Think about agroforestry systems in which people cultivate cocoa or coffee together with trees. And poverty alleviation, what people say what really matters for them is medicines, because they get it out of the forest. There's no pharmacy nearby. Okay, for this reason, we have the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. It said we should stop further deforestation and maybe reverse it and restore it. And there's lots of momentum for this. Think about the Paris Agreement. Think about the United Nations Decade of Restoration, our very own EU Nature Restoration Law, and the Bonn Challenge, in which people want to restore more than 200 million hectares of forest. But there are also challenges. How do we scale up? This is an exercise in Pakistan. People have planted these forests, and after 3 years, all these trees are dead. And we call them phantom forests. And so what we do is not always durable and sustainable, because maybe these people were not engaged, or maybe we didn't follow up. So key is what are we doing, and where, and for whom. Now that's the topic of the Pantrop project. We're looking at recovery of forest and biodiversity in tropical landscapes. Here you see the whole team in Mexico. And what we basically were saying, the challenge that we have is these tropical forests are hotspots for biodiversity, and they deliver all these crucial ecosystem services. But they're threatened by humans because of climate change, because we deforest, land use change, and because we make that biodiversity is getting lost. Now, if we want to understand and predict if forests are able to recover, if they are resilient, we should be comparing that amongst different continents because they have different people. We should compare that amongst dry and wet climates because succession works differently. And we should compare that in different landscapes where you have different forest cover left. So first, what we're doing, we have a network of scientists, it's called Second4, in which we look at long-term forest recovery at more than 100 sites across the world. What we're doing then is going into the specific landscapes. And what you see on the top over, do you see something here? Yeah. You see a more or less forested landscape, a more degraded landscape. And what we are doing, we are establishing plots along this landscape forest gradient. That's what you see at the bottom. And then what you can imagine, that the more forest cover you have in the surrounding landscapes, the more animals are there, the more fruiting trees are there. They bring the seeds to the place, and then you get a higher biodiversity. And we are looking if there's any tipping points. Now, the last thing we are doing, we're looking at the role of biodiversity for ecosystem functioning. And maybe the dominant species are very important because they are adapted to the environment and drive most of the ecosystem processes. But maybe also the rare species are important because they provide resilience and functional response diversity. So we're doing a biodiversity removal experiment. We're removing the dominant species and the rare species and see what's the impact on ecosystem functioning. So how does it look like? Over here in the top left, you see in Ghana, you see a landscape with lots of isolated trees, remnant trees. This is a plot that we had pre-COVID established. We returned after COVID. And you see after 1 year already that there is vegetation, the square that you see over there. At the bottom left, you see a biodiversity plot. It's 6 years old. The trees are 18 meters tall. So things go 3 meters in height per year. Tremendously fast because it's a wet, productive environment. And what we are doing that in different socio-ecological systems. We do that in Mexico, in Ghana, and in Australia. And you see to the left column, you see the agricultural production, what people do. The middle column, you see these young, regrowing forests. And the right column, you see pictures of old-growth forest. And what you realize is different people do different things. So for example, in Ghana, over here, you see lots of remnant trees in the landscape. You see lots of plants regrowing in the agricultural phase. And that means that succession really goes very fast. So after 5 years, you have a forest back. Now, if we go to Australia, at the bottom, there people have been cultivating the land for more than 100 years. So if you abandon those pastures with those invasive grasses, then succession is arrested. Yeah, so different socio-ecological systems, totally different successional pathways. So what do we hope to do with you? To talk a little bit about the theory behind succession, present a conceptual framework, see how quickly those forests recover, and how we can use that for restoration. The guy you see over here, it's Clemens, it's an American, 100 years ago. He was looking for the whole of the United States, how succession occurs. So if you have an abandoned area, how does the vegetation recover naturally? And you see all these different arrows, these are different successional pathways. So succession can go in many different ways. And maybe this is the reason why we have many different theories. So we've been looking at it, and there are more than 19, each complex. And we thought, can we group them and can we look at our development in successional thinking? And basically, it starts out with 100 years ago by botanists that were interested in the replacement of plant species. And they were focusing at the patch level, say the area that is disturbed, and they were looking how species were getting dispersed to the disturbed sites. They were looking how those species modify the environment. They increase humidity, they increase soil fertility, and then they pave the way for other species. And that leads to species replacement. Then we had to wait until the 60s, until people were getting a more holistic view. And they were saying it's going about ecosystems, the net primary productivity, the biotic interactions in your system. And a little bit later, people say, well, it's not ecosystems, they're embedded in a landscape. and that landscape determines how you're functioning. And finally, I'm a biologist, so I like to take out humans, but humans have a tremendous effect on these landscapes. So we should be thinking more about socio-ecological systems and how people harvest certain ecosystem services and how they affect succession. So you see a timeline, starting 100 years ago with biologists, botanists, succession of plant species. Later, since the 70s, succession of ecosystems. More recently, landscapes and succession with people. So we try to accommodate all those theories into a comprehensive successional framework. So can we understand how this works? And can we integrate it? And this looks a little bit daunting. I will walk you through. And basically, if you look at the top, you see the main drivers of succession. First, you need site availability. You need a disturbance, a fire that creates an open space. Second, you need species available. So these species come in from the surrounding landscape. Third, species should perform. They should germinate, grow, survive, reproduce. And that lends to, in the end, to vegetation succession, in which populations build up, communities change towards a more old growth composition, the ecosystem structure develops, more 3D, and the ecosystem functioning increases. It fixes more carbon and it stores more carbon. Now, so zooming in, that's driven by underlying mechanisms. So those disturbances, they create open sites. That can be done through natural disturbances, like fires or like storms or droughts, but it can also be done through human disturbances. So think about the intensity of previous land use, whether it was mechanical use, or whether it was fertilizer use, or if it was low intensity. It's also current land use. So it's not that people abandon the area. You have the cows roaming around, grazing in those secondary forests, and that impacts succession. The second step then, we can look at the species availability. And that's driven by tropical dispersal, so the seeds that come from outside. And because it's tropics, there's a lot of plant-animal co-evolution. Most of the seeds are dispersed by animals. So you need the surrounding landscape, you need forest connectivity, integrativity, forest cover, in order to provide the animals and the seeds. And the seeds can also come from inside the patch. And that depends a little bit if there are a seed bank in the soil, if plants can resprout. And then we get species performance. That's driven by abiotic conditions, light, water, nutrients, and the conditions, for example, temperature, heating up, that tremendously affects forest succession. It's also driven by the traits of the species, their functional traits. If you're able to deal with heat, if you're able to photosynthesize at higher temperatures, maybe you're doing better. And lastly, the biotic interactions. Plants can facilitate other plant species, or they can compete with them. You have plant-animal interactions, herbivores that graze in your area, or you can have plant-microbe interactions like microhyceae that help the plants to grow. And then most importantly, then you get this vegetation succession, and if succession develops, then you get an improvement of the microclimate. It's becoming cooler, it's becoming more humid. The soil builds up, there's more organic material. And also the animal community increases and the microbial community increases. And that has an important feedback loop, and that fuels succession, and that speeds up the successional pathway. Now, this is a very complicated scheme, and we did it, and we tried to see how it works for here, this beautiful environment in Mexico. So Mexicans are tortilla eaters. They like to slash the area, then they cultivate corn for 2-3 years, and then they abandon the area because the fertility is too low. And then after 2-3 years, you get a plot like this with a little bit of shrubs. Now, and plants are optimistic because in this dry environment, plants invest in below-ground roots in order to take up water. And when there's a fire, or when there's a drought, and when there's dieback, they start to resprout. So here's my hope for resilience. You see at the bottom, after it has been burned, 2 weeks later, the plant starts to resprout. And you get this mini forest back in the middle. After 5 years, you have a resprouting community that already starts to look like the old growth forest at the right. So then we tried out our scheme, and we were looking at the main drivers of succession. And I'm Dutch, I'm used to flatlands, and I didn't realize that, of course, what determines everything is topography. Because in Mexico, what people do, it's steep hilly area, they try to use their tractors in flat terrain in order to plow the soil, but they are afraid of punching their tires because there are stumps in the soil. So they ask people to remove all those stumps before they start to plow. And then what you're doing, you're affecting the whole pool of resprouting plants. And that's the main pool that causes your succession. So one option to change this is, for example, to do no-tillage agriculture. Similarly, you have cows grazing and intervening a lot. Maybe you should do rotational grazing. So such a network allows to compare across sites, identify bottlenecks for restoration, and maybe come up with solutions. Okay, then we are going to look how that works. This is a paper of a month ago. It's a hopeful paper. And it says, what is the potential of this natural regeneration? And two conditions should be met. So they were looking at where are these young secondary forests regrowing. And first, what you see here at the bottom, it's the density of surrounding forest. How much forest cover do you have in the area? The more forest you have, the more animals, the more seed sources, the faster recovery goes. The second is forest should be nearby, the distance to the forest. If you have forest within 100 meters, those animal dispersers can come. But if you have forest beyond 200 meters, they will not come anymore. And you don't get any natural regeneration. So they made this map. And what you see here in red is the regeneration potential. And they mapped it across the forest. And what they found is that an area the size of Mexico, 200 million hectare forest, can be regenerated by itself for free. Nature is doing it for us. And this is more than the current commitments to the Bonn Declaration. So please use this nature-based solution. Okay. Then we were looking at long-term recovery. And you can do that by establishing plots just at agricultural abandonments, 5 years after use, 20 years, or 80 years. And we do this with a large, and it's called a chronosequence approach. We do this with many people across the world. And we want to see how this forest recovers. And it's not only about carbon. It's about many things. So we were looking at 12 different attributes. The diversity and composition, in terms of species richness, the structure of the forest, for example, in biomass, the functioning, for example, how many trees fix nitrogen, and the soil functioning, like the carbon and the nitrogen pools. And what we were doing is we were modeling across all those 100 sites in the tropics how quickly those forests recover. And here on the vertical axis you see the relative recovery, and it's how close is it to old growth forest that's nearby. So 100%, it's exactly the same as old growth forest. Now then you see that some things really go very fast. Like for example, the bulk density of the soil stands out with 90% similarity to old growth forest, and it quickly recovers. Whereas other things, like here the above ground biomass, it starts at 0 because everything had been burned, and then it recovers very slowly. Now we can compare all these different responses of these 12 attributes at one moment in time, 20 years, and it's shorter than your 30 years that you said before. And here you see a graph, how much recovery we get after those 20 years. You see on the y-axis the relative recovery, and here you see our 12 attributes. Here, for example, the bulk density after 20 years, it's back to 100%. Above ground biomass, after 20 years, it's back to 1/3. So the point here is that after 20 years, 78% of the forest values come back. So that's tremendously fast. And people were surprised, they didn't believe us. We didn't believe it. But there's good reason, there is secondary succession, and that means that plants, there are lots of legacies in the soil, the seed bank, resprout, and it can recover very quickly. So the point here is use natural regeneration as a nature-based solution. And the chairperson is asking me to speed up, and now you get this experience that all my students get. I have lots of other slides to tell. And basically my take-home message here is that you can use natural regeneration that we have, but you can also use other forms of planting. Plant with a high diversity of tree species, 40 species, 120 species, this is doable. Or work with local people, like these farmers here in Kenya, that use trees on their agricultural land, use agroforestry. And that's this granular technology that the former speaker was talking about. If you engage local people, then these forests will stay. And so the take-home message here, I have 4 of you. Oh yeah, tipping points. People ask me for tipping points. Yes, there are. For the surrounding landscape, in order to get regenerating forests, you need between 30 or 40% forest cover. For the Amazon as a whole, the tipping point is 80 or 90% of forest cover, because you need this water that's being transpired again. So I have 4 take-home messages. There are many theories, and we're getting an increasingly broader perspective on succession. Use the framework, you can identify bottleneck and help to restore. The recovery goes potentially fast, so use this as a nature-based solution. And we have this whole portfolio of restoration methods. Do not only plant trees, but use also the potential of nature. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence, for giving some insights in forest restoration, and it's of course very important as a nature-based solution for climate change, so very appropriate. And so we move on to the last presentation before questions.
Yeah, the last speaker is Dirk Schulze-Markuch. He studied geology at the Justus Liebig University in Germany, went on to get a PhD in geosciences at the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee. He later on became assistant professor at the University of Texas, El Paso, and then joined Washington State University as associate professor and full professor at the School of Earth and Environmental Sciences. He has worked as a hydrologist on issues such as microbe and chemical transport in groundwater, and more recently is working on astrobiology and planetary habitability. He's currently professor at the Technical University of Berlin and will talk to us about his advanced grant project called HOME, Life in Extreme Environments in the Hyper-Arid Atacama Desert on Earth and on Mars.
Well, thank you that I can present over here, and thank you to the European Research Council to fund me for that advanced grant, because otherwise what I would present now I wouldn't be able to present. I'm talking about life in extreme environment. So we'll look at the Atacama Desert, but also look beyond the planetary boundary to Mars and how this is relevant to Mars. So this is a typical image of the surface of Mars. So the tire tracks you see there is from a rover, so it's not an alien or anything like this. But if you look thinking about life on Mars or any extreme environment, especially Mars, we have to take into account the natural history. So 4 billion years ago, Mars looked very different than it's today. It had most likely had the oceans on the surface, or if not, then lakes. And but it evolved getting drier and drier, really dry and cold. And there has been a lot of controversy about possible life on Mars. And I think does that look? Ooh. Well, anyway, so we look into going back for a moment, in analog environments, and we find life in analog environments. We also see methane on Mars, which may be a biosignature. Then there's a Viking life detection experiment. So only life detection experiments ever conducted about nearly 50 years ago. We'll come to it in a moment, which are kind of inconclusive at that time. In some Martian meteorites, we see maybe some indication of fossil life, also very controversial. And then there may be some kind of exchange between Mars and Earth via meteorites. And we know that if there's bacteria in the meteorite, they could survive the travel from one place to the other. So there are several kind of indications, possibly. So we went into the desert, in one of the driest deserts on our planet, and see how land dwellers, so organisms that live on land, adapt to desiccation, high salinity, and UV radiation, because these are really the major stresses in the desert. And the question we wanted to answer is, what would be the limit of that adaptation, and what is that limit on Earth? So when you look at the succession, that is very different what we just saw in the presentation with the tropical rainforest. So we go now in the other extreme. We start with arid, 25 to 200 millimeters of rainfall. What do we see? We see biological soil crusts and habitats colonized by cyanobacteria, chlorophytes, fungi, especially in the upper few centimeters, quite a bit of species richness. And when we're getting drier, then that colonization pattern becomes more patchy. We see a gradual decline of cell abundance and species diversity. We don't see as much biological soil crust anymore, but what we see more and more are hypolithic communities. And this is, for example, a quartz rock that are turned over. So you see on the bottom the cyanobacteria, the green areas, and it was, of course, the other way around. And the quartz rock basically acts as a natural shield of UV radiations. It's translucent, but the cyanobacteria still gets some light. And of course, below that, it's more moisture, so they can still survive under that conditions. But we are more interested when it gets even more arid. So in the most hyper-arid region of the desert, you get rainfall maybe once every 10 years. Yet you still find life. In some areas more questionable because it's getting sparser and sparser. If you look now at microbes, you find about 1,000 or so colony-forming units per gram. That is the lowest you can get in any kind of a habitat, really, and sometimes it even drops below. But life basically lives still there. And where does it live? Mostly in salt rocks, because with salts you can get water directly from the atmosphere. So there's a predictable sequence. So if you look now over there, you start off with aquatic ecosystems and watch the scale on Earth below and on Mars on the top as well, because there's a parallelism for that. So start off with aquatic ecosystem, then you're getting biological soil crust as it gets drier, then you get your endolithic niches, like the cyanobacteria in the quartz rock we just saw, and then into the salt rock, into the hygroscopic niches. So the salts are hygroscopic. That means they can take water off directly from the atmosphere. If you had today in the morning breakfast, you probably used a salt dispenser for your eggs, right? So there is usually some rice grains in the salt dispensers because the rice grains are more hygroscopic than the salt. And the rice grains are inside to keep the salt dry. If the salt is by itself there or it's outside, it becomes clumpy. And that kind of physical process, the microbes use to get to their water in the desert. So there is really a predictable sequence of ecological transition as things become drier and drier. So this is really how it looks there in the most hyper-arid areas. It's one of the driest places on Earth. And if I would put there a student in an astronaut suit, I could sell this for, this is from Mars, because it exactly looks like that from a rover. So, but this is where we are talking about it, and that is where the salt rocks are, in this kind of salt playas in the most hyper-arid area. And you see the spot here where the white arrow is. Well, I get it there. The dark line is cytonomine, that is a pigment, that shows that there is actually a microbial community growing in the salt rock. And they adapted by taking the water out of the atmosphere from the relative humidity. And so this life is adapted to this extreme dryness. Now, there was a couple of years ago, there was a major rainfall event, and a team just showed when that happened, more than 80% of the indigenous bacterial species died because that was just too much water. If you adapted in this kind of environment for this very little water that you draw up from the atmosphere, If you pour water over it, it kills you, basically. You hyperhydrate, or basically it drowns. So, and, well, the same thing would then pertain to Mars, right? If you live in this kind of environment where it cannot rain anymore because it's too dry, those organisms, if they're indigenous organisms, if you pour water over it, you kill them. And sorry to say that probably we did in the Viking life detection experiments. We accidentally killed Martian organisms, if they existed there. Now, at the point when they were conducted, and what you probably heard that the results were inconclusive of life or negative of life. That results from the idea at that time when they looked for organic molecules with one of the instruments, they said, well, we found a little bit organics, but we think that is contamination. So Jerry Soffen on the picture, as a project scientist, said, no bodies, no life. If there's no organics, there can't be any life, right? Now, but that conclusion was wrong. What it shows now, the contamination that I detected were indigenous organic molecules, and that was confirmed by the Phoenix lander, by the Curiosity rover, and by the Perseverance rover. So that were actually now what I found chlorinated organics. So there were organics, there's perchlorate and other salts on Mars, and that became chlorinated organics. Now, so the Viking results were very puzzling at the time, and that is an experiment was nearly 50 years ago. So we have to look with fresh eyes on it, right? Not only from our egocentric viewpoint, okay, we're humans, we need water, all life needs really water, a lot of water. Well, you know, if we're getting too much water, it can kill us too. We can drown as well. So there was a labeled release experiment, and the labeled release experiment showed metabolism, and it actually showed limited metabolism. Only with time it kind of tapered off. And Gil Levin, who was a project scientist till his death about a few years ago, always argued that they detected life with it. But the rest of the people didn't believe him. And so there was a question, okay, what are the results? Now, where I want to put your emphasis on it, what most people forget, is a pyrolytic release experiment, or PR experiment. That was supposed to show organic synthesis. And if you look at those results, you know, it's kind of fascinating, right? Nearly 50 years ago, this is all the results from that experiment. It's not like gigabytes of data or something like this. The first one, Chrysi-1, under conditions light, dry, and active, had a count of organic synthesis shown of 96. And that was by 3 sigma, was a positive life detection. And especially if you compare to the control, which was 15. So the other ones afterwards came a little bit higher up, but it was never so clear anymore. But the only thing that was under wet conditions done had less count than the control. So there is something with the water. So, and what I should point out, the labeled release experiment was done with water poured over it, and the gas exchange experiment as well. So, going back to the Atacama one more time, we see that salts are one of the last outposts of life near Yungay, which is the most hyper-arid area. So in this endolith there, we see this green veneer. This is also cyanobacteria. And if there are some salts, or the relative humidity is so high, then you get something what is called deliquescence. You not only make the salt clumpy, like I said, with the salt dispenser, but you draw up so much water that you get a brine. So you have actual liquid water brine there. And if it's sodium chloride, organisms can take that and be happy with it. So the key is there really hygroscopicity and deliquescence. And to make the point, it's not only used by sodium chloride halide, by microbes that uses table salt. You can use a couple of other salts as well. But it's even used by the handsome guy here, the thorny devil. He has hygroscopic grooves. So even macroscopic life basically uses this kind of trick, so to speak. So life with extreme salts, we looked into that as part of my research group. And so in the Dead Sea, a lot of microbes don't have a problem with it. There's a lot of calcium, magnesium. There's increased calcium and magnesium chloride, but it's basically saturated sodium chloride brines. And microbes can take this. It's not a problem. The problem's more is Don Juan Pond and the Discovery Basin, where there's a lot of calcium, magnesium chloride, and partially saturated, and then it doesn't really work. Or perhaps maybe on Mars it will work if organisms are really adapted to it, but on Earth we haven't found that this works. So the key is really what we call the liquescence and efflorescence and water activity. So just as an example, if we have a salt like sodium perchlorate here, NaClO4, that relative humidity is 38%. So as soon as you reach that point, the salt basically, it becomes clumpy and draws water out from the atmosphere. But to give it off, that is the efflorescence relative humidity, is at 13%. So then it loses the water again, right? And that is because of the kinetic inhibition of crystallization. And so there is an opening window for higher water activity, enough water availability for life to make a living, at least for several hours. So, and we see it as a water activity problem. Water activity is basically the availability of water. If you have a water activity of 1, you have 100% of available water. If you have 0, there's 0. If you have any kind of compound, it's somewhere in between. For example, salt water has 0.99 because some of the water is bound to the salt, but the rest can be drawn. Honey has a water activity less than that, and that's why you don't see any bacteria eating it. So you have a problem with it, unless it's contaminated. So the water activity for life as we know it, on our planet at least, is between 0.54 and 0.59. But there are some caveats for it. First of all, it depends on scale. We think on a human scale, on a larger scale. And we have to see, while the macroscopic water activity may be smaller than the limit, microscopic water activity may be much higher. And this is an example. I actually have a site too in the tropical rainforest that is a liquid asphalt lake in Trinidad. And this, like I said, is liquid asphalt, and the water activity is 0.49. So we shouldn't expect any life in it, right? But there are little water droplets in it, and we published it in Science a couple of years ago. That is the smallest ecosystems known, at least to this point. There were little water droplets inside, and you see the bacteria in those little water droplets that are living there. So the macroscopic water activity was saying there can't be any life, yet we found life. So you have to be on a bacterial scale, because on a bacterial scale, a drop of water is like an ocean for us. Then the water activity can be low for some time, as long as there are also phases during which it is above the limit and microbes can metabolize. So if you drop for hours, days, or whatever below that magic level, it's fine as long as you at some point get above again. So microbes just get dormant and then they become active again. As long as that energetically works, it's fine. So the result out of this is, where should we send the next Mars mission and search for life? That would be to send it to the chloride salt deposits, right, on Mars, in the southern highlands of Mars, where there is a lot of salt. Now, don't go where there was an ancient lake. but look where there may be still active life. Because the thing what we think, or the interpretation of all that is that we, possibly killed accidentally Martian life because we were preoccupied with what we thought was the right way to look for it on Earth, and didn't think too much about the extreme environment in which we were. And then, again, didn't. Okay. So we accidentally, and we should really look into salt deposits because that's where you would look. So this is not that there's, that I say, that is proof that there's indigenous Martian life, but if there is Martian life, it probably uses this way to make a living. And last slide, if you want to know more about it, about the details of it, published a paper in Nature Astronomy 2 months ago, and we may be looking for Martian life in the wrong place. So if you're interested about it, read that. It's in that issue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dirk, and let's hope like that that we find some life over there. That would be extremely exciting, isn't it? So the three papers are now open for discussion. So if you have a question, maybe state your affiliation, your name and affiliation, but also to whom you would like to address this question. Yes, please, over there. Maybe in the back first, and that's easier for the microphone, and then the lady over there.
Hi, sorry, it's Alex again. I'm sorry to keep asking questions. I would just like to get, Johan, your comments on whether it matters that the Anthropocene was formally rejected as a unit, and what you think that decision and the formalization effort of the working group, what we can learn from that as people trying to communicate the urgency of climate change today.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. A really good question. And to put it in the simple end, the answer is no. I don't think it has any implications whatsoever. Remember, this is the geological community that applies its methodologies of putting a very stringent criteria for changing the name of a geological epoch, and that the golden spike has to be identified as a layer in the strata of the lithosphere, and it has to be basically permanently in place. But the Earth system sciences have concluded unanimously that we are in the Anthropocene, and this is overwhelmingly supported by scientific evidence. And that is so well established today that it informs both policy and the academic community. So I think it has literally no implication. However, I think it's a pity. It was an opportunity lost to not formalize the Anthropocene as a geological epoch, because I think it would have particularly helped teachers and education across the world. I think the last word is not said here. I think there was a huge frustration from the working group, the Anthropocene working group. So I think they will be coming back. But we're actually right now working on a manuscript where we are basically putting out this argument that from an Earth system science perspective, the Anthropocene is well established.
Over there, yeah.
Hi, I'm Maria Siomos from, the scientific department, the scientific officer. So I agree that it would be very interesting intellectually to know whether there was life somewhere else, and everyone's saying how excited they are. But do you ever worry that maybe that life could be somehow a threat to us? I don't know, maybe in the form of a pathogen, or maybe, I don't know, some other kind of being that wants to eradicate us or something?
Well, that's what the Planetary Protection Office is for, I guess. But just from my perspective, there's a co-evolution of life and the planet. So that way life is adapted to the planetary conditions, So Martian life would be best, if it's indigenous life, would be best adapted to Martian conditions. And it would be unlikely that if we sent anything there, that it would be, eradicating Martian life also, and the other way around. And it's something like this. You can imagine, as they would be concerned that we are sending monkeys to the Antarctic and concerned that they eradicate the penguins. So in that way. And if we bring Martian life, for example, back to Earth, it would be very unlikely that, extremely unlikely that there would be a problem because they are not exposed to the Earth's biosphere. So they are not adapted not to acting as pathogens. Of course, they could be toxic in some way. And since this is our biosphere, we should be, of course, extremely protective of it and make sure that even if there's something toxic or so, that this would not happen.
Really enjoyed the panel a lot. I have a question for you, Dirk, about Mars. You mentioned that, if I understood you correctly, that we look in the wrong places for life in Mars. And somehow that's not surprising. One has to think out of the box. I was wondering, what do you think, whether there is some likelihood of finding life under the crust of in the crust of Mars? Because if I remember correctly, the Kola borehole has indicated that at least on Earth there is quite lots of life deep in the crust. So I was wondering about that. And the second quick question is, if I remember, there was a meteor that came from Mars to Antarctica, I think, that looked like it had a microbe on it or a cell. What was the final outcome of that?
Well, to your first question with a borehole, there is, you saw the first flight with the oceans on Mars, and if there was a biosphere at some point, this biosphere has now retracted to special habitats, and that would be probably one of them. The only problem with that is you cannot send a mission that drills like a kilometer down on Mars. So it's impractical at this point, but there is probably life then, yes. The other question, what was it? Yeah. What you spoke to is ALH 84001. In this kind of scientific controversy, you never get a final answer, it seems. So there are still people arguing on both sides. There is the magnetic chains and the redox gradients that seem to be very close and biochemically very close in that meteoroid. That's kind of pointing still that there may be fossilized life in it. There's other that's pointing against it. So it's kind of not clear, I would say. The final judgment is not out. But the thing is, and that's why I always propose a life detection or new life detection mission 50 years after the old one, after Viking, is because active life, we can prove that much better than some kind of fossilized life. Even on Earth, if we have 3.5 billion year rocks or 4 billion year old rocks, it's very difficult to make the call. And if you have a extraterrestrial sample, a meteoroid, then it's even more difficult to say.
Maybe for the balance, I will ask a question myself to Lawrence. This reforestation is really an important issue. Also dealing with trying to maybe better remove the CO or remove the CO2 to some extent from the atmosphere. So there's been large projects like this Great Green Wall, which goes from the east to the west side over the entire Sahara, and in fact, the boundaries. So these are challenging projects, but how good are they working, these projects, and how can your insights actually help to do it in the proper way?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think these projects are amazing. I think The picture that I showed of the restoration in Pakistan shows that you should engage the local people and they also should get a benefit from it. So if they don't get a benefit, they let the cows graze and then the plants die again. So that's why I'm in favor of things like agroforestry systems in which you enrich your agricultural fields with trees. And people, for example, in Kenya are doing this. It's called farmer-managed natural regeneration. And it was a very fantastic remark. They said, we had a president, he said, if you cut one tree, then replant two. And that's what they did massively, but they replanted 2 exotic species. And those exotic species could not survive the drought. They did not survive the goats, nor the drought. And so there was a tremendous forest dieback because they did the wrong thing. And then they said, we go back to what our ancestors did, and is using those resprouting plants to have them on our fields in order to have fuel woods, in order to feed the goats, and that worked. So I think it's key, if you want to scale up, to see what local people are interested in. And for example, in this project in Africa, it turned out the main thing they were interested in is medicinal plants, because they don't have a pharmacy next door. They don't have the money to buy it. So if you make sure that those plants are the ones that you replant, then you have local commitment to do so.
Thank you very much. I'm Josefina Fedaki. I work in ERC, leading the coal coordination unit. But I'm a molecular microbiologist, and the first time that I saw the Viking results was in the 80s when Professor Oro, who was at the NASA at that time, he told us that the NASA was going to release the announcement of the finding of life on Mars, when he and a few colleagues who were more from the inorganic chemistry side pointed out that some of these results could be explained by redox reactions that are not organic in a base. So this press release was never done. But now you mentioned that other probes in Mars have found organic chlorinated compounds. I would like to know what has been the characterization. Have they been characterized, what it is, and which experiments would you like, if you send a probe to the area where you want life or possible life to be explored, what kind of experiments would you like to have done there that can separate the actual life from other kind of inorganic reactions? Thank you.
Okay, first to the later part of it. I mean, for example, the labeled release experiment was actually a pretty smart experiment, but one thing what was not done was taking into account the chirality. So they had amino acids and should have divided left and right-handed amino acids. And if it's biology, you would think that only one of them would be used and not both. If both would be used, that would be a typical chemical response. And they didn't do that. They tried to do it a couple of years later with a new probe, but that crashed into Mars. So it would have been much smarter, it would have worked. My group, for example, also works on motility detection. That means we look at the characteristic behavior of bacteria and compared to sediment particles and so. And doing this microscopically, and that works great, at least on Earth, but that should work on Mars as well. And so there's different kind of ways to do that, and would think, okay, yes, what we need to do is to send some kind of a life detection experiment with several components, with several things in. Of course, sequencing would be a way too, because it's on these little chips. But of course, microbes may not use DNA, or some kind of other mutation would not work. But since it's on little chips, it would be not hurting to send it with it. And I mean, the coolest results of all would be Mars and Earth life may be related to each other, right? So they may be on the same kind of genetic trees, because from from asteroid exchange that would come from Mars to Earth, or from Earth to Mars. But if that would be a separate origin of life on Mars, I mean, that would be blowing our minds, because that means that life is very common in the universe if we would get that results. And so we would want to not only think, okay, is there indigenous life, but is then also to look biochemically at it, is it a separate origin of life from Earth?
Do we know there are organic compounds? Have they been?
Yeah. Sorry, that was the first. Yes. And the Curiosity rover and the Perseverance rover have detected organic compounds. They are chlorinated organic compounds. The Curiosity had found thiophenes, that they are sulfur-organics. And we looked at those two, and the thiophenes, the closest are actually they occur in truffles on Earth. But of course, they are all decayed under the Martian environment, which is a lot of UV radiation, a lot of redox reactions and on the surface. So we don't know what the original compounds were. We only see the kind of smaller compounds, and it's difficult to say, was that from biology or was that inorganic? That we can't say at present, but there's definitely a lot of organics. Even Viking detected this chloromethane, and but it was interpreted as contamination, but people see it now, it was indigenous. It fits to Phoenix and the other detections.
Let's hope we don't kill them.
Angela?
Thank you. Well, first an announcement. The driver with the food is a bit late, so we'll actually have our lunch at 12:30, hopefully. Two questions. One is for Johan about, you mentioned the reports that you are going to issue annually on the state of the climate and others, and both you and Naki hinted to maybe some kind of reform of the IPCC. So maybe if you could tell us a bit more of what you think would be way forward for IPCC. Everybody agrees it's one of the models for scientific input for policy making, but clearly you see something that can be improved. And for Dirk, I anticipated you the question, and it's...
Maybe you can first answer.
Okay, sorry.
It's easier.
Well, yeah, thanks, Angela. So let me just, in a way, answer it in the following way. What we're trying to do with the Earth Commission is to establish an interdisciplinary global scientific assessment mechanism, copying much of the fantastic work of the IPCC to take on an holistic approach for stewardship of the entire planet. And the vision is to establish this as a permanent scientific assessment mechanism. So that's why we're now doing it in the second round, and hopefully it will become permanently established, and trying to keep a higher speed than the IPCC. So we're trying to get out a scientific peer-reviewed assessment every third year, and looking at the entire Earth system, not only climate, so all the planetary boundaries. And this is a complement to the IPCC. It's not a competition to the IPCC. It's more responding to the frontier of science. What do we understand? And today we understand that we are so deep into the Anthropocene and that we're facing these social ecological challenges at the planetary scale. So it requires nothing less than something like this. I would argue that the IPCC has been moving in this direction for a very long time, increasingly recognizing that climate carbon feedbacks, Earth system feedbacks. If you remember, one of the key messages in the AR6, apart from unequivocally are we causing climate change, apart from needing to phase out fossil fuels, it also quantifies that up to 50% of the biosphere needs to be remained intact. Basically, your point, Lawrence, about forest, to keep ecological functions intact for climate. So it basically takes a planetary boundary approach to the climate endeavor. So therefore, I think, personally, that the IPCC should stay on its track and continue being this phenomenal consensus across scientific community. So I don't mind so much, actually, the IPCC has a 7-year cycle on its global assessments. I think it's the floor we stand on. It's so fundamentally robust. It has this science policy interface, which is unique. There's osmotic filter between policy and science, which the Earth Commission does not have. But I agree with Naki, we need more special reports. And I would, to be honest, to close this, very disappointed that despite a vast majority of member states wanting a tipping point special report, it was declined. This is an example of something that I think was in total contradiction with the scientific community, that we needed a tipping point special report, and now in the 7th cycle, it was actually declined. So that's an example of a missed opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Angela?
Yeah, the other question is for Dirk. Well, since you are studying planet Mars and life in planet Mars, as you know, there are people thinking about colonizing Mars by humans. So is Mars a planet B, so we do not have to worry too much about the planetary boundaries of planet Earth because we can go to Mars?
Let's make one thing clear, that for humans, there's no better planet than Earth, because we are evolved on this planet and we adapted to that. Mars is a really harsh place, and to survive that, we would have to be basically like the early humans start out in the caves, because there we have enough pressure, we can seal them off, and we can grow fungi inside that we can eat, and so it would be really tough. On the other hand, so there is no planet B. For humans, Earth is it. However, I think we have to keep in mind too, if we don't want to end up like the dinosaurs, that there is space out there. There's dangers from space out. There's asteroids who can get us, supernova explosions, and so we have a really fragile planet, even on an astronomical scale. So if we have another foothold on another planet, even as hard and difficult as Mars, that would be a benefit still.
Thank you. I've got one question for Johan Rockström and perhaps also for Joita, because they're linked. But I'm really curious to learn about what you mentioned at the end of your presentation, which was the addition of justice within the planetary boundary framework, and how it posed perhaps some research challenges in terms of collaboration between not only the physical and natural sciences, but also the addition of social sciences to the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, this is definitely something that Joita not only can, but certainly will also follow up on, and I'll hand over the words to you. Well, to begin with, it's clear scientifically, I think across all disciplines, that we need to take safety and justice as an integrated approach for sustainable development and for humanity's future on Earth. I mean, some of these numbers have been presented here. 8-9 million people each year die prematurely because of air pollution. 15 million persons per year in the latest Lancet assessment die because of unhealthy food. We have impacts on hundreds of millions of people already because of heat-induced life threat. Lethal humidity and heat is today probably the largest threat. The latest assessments of the Earth Commission is that at 2 degrees Celsius, 2 billion people will be living in life-threatening heat, just fundamental heat. So these are, of course, important factors to assess, not only from a biophysical perspective, but also from a justice perspective. And that's what we're trying to do on maximum allowed or acceptable levels of significant harm. But there's more to it, and that's what Joita has been particularly leading, which is a fundamental justice aspect is, of course, when you set planetary boundaries, each boundary translates to a budget. And these budgets are finite: a carbon budget, a nitrogen budget, a phosphorus budget, a land budget, a freshwater budget. And these have to be distributed in a fair way. So you have a minimum access dimension of justice as well, which is equally complex and challenging, which we also have been addressing in the Earth Commission work. So all of this needs to be integrated. But I'll close before handing over to Joita and perhaps Joita and I have a bit of a debate on the following as well. I believe, however, that the world is not really mature yet to take on a full integrated, safe and just paradigm, because we are barely able even to take on just the climate physical boundary. And here we are saying we have 9 physical boundaries plus justice. It's like you almost load over an overwhelming paradigm shift for development. So I think You have to take it step by step. And the first step is to get the world of economics, the world of policy, the world of business, the world of city mayors around the world to take on board the physical planetary boundaries, the safe boundaries as a first step, and then bring on board justice. And that this is just a pragmatic, it's not intellectually and academically, Joyita and I are firmly in agreement, but I think it's a question of how do we actually operationalize this, which is really, really challenging. Joyita.
So just to come back, I'll start with his last point. I don't think we can achieve even the safe boundary in an unjust world. More than 78% of the remaining fossil fuel is in the developing world, and our research shows that all these countries will use what they think is their fair share, even though rich countries refuse to give them a fair share. So in fact, we will be in overuse of our fossil room. And so how do we convince these countries to reduce their fossil fuel demands rapidly to achieve the safe boundary? So I think justice is a precondition to achieving the safe boundary, but it is not necessarily going to help us achieve the just boundary. The question is, if you have a car accident and you drive an expensive Tesla and you kill somebody, a child, do we say it's a trade-off between the damage to the Tesla and my high income versus what the child earns? We don't. But when we drive our cars and cause damage elsewhere to another country, then we say it is a trade-off between our economy versus the damage caused to somebody else. And somehow, the concept of no significant harm, which was a very important part of all cultures and international law, was adopted in the Rio Agreement of 1992, was not included in the Climate Convention. And there was a deliberate reason for that. The reason was, we're all doing legal activities, so let's not make our legal activities illegal. Do you follow? I'm not sure if you understand that. It's coming back to the car. Driving a car is a legal activity. Let's not make it illegal. And that was the underlying idea behind not including this concept in the Climate Convention. But right now in The Hague, there is a big court case which is going back to reverse this whole thing by saying we have caused damage to other countries, we are responsible for that damage, and therefore these others are suing us for our damage. And I think this justice issue is really critical. So in doing our justice narrative, the two practical questions were, are the safe boundaries just? And the second was, can we meet minimum needs within the safe boundaries? And the answer to both were, for the ones that we could do really properly, we came with justice requires more stringent boundaries than the safe ones to protect humans, because not everybody can afford Planet B. Even if Planet B is affordable for all of us in this room, it's not affordable for most people on Earth. So what happens to those rest? And the second question is, since we are outside the boundary, if we meet basic needs, we go out even further. And this requires a complete transformation for the way we live. And the justice narrative was built upon a lot of justice scholarships. It was not just made up. So it was built on scholarship and a lot of debate. And the biggest debate that Johan and I have had over the last few years is how many people should be allowed to die before we draw the line about justice. And the disaster community says 10 deaths and 100 dispossessions is a disaster. Whereas in climate change, as you're talking about, 2 billion people are at risk just from one aspect, heat, from climate change. So, where do we draw this line? That was the key issue.
Yeah, thank you very much for these comments. Last question, please.
Yes, I have another question for Johan. You talked about tipping points in natural systems. And I wonder what kind of lessons can we learn for tipping points in societal systems? Because Brexit was a 51-49 vote. The recent US elections, that was 4 or 5 swing states tipping in one or in the other direction. And of course, passing the tipping point has profound impacts for the system. So I wonder whether there are any parallels we can draw also on the societal systems.
Yeah, thanks. And I think Naki actually covered some of the evidence on S-curves and social transitions. And I think your point about the 30-year cycle is part of this. In that global tipping point report that I pointed at, that we released in 2023, we actually, for the first time, tried to map what's the scientific state of knowledge on social tipping points as well, and that is quite well advanced in terms of innovations and S-curves of exponential increase in adoption, and how it then saturates as markets get more established, and the marginal costs reduce exponentially as technologies go to scale. However, I must say that personally, I'm a bit careful in this area of research, because I think we have very little evidence of large-scale systemic transformations at global level to really solve big problems. I mean, we have technologies that have been really following social tipping point dynamics at the kind of single areas. I mean, the mobile phones being one example, electric mobility, solar voltaics, you have many, many examples. But to, as Joyita points out, to go from one global economy driven by fossil fuels to a completely new economy at a global level is a different story altogether, in my view. So I think we need to look at this very carefully. But just to close this by saying that, I mean, the most inspiring work originally behind all this is the Roger Everett's 1962 theory of diffusion of innovation, which showed very clearly that there is no need, and I think that's one of the big mistakes we've done in the environmental science community, there's no need to have awareness creation among majorities, or even, I mean, we've always thought that we need to raise the level of understanding and willingness to pay and willingness to change with the majorities. What all that research shows is that when you get a large enough minority, you can tip over the inertia in the majority. And I think that number comes to roughly 20%. And I think that is really important in our work on sustainability transitions, that we don't need to get everyone on board. We don't need to always get ourselves locked in consensus building. When we have a large enough minority, that can tip over the logic in the total system. And why that is so likely to be a success factor, that's when time went up. Be a success factor on climate is actually back to Naki, which is that we have so much more evidence today that the solutions with decarbonizing are actually win-win outcomes. These are getting better health, better security, better economics, better jobs, better competitiveness. So therefore, I think it's likely to be potentially successful.
Well, thank you very much, Johan. It's I think there's a warning that we are close to food, and I think we learned about the planetary boundaries and the tipping points, and how close we are. We learned to do's and not to do's in reforestation as part of the solution, and we also learned there is no planet B. But nevertheless, it's very interesting to look for it. And with this, I would like to thank. Please join me in thanking the three speakers of this very interesting session, and have a good lunch. And we reconvene at 1:15. Thank you very much. Thank you, very nice. The fantastic slides you have. Or they are somewhere accessible?
Oh yeah, no, but we can definitely share.
Yeah.
I think almost all of them.
Yeah,
Some
sure.
of them are up there still. But do you have an email address?
Yeah. I give you I give you a card. Maybe that's Otherwise, I can remind you. Yeah. I've been. Are you in Gold?
In Potsdam.
Potsdam. It's in Golm. It's close to Golm.
Yeah, it's close to Golm.
Yeah, but you're Max Planck Institute?
At a light distance, the Potsdam Institute.
Right.
But it's just next to the Telegrafenberg in Potsdam.
Yeah.
GFZ.
But there's also Max Planck Institute on climate change.
That's right. In Hamburg.
And
we are in Potsdam.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, very nice. Well, I mean, particularly the general slide. I mean, the whole concept of this tipping point, for example, that you have these two outcomes, and it's just very nice visualized. I think very well done.
No, but it's important.
Yeah.
That's a very important scientific frontier.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice.
Good. I need to unfortunately head off to NATO headquarters, because there's a climate security talk there.
It's also very important.
Yeah, exactly.
It will definitely affect all the very nice meeting you were yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Yep.
It's very difficult to say what it is. And I thought one other one was with CO, another organic carbon in the soil. Yeah. Yeah, and so this still have the student coming, PhD students, kind of project. So if we get stuck, we'll contact you.
Because I also have a version that doesn't have the animation. So I need this?
Yes, you need a picture, but whatever happens on this in this room, it's
going to be seen by the
stream.
Yeah.
So if I meaning if I share this for the pointer thing, then
everyone's gonna see it.
Which I can share this slide and then it's fine. So that's if it's just a matter of
exactly,
trying
yeah,
the pointer.
yeah, exactly. So that if you share this one, but you can still run
and then
run the
that's
presentation
a quick
in the
fix.
background.
Okay.
So this is it.
So for example, now now you can give it a try. Pointer.
Is it now kind of on a computer or?
Yes. So I think if you
That's the pointer. And where should I? Will it work even if I
yes,
point?
if you point at this, yes.
Yeah?
It's kind of relative.
Because it's a pretty big file.
Well, I'm sharing this slide, so if you just point on that slide.
But the thing is that will not help because I think I should need to try my slideshow because it has an animation and that might be the thing that slows it down.
No, we can try your slideshow separately, but this is like the let's say what is going to be shown.
I get it, but do you see what I'm worried about? That yeah, I mean the pointer is working, but if this is very slow. So where is this? It's here. So that I don't run into the same. I mean here it works fine.
Yes.
But I'm worried that I will run into the same problems as now.
No, because we have changed the connection, so the issue was to the video instead of now I'm just sharing this connects to the room, so that problem is solved.
That is perfect.
Because
that's all I need.
That was horrible.
It was. I mean, these things happen. Yeah, no, I don't think there is anything else that is a potential problem.
No.
Very good.
this morning. Because there's a small pipe. I can just fix the pipe and then fix it. Yeah, because I have it open in part of it. That's okay. Yesterday. This is from yesterday. There was just a small pipe up here.
So right now I'm sharing.
Okay, so it goes back. Or let me show. And then I know this one small thing. The other slides where. Exactly.
Ouais, c'est vrai, parce que même s'il y a 10 personnes.
Oui, c'est ça. Après, il n'y a peut-être pas de questions, hein, mais.
Non, celui-là, je vais les
Hello, dear colleagues, participants. Time to come back in the room. We are so incredibly timely. And also for the colleagues connecting from elsewhere. There is space, so nobody should stand on the back. Just be with us for the next session. Good, good. Thank you. Okay, I still hear people laughing outside, you know, it's normal. It's lunch break, and part of the interesting discussions happen also during. Don't worry, please. So we are going to get also our. Where is Xiao Shan? She was with Yana, so she's coming very soon. Very good. We are waiting for one of the panelists. Yeah, she's coming in 1 second. No worry. Anyhow, yes, we will follow the same structure. So in the previous session, Alex, my colleague from the Physical Sciences and Engineering Unit, was co-chairing with Dirk, and this time it will be Lino, who is head of our Social Sciences and Humanities Unit. Please come here at the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, with that introduction. So welcome to you all for this second session to humans and our perceptions on impact in Earth and beyond. As Angela mentioned, my name is Lino Paula, head of unit for the Social Science Humanities here in the Executive Agency of the ERC. And I'll have the privilege to co-chair the session together with Dirk Inze. And we have 3 excellent speakers for you in this session, who will each first give you a 15-minute presentations, which will then be followed by a Q&A session here in the room, but also for all the participants online. You are most welcome to also submit questions via Slido. And we will start with our first speaker, Dr. Ilona Riipinen. And Dr. Riipinen is professor in atmospheric science at Stockholm University, Sweden, and the director of the Bolin Center for Climate Research. In her research, she investigates atmospheric composition, in particular aerosols and clouds and their interactions, and this in the context of their role in the climate system and on their effects on air quality and human health. She has been the principal investigator of the ERC starting project Atmogain, in which she addressed the major current unknowns in atmospheric ultrafine particle growth and evaporation. And luckily for us, she is currently also a consolidator grantee, about which she will tell you all in a moment. Dr. Riipinen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, which also saves me a little bit of time, so I don't have to say anything myself. You see it all, you've heard it all. So what I work on is kind of the microphysics and chemistry of the condensed phase material that is floating around in our atmosphere. So condensed phase is the key here. So it links to everything that's not in the gas phase, but is liquid or solid. And we call these particles aerosol particles, and of course kind of the most common form that you all have seen of this condensed phase material is clouds. And the small droplets or ice crystals that we have in clouds, they are often referred to as hydrometeors, in case you see that term in my talk. I'm also very proud to stand here as the director of the center that bears the name of Bert Bolin, who was actually the first chairman of the IPCC. So I actually didn't coordinate with Naki, but I was planning to start exactly the same way, that I'm going to show this stock photo or stock image, not a photo, that I really like, that shows many of the aspects of the Earth system that help put my work in context. It shows the sun as our main source of energy. It shows signs of us humans, as already discussed, and also as a topic of the session. It shows the oceans, it shows the forests, It shows the atmosphere that protects us and that we need, obviously, to be able to inhabit this planet. And it shows the clouds, which are white, which means that they reflect solar radiation back to space. So they play an important role in regulating the Earth's climate. So particulate matter or aerosol particles are different as compared with well-mixed greenhouse gases in their physical and chemical properties in many ways. One way that they're different, oh, sorry, I'm trying to put this animation going. Can you please help me press the button? Perfect, thank you. The main way that they're different in is that they vary in much smaller spatial and temporal scales if we go and measure them, as compared with, for instance, CO2. So this is an animation from NASA that kind of illustrates the variability of mass of particulate matter in the Earth system. And the different colors, they indicate different chemical species. We have dust in red, organic and black carbon in green, sulfate in white, and sea spray in blue. So it's chemically complex, it's physically complex. And how would I say, even if this kind of already illustrates that we're dealing with a lot more variability than with greenhouse gases in terms of their mixing in the atmosphere, even more detail is actually needed to be able to understand how aerosol particles and clouds especially interact, because this only shows the total mass, but what we actually are interested in is the number of particles. And the size of particles can vary from almost as tiny clusters as gas molecules, a few nanometers, to almost so big chunks of material that we can see with the naked eye. So we need even more dimensions to understand the aerosol cloud climate problem than can be seen in this animation. Besides influencing the climate, which I will return to, aerosols and particulate matter, as already has been mentioned also today, luckily, are a very important component of air quality. I'm really sorry, these are tiny fonts, but this shows a ranking of different health risks from the most recent global burden of disease. And what suffices to say is that particulate matter air pollution is on the right, on the top there when we talk about global risks on health. And this means that when we imagine the good and sustainable and healthy futures for humankind in the global context, there are how do I say, when we are in the net zero futures, phasing out fossil fuels, we should acknowledge the fact that a lot of the dangerous particulate matter comes from similar sources as fossil fuel emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, so from fossil fuel burning. So when we reduce fossil fuel burning, we will also improve air quality and that way provide cleaner air and better health globally. So this is really important part of the better future for us to imagine. However, another aspect of this that we should keep in mind is that during the industrial period, when we have actually polluted the air with our industrial emissions, this pollution has masked part of the greenhouse gas induced warming that we have seen. And this is something that we should acknowledge and kind of be aware also when we head for the cleaner futures. So this is a picture from the latest IPCC report that kind of illustrates this effect, just to give you a context. So in the left there, we have the observed warming. This was now the latest report, so about 1.1 degrees since the pre-industrial. And then it can be broken down into different factors. Here in the second red bar, we see the greenhouse gas induced warming. And then we have this cooling factor, other human drivers. And most of these other human drivers are actually impacts that anthropogenic aerosols have had, these masking impacts. And especially important in the context of pushing the science frontier is the impacts that the anthropogenic aerosols have had on cloud radiative properties. So another thing that you might see here is that it still has quite a large uncertainty bar, this masking effect. This is just another way of kind of presenting the same conclusion, if I may, but spread into different chemical species. And a large fraction of this uncertainty, which has implications for our projections of future warming, for instance, has to do with the way that aerosol particles and cloud interact. And this is when I now get to my ERC projects. This is what I have been working on and am working on, and most likely will be working on for at least some more time. Okay, so to be able to describe in climate models which are our best tools to make climate projections at present, this is kind of the whole complexity that we need to understand, first understand, and then simplify. So aerosols enter the atmosphere from various different sources, both natural and anthropogenic. And one really important aspect to be aware of is that to understand how much we humans have influenced clouds through aerosols, we have to understand what the natural background is. So a lot of my research has been actually on that, looking at particles that would enter the atmosphere even without us humans. Particles interact with the gas phase. They can become cloud droplets or ice crystals, which then go through cloud microphysics. They collide with each other, they form precipitation, and eventually rain down. All of these processes are relevant. All of these processes need to be understood, I think, to provide really a physically based simplification that we need to do in the global scale. And that's what we collectively are working on and are pushing the boundaries forward. So my starting grant project was a lot about the very tiniest particles, gas aerosol interactions, and now in the ongoing consolidator grant, I work more on the implications for clouds, but also on the ways that clouds influence air quality and aerosol populations. So then I will give a few highlights on the type of research that we do. So now we have a little bit of detail here, but I felt that, okay, I want to talk about the methodologies. I want to talk where the scientific frontier really is. It will take some time before this becomes policy relevant, but it's still something that the ERC supports and has a very important role in supporting. So one important methodological development that we've seen in our field is the techniques to observe very tiny amounts of gas phase species that can form new condensed phase particles. And that has been done by using and developing mass spectrometric techniques that are extremely sensitive and that have a smart sampling. This is an example where we have applied these techniques. If you're interested, you can look at these papers. We've applied this in a boreal forest environment. So I mentioned that we need to understand the natural systems, and boreal forest covers quite a large fraction of the Earth's surface when we come to the higher northern latitudes. And what is depicted here is a mass spectra, or basically data from mass spectra of gas phase species that are emitted by these trees. So in the x-axis, we have a number of carbon atoms. In the y-axis, we have a number of oxygen atoms. And all these black dots are different species that have been detected. What we can then use this data for is parameterizing the capability or the properties of the gas phase in terms of how likely these molecules are to form new particles which can eventually interact with clouds. And that is a result of these exercises here on the right. So in the x-axis, there are the volatility, as one calls it, so kind of the tendency of the particles or the gases to form particles, turn into condensed phase. so that the lower the number, the more likely they are to form particles. And then the y-axis is just the amount. And with this kind of information, we can predict how large fraction of the emissions from the trees can eventually become particles and furthermore cloud droplets. Then an example from a very recent piece of work that we have done, now again in the natural world, over the Amazon rainforest. And this is very recent. There are 3 papers that are out today, 2 in Nature, and maybe the one that I'm actually the most proud of in Geophysical Research Letters that provides the theoretical explanation of this phenomenon. So what these papers deal with is a phenomenon that has been observed since 20 years. Over the tropical rainforest, people have seen in flight campaigns, airborne campaigns, that there are layers of aerosols present, which can then be also transported down and replenish the aerosol populations that then can influence the convective clouds. But there hasn't been an explanation of what are the mechanisms that are actually forming these particles and how can we explain the presence of them. And this is what these 3 papers now have basically done. The 2 Nature papers provide the observational constraints, but this paper by Roman Bardakov and others presents a simulation setup where we have implemented all the relevant processes from the transport of precursor vapors to the upper troposphere, their chemical oxidation, and then the formation of these new particles. So in the x-axis there we have the time. We simulate the formation of a convective cloud, the transport of gases that are emitted by the trees, which are in the top. As the sun rises, these gases are oxidized. They form lower volatility species whose time evolution is in the second panel there. And then they finally form particles. They start to cluster and form small particles that can be transported down and kind of replenish the aerosols and influence clouds. So I gave you examples of 2 forest biomes that we've really taken a detailed look at. What does this matter for climate then? We have also looked into that with a global modeling setup, where we've used long-term data to look at climate feedbacks associated with these phenomena that I talked about. And what do I mean by climate feedbacks? As the temperature rises, this influences the emissions from the forests, both tropical and boreal forests, which influences the number of aerosol, which can have an influence on the cloud radiative properties, which then has a negative feedback to the temperature again. And this feedback is quite uncertain. The Earth system models at present, they differ in orders of magnitude in their estimates of this feedback. And what we now decided to do is evaluate the models using the best process level understanding possible and going one step at a time in evaluating how well these models are representing this feedback. And this is a paper also from early this year where we compare the boreal environment and the tropical environment. We look at it, kind of the steps in the feedback, the change in the aerosol properties per change in temperature, the change in cloud properties per change in the aerosol mass, and finally the change in cloud properties per change in temperature, which is kind of the magnitude of the feedback. And always the black bars are the observations, and the colored bars are 4 different climate models in which I could say the aerosol and cloud interactions are most quite sophisticatedly represented. And still we see a large diversity in these Earth system models, especially when it comes to the tropical undersampled environment. Let's see if we now implement these new findings that just came out today. They're obviously not yet implemented here, if we can improve, hopefully. Then my final slide before a few concluding remarks. This session was about the anthropogenic impact on climate. And I've only talked about the natural system, but I hope you understand why it's important. But we do work also with the anthropogenic aerosol. This is an example from ongoing work. We don't know yet what we will find. We went to the Italian Po Valley. The place is shown here with from the satellite data with the marker. Oh, here we were, now in 2022, and sampled both cloud water and also cloud microphysics and aerosol particles simultaneously. An example result is shown in the graph there, where in the x-axis we have the sizes of the aerosols from nanometers to the fog droplets to several tens of micrometers, so several orders of magnitude. And we can now, with the present techniques, we can investigate this whole continuum. And what we're going to do here is we are going to compare the results from the 2022 to corresponding results with the corresponding techniques from the late 80s and see how the changes in the aerosol of the European air quality have been reflected in appearance and properties of fog. So stay tuned. Then a few concluding remarks. Aerosol cloud interactions, also their interactions with precipitation, they are central to questions related to climate, environment, and global health. Also, not only in the context of radiative forcing and temperature, but also in the context of hydrological cycle and our ability to predict, for instance, precipitation. For a natural scientist, I'm a physicist by training, so one challenge is that the atmosphere is dirty and we are ourselves in it. And this, of course, adds a challenge to simplify and take a step back. Yet we need to strive for the development of robust and generalizable theories, I believe, and models. This I already mentioned. To understand what we did, we need to understand what the nature would do without our presence. And we need long-term observations. I didn't have time to go very deep into it, but we need more long-term observations, both in situ and remote sensing, because to develop this kind of robust physical science-based evidence, we still have many processes where just the availability of observational data is a bottleneck. So we need to continue striving for that too. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Ilona, for this very nice work. We take questions after the 3 lectures. Can continue.
Thank you, Dirk. So our second speaker is Professor James Scores. He is Professor of Earth System Science and Head of Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of Exeter. Professor Scores' research focuses on long-term marine climate in ecosystem changes and on feedback responses in the Earth's climate system, particularly linked to ice-ocean interactions and the impact of sea level changes on the carbon cycle, sediment transport, and ocean circulation. He leads the ERC Synergy project Sea Change, which focuses on quantifying the impact of major cultural transitions on marine ecosystems functioning and biodiversity. Professor Scores, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about this Synergy project. And I just would like to say from the UK perspective how important it is for me and my research group, and I know many, many other scientists in the UK, that we're very relieved that the post-Brexit uncertainties in terms of European collaboration have somewhat evaporated and we're back in the fold. So about 80% of the funding in my scientific life has been through European funding programs. So this is really a kind of progress report because the Sea Change project, we're currently about halfway through. So I'm just going to give you sort of tasters of where we're at and some of the breakthroughs we've had so far and some of... I'm very tall, sorry. There we go. Okay. So some of the novelty of the techniques we're applying in new contexts and so on. So here you can see the main protagonists in the project team. So there are a few prevailing paradigms that have been present until recently. The first of these is that the oceans are more resilient to human impact than land, and that for most of history, human influences on ocean ecosystems have been minor and localized, and that significant human impacts are very recent. And part of this is sort of illustrated by the background photo, that most of what's going on is kind of opaque and beneath the surface, whereas impacts on land are obviously, and it's the habitat which we live in, so we have a better idea of what's actually going on. But we are actually now discovering that past human impacts have often occurred, but have gone unnoticed and undetected due to something called the shifting baseline syndrome. And this can be summarized as that ecosystems we're familiar with today have been so long altered by human use and abuse that their changed conditions are considered natural. So we might go out and we might look at a marine ecosystem, and we might say, well, we think that's pretty much pristine, and we're going to treat that as a marine conservation area. But if our forebears, our grandparents, were able to come back and look at that ecosystem, they would regard it as significantly degraded. And so there's this long-term degradation in marine systems. And one of the really key element within this project is to use a whole variety of different techniques to get back to the real baseline just prior to human impacts. And so we've chosen a series of major cultural transitions to explore in this project. Just as a taster, this is an example from the Dogger Bank. You can see here in the, I'll try this for the first time. Here we can see something from the Piscatorial Atlas of 1883, and it shows this huge area, this great red area in the southern North Sea, which is labelled oysters. And this was the massive area that completely dominated that area of the southern North Sea, which has been completely obliterated by trawling and fishing. The whole landscape, the whole seascape of the seabed has been completely altered. And this was given protection, this area, under European nature conservation laws in 2012. But by this time, that area had lost many of its largest and most iconic species like skates, halibut, sturgeon, and so on. And so to preserve this area without considering what might be there would be like preserving an area like this for architectural heritage. The southern North Sea is basically a shattered bomb site of an ecosystem, and we need to understand, we need to find out what it could be like with a greater ambition for marine conservation. So what are the sites that we're investigating? These are all sites where we've got well-defined, either from historical data or archaeological data, where we've had a really clear-cut cultural transition, so we know when it happened. And the first of these, and the one that I'm going to give you some examples, or one of the two I'm going to give you examples from, is the onset and then cessation of whaling in Antarctica. Industrial-scale whaling in Antarctica started in 1904 with the whaling station in Grytviken in South Georgia and a couple of other whaling stations. That's a photograph of the whaling station at Grytviken, when literally millions of whales were removed from the Antarctic ecosystem with huge ecosystem impacts. So a very well-defined transition. We're also investigating a sort of similar but earlier transition, the first settlement of Iceland, the Norse settlement starting in AD 874, and then subsequent intensification of fishing to the present. The indigenous to colonial transition in the southern part of Brazil, and a couple of work packages relating to the North Sea, the Mesolithic to Neolithic transition, the transition from hunter-gatherers to agricultural communities, and then the later transition to industrial-scale fishing in the North Sea. The strategy that we've adopted is that we have a series of archives. We have sediments, and we can core those sediments from ships and recover those sequences through time, those histories of the marine environment. We also archaeologically have these huge, in some places, what are called kitchen middens. These are literally the waste tips of human activity, comprising shellfish, fish remains, sometimes mammal remains, sometimes even human burials. And then we have shell, and this is an archive which my own group has worked a lot on in recent years. What we've got here is a sequence through an archive. It could be a sediment sequence, it could be through a midden, but in this case that looks like a section through a tree, but in fact that's a section through a shell. We've discovered that some shells are incredibly long-lived, and my group had previously published on the longest-lived animal known to science as a kind of serendipitous discovery of what we were doing, because we treat these like tree rings. We were able to cross-date and cross-match them. And each one of those years is a known age increment, and it's a little, it's literally like reading a book. Every increment is a history of the ocean at that time, at that particular place. And just in passing, we've, as part of the very recent work, just in the last few weeks, we've actually discovered an even longer-lived shell from Iceland, which we know settled about 800 and died about 1350. So they live in excess of 500 years. And so they give us these incredibly long-lived long records of marine change. So the techniques that we apply to these, some of these are conventional. I mean, the point of the central panel, the red bit, is a cultural transition in principle. And we need to establish chronology. Without chronology, we can't do this. So chronology construction is a fundamental activity. But we have a series of conventional techniques like historical marine ecology, zooarchaeology, paleoecology, ecosystem modeling. But we've explored some novel techniques in this project. The environmental DNA of sediment from marine environments, ancient DNA as well, but also bulk and compound-specific stable isotope analysis from, for instance, fish remains in middens, which can tell us a lot about trophic structure. It's not moving forwards. Oh yeah. Can we go back, actually? There should be one before this. There we go. This is the way we kind of build this up. So we've got the three archives on the left-hand side. The blue line represents the sea surface. So if we go to the next one. Zooarchaeology, these are the fish remains, mammal remains, and so on from archaeological sites. They're, of course, humanly mediated, so they're a biased selection of preserved remains that have come into human contact. Paleoecology, where we recover fossils from sediments, again, that's a tiny microcosm of the total biodiversity. So we supplement that with DNA, environmental DNA. In the Globe Institute, Christine Bowman in Copenhagen is doing this component, where we take small samples of sediment and we can reconstruct a much fuller representation, if not a full representation, of biodiversity at a particular point in time. The stable isotopes then tell us something about the relationships between those organisms, and we can reconstruct past ecosystems and trophic structure. Of course, when we're looking at the impact of human transitions, we need to be able to detect whether there's a background change in the climate state. So a lot of the work is, what is the changing physical environment at the time of the changes we're looking at? So we do that. We look at a whole series of time slices to reconstruct the impact on the ecosystem. And then we supplement that with ecosystem modeling, where we can test the impact of removing a key species, say, from an ecosystem, and how does that fit with the observations? So I'm first going to take you to Antarctica as one of the two sites. I may not get to the European stuff, we'll see how time goes. But this is Deception Island in Antarctica, and here we can see the remains of one of the great whaling stations, now thankfully disused. And we have the onset of industrial scale whaling in the early 1900s, but then we have the moratorium on whaling. And so in these records, we can detect not only the impact of whaling, but whether the ecosystem has restored to its previous state or whether it's been nudged into some new state. So in the Southern Ocean in Antarctica, we've got the phase of early exploration, then there was a phase of intensive sealing from the late 1700s, but the green bar represents the phase of intensive whaling. First of all, the onset, and then the moratorium on whaling. So what are the materials we look at here? Well, these are multi-core samples. These were samples collected by myself in these 3 sites in the Antarctic Peninsula. You can see here we've got a high-quality core from one of these sites here. You can see that's the actual seabed captured in the core. And then going down through the core, of course, we're going back through time. And then we can take subsamples, we can undertake meter barcoding on those samples to reconstruct the biodiversity through time. Of course, we need time quantified. These are lead 210 dating profiles from these sites. So this enables us to convert from depth to age so that any sample we know exactly, or well, not exactly, but with a known error, what age that represents. I'm just going to give you a flavour of some of the molecular data relating to the great whale species. Here we've got the Antarctic food web, we've got the baleen whale, the sperm whale, and here we've got, for the first time, some environmental DNA evidence relating to the great whale species with the age scale along the x-axis and a representation of the relative proportion of that species within the total data coming from that particular sample, and then the size and the colour of the blobs represents the number of reeds and the different sites. And these are preliminary data, but what we can see are, for instance, the southern right whale. The crosses at the bottom mean no reeds at all. The southern right whale, we've got positive reeds for the last couple of decades or so. There's also evidence for recovery of the minke whale. Some of the other species, humpback, for instance, we've got reeds all the way through orca. But we're beginning to be able to, with these data, not just with the whale species, but with salps, with krill, with many other species, we're able to begin to reconstruct the changes in the total biodiversity. And environmental DNA has not hitherto been widely applied in the marine environment. Another related and quite sort of interesting element in this is that in the Antarctic work package, we've also explored bone remains of the great whale species and seal species that were collected during the very early expeditions into Antarctica that are held in the Natural History Museum. These are known species collected at a known date. And so we can go back to these really valuable specimens and we can take very small samples, and we can look at the bulk and the compound-specific stable isotopes from these specimens. And this just points up just how important museums collections can be, because if they have known age and origin, we can use those in the analysis. And just a taster of some of the data, we can see that changes in stable isotope signatures after 1904 in the blue whale are significant for both in bulk data, carbon isotopes and nitrogen isotopes. And because we know the the isotopic composition of krill from different areas, we can say that the changes that we're seeing, and this is supported by some compound-specific data that we've recently got, we can say this isn't a change in the trophic position of blue whale, which you wouldn't expect because krill is its main food source. But the impact of whaling was to change where the whales were feeding. We can actually see that they were moving from sub-Antarctic context into South Georgia and then into a mix of foraging areas. So the geochemical data can tell us something about not just changes in the trophic structure, but also other aspects of the ecosystem. How am I doing for time? I've lost We're finished. Okay, right. Sorry, I was going to tell you something about the North Sea. I'll just tell you that the North Sea used to be completely covered in oysters. It's no longer covered in oysters. There's been this fantastic piece of work done by Ruth Thurston, recently published in Nature Sustainability, showing the vast historical extent of the European oyster reef ecosystems. And this provides a much more ambitious target for marine conservation in a place like the southern North Sea. I'll stop there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, James, for keeping time. That's, and we continue with...
Thanks, Dirk. Yes. As our third speaker, we have Dr. Xiaoshan Yap. Dr. Yap is Assistant Professor of Innovation and Global Governance at the Utah University at their Copernicus Institute. I'll still continue a few lines more to introduce you. So, as an interdisciplinary social scientist, Dr. Yap focuses on innovation, global governance, and development economics. She pioneered the concept of Earth-space sustainability, which advocates for addressing challenges in Earth and in space in an integrative way. She is the principal investigator of the ERC project Planet Stewards, in which she will break new ground by investigating approaches to planetary stewardship in view of Earth-space sustainability.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. It is my pleasure today to share with you my project on planetary stewardship in view of Earth-based sustainability, Planet Stewards. It is a social science starting ground project, which we started earlier this year during spring, and it is hosted at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. So we are living in a critical time in the history of space technologies. This figure on the left here shows that in the last few years, we have seen an exponential rise in the number of objects going into space as compared to the entire human history in space. And a majority of this exponential trend can be attributed to private or commercial satellites. These are the satellites as shown in the figure on the right-hand side. And if we think that was serious, that was until 2021, 2022. We can now look into the next several years until the end of this decade. This is a figure given by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs showing that states have registered radio frequencies with the ITU in Geneva for more than 1.7 million satellites in just the next several years until 2029. So these are plans. Whether or not they will actually be implemented is a different story. But we see the amount of investment, resources, and aspiration going in this direction. At the same time, we have billionaire companies such as SpaceX launching the so-called largest rocket ever built, claiming that this technology is going to take humanity to Mars, making humans a multiplanetary species. So all these rapid developments come with new sustainability problems, such as space debris. This image right here shows that there are currently 170 million objects today already revolving around our Earth's orbit. They can be satellites, but they can also be debris, fragments from rocket bodies, from space missions, or retired satellites that are no longer functioning. So problems like space debris, if they are not well taken care of, they will lead to negative consequences such as the loss of space infrastructures that are very important to our daily lives on Earth. The mainstream governance and institutions for sustainability have very much relied on the idea of the spaceship Earth, whereby outer space is an external environment that is often dark, cold, and hostile. And Earth is like a spaceship that has to navigate through this darkness and cold and hostility with not much interactions with human activities in space. So in view of the rising challenges, this mainstream sustainability perspectives is becoming increasingly limited or insufficient to deal with those challenges. Together with my colleagues, we have proposed the concept of Earth-space sustainability, which essentially provides an expanded system boundary of analysis to take into account the positive and negative interactions from human activities in space. For example, observation satellites can contribute positively by monitoring carbon emission. Building thousands of internet satellites around the Earth's orbit can contribute potentially by bridging the digital divide. So problems like space debris, as mentioned, if it is not well taken care of, it could lead to the loss of space infrastructures. And the idea of mining other celestial bodies, such as the Moon or Mars, will contribute negatively because it reinforces extractivism back on Earth. These positive and negative implications from space activities are impacting the environmental integrity and justice on a planetary scale. To address these challenges, it is important, so I realize this is not the latest slide that I have sent, but it is okay. So we will just go ahead with this. So in view of these increasing interconnections, stewardship for sustainability now requires a paradigmatic shift towards simultaneously caring for Earth and space. So planetary stewardship, the concept of planetary, has to more actively consider Earth as situated in and interact with the space environment. And stewardship connotates that humans can be self-regulating agents in the face of planetary sustainability crisis. And this is now unfolding in a way that is changing our Earth-space systems. There are currently 4 major planetary stewardship approaches that are changing the Earth-space systems. One, we can see that a state-centric approach where geopolitical rationale is put at the forefront. A second approach, we would say that it is more scientific-based, which might perhaps put more preferences on technological solutions. A good example is the IPCC framework, which is essentially very important, of course. And in the Earth-space domain, we can see a similar trend unfolding. So international groups of experts come together and trying to define an orbital carrying capacity, which means how many objects can we put into the orbit until the system collapse. A third approach would be a market-centric approach. This is mainly driven by private actors or commercial, large, rich, powerful commercial actors, which prioritizes economic and market values. And finally, there is the global community approach, which puts local and cultural values more at the forefront. Now, these different approaches coexist at the same time and even potentially overlap with one another. The Planet Stewards project is interested in how do these different approaches and their coexistence impact Earth-space sustainability positively and negatively in terms of environmental integrity and equity. We can understand Earth-space systems as social planetary constructions, and there are different major dimensions constituting Earth-space systems. A biogeophysical one would be the interactions such as radiation from the sun and gravity from the moon, and how do they interact with our Earth system. The different dimensions and elements can also be political or regulatory, technological, economical, or cultural. For example, think about the Western space culture for the Apollo mission during the Cold War, or when we talked with indigenous communities today, they have different values and associations between their communities and the outer space environment. And finally, cosmological. Think about the Copernican revolution or our increasing knowledge of the origin and the nature of the universe. So these different dimensions interact with one another, and how do they configure, impact Earth and space sustainability simultaneously? We have done some preliminary mapping of actor interests that are shaping the near-Earth orbit over the last 20 years. And we do that across different stewardship approaches. In the early 2000s, we see that the configurations of actors and their interest were rather straightforward and simple. However, as we moved across time, we saw that the number of actors grew larger, and their interests and priorities became more complex. And in the last period of time, we saw that the number of actors grew exponentially. And their interrelations became much more complex as a result of converging but also conflicting interests and priorities. And this trend is continuing in a similar way at a very fast pace. In a recent report that we produced for the OECD on the economics of space sustainability, we were able to dive deeper into this actor interest. And we saw that similar actors would actually have differing interests as they moved across different satellite technologies or satellite sectors. This mapping provides us with evidence-based insights for industry stakeholder strategy mapping or policy-making considerations for shaping future Earth space trajectories. So when we think about future Earth space trajectories, we can essentially think of four, and on the vertical dimension, Earth space relations can be radical versus reformist. A radical Earth-space relations would be one that emphasizes strong Earth-space interdependency in the future, whereas a reformist one is rather weak Earth-space interdependencies and still very much Earth-centric. And on the horizontal dimension is business-as-usual approach versus imaginative approach. So the existing policy and industry discourses that we can observe is still very much at the combination of business as usual and reformist approach, which essentially emphasizes trashing space for Earth. So how can space provide opportunities for solving Earth's sustainability crisis? And that is very much likely to come at the expense of space sustainability. A more radical version of this, which is a mutually destructive Earth-space trajectory into the future. This is a trajectory that has the extension of terrestrial politics and power, such as geopolitics or the capitalist extension of the rich. We also observe increasingly discourses surrounding the idea of using using space to complement Earth, and that Earth and space sustainability can be co-managed, but space sustainability remains an externality in this domain. And finally, Earth-space sustainability is striving towards one that combines imaginative approach with radical thinking. And that is one that can potentially take us to a mutually transformative Earth-space trajectories into the future. And this is one that emphasizes and prioritizes global community and equity, and integrates local and cultural values as well as knowledge systems. And very importantly, it assigns equal weight to the environmental integrity of Earth, but also other planetary systems. To get to this mutually transformative trajectory, it is important to start thinking about the sustainability governance of other celestial or planetary bodies. On the vertical dimension, you see the governance measures from minimum to maximum. Here, oh, yeah, so that's the vertical dimension. And the horizontal dimension shows human activities from left, least intense towards the most intense on the right. I'm not very good with this. So governance will have to be able to anticipate, reform, or even transform accordingly based on these growing needs as human activities evolve from the least to the most intense, such as the billionaire's vision of building human settlement on other celestial bodies. But just to emphasize here, there is no planet B, but governance will have to be able to anticipate if the visions and dreams of billionaires would actually be implemented. So governance will have to be able to anticipate this and know what to do in that regard. So the Planet Stewards project will enter its next phase with 2 PhD sub-projects starting their PhD program in the next 2 months in 2025. We are also supported by the International Advisory Board of Experts, as well as project associates and affiliates. Besides the Planet Stewards project, we recently started an international, inter- and transdisciplinary network gathering social scientists with experts from different domains, but also local knowledge leaders. So besides the Planet Stewards project supported by the ERC, we are also active in the Earth System Governance Project through our working group or task force on Earth-space governance. The Planet Stewards project is also active in this Futures-Oriented Outer Space Governance FOGOS project, which is essentially an EU cost action supported by the European Union. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chao Chan. So the three lectures are open for discussion now, and please raise your hand and also to whom you would like to address the question. Who starts? Lunch? Yes, please.
This is just a curiosity question to the first speaker. I've recently read that the Saudi Arabian government is making rain. What effect does that have on the other clouds of the system around there?
Yes, thanks for this question. Indeed, they're not the first ones manipulating clouds. I mean, this technique is, has been applied also before. Of course, I mean, by influencing where the rain is formed and where the clouds are formed, you influence the spatial distribution. I think also I forgot to mention that my talk was not about solar radiation management or geoengineering using aerosols, but this is of course kind of akin to this topic. And I think it's very nice to hear that there will be now these assessment reports that address also the issues of doing different kinds of manipulation, because I think it's something that we have to be thoughtful about and acknowledge the fact that by manipulating clouds, we manipulate the hydrological cycle, and this is also a risk to consider in terms of governments taking these kind of actions. How do we handle it and how do we deal with it?
Maybe I can have a follow-up question to you, Alexo. I mean, the fact that we have, I guess, less pollution now, because we emit less fossil fuels, which will decrease the number of particles in the air, and this, by effect, might also have a consequence on the formation of clouds and all these things. And I've been reading somewhere that it actually contributes to the heating of the atmosphere, yes, because of the more solar energy, and so I mean that's actually a kind of unanticipated feed-forward loop that we are creating for ourselves.
Yeah, so indeed. So this is kind of linked to also this cooling or masking effect that I mentioned. And indeed, there is, thanks to the long-term observational data, we can now attribute also a part of the warming that we see in Europe, or the excess warming, to also the air quality improvements. But I want to stress that these improvements, given the global health implications of air pollution, these improvements are absolutely necessary, and I think it's more, how do I say, something to consider in the future, that we want the clean air, but that means that we have to have even more stringent approach in our kind of fossil fuel, phasing out the fossil fuels. But I also want to stress that there are co-benefits. So actually the improved air quality because of the similar sources for the air pollution is actually a co-benefit from phasing out fossil fuels.
Hello, Nicholas, Scientific Officer here at the ERC. I have a question for James Kors. How do you think conservation and restoration activities in the ocean differ from those on land, given that connectivity is so different between those both systems? And what do you think the role is of certain key species in that restoration?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The marine environment is a very, very different environment when we're considering what you might call the rewilding of the oceans or marine conservation. I think I alluded to this really at the end and maybe right at the very beginning. If there are certain species, if we consider the shallow marine environment, there are certain species which are keystone engineers of the environment, and they have a disproportionate impact on the total biodiversity, total carbon biomass, and so on. So they're really important. And in the southern North Sea, for instance, oysters are incredibly important oyster reefs in the southern North Sea. So yes, I mean in most cases, because of the propagules, the larvae, and so on, there's connectivity. You can expect a marine conservation area. And there are a lot of examples of this, particularly in the subtropics and tropics, where marine conservation areas there's been no engineered restoration, but there has been the designation of no-take zones and so on. The area outside the no-take zones have benefited enormously because you have nursery grounds for fish and so on. But that's really just a question, that's the kind of rewilding that takes place on land by just letting it go. But I think in other cases there is a case for intervening with keystone species that we knew were there before. We've got the evidence, in this case the historical marine ecological evidence, that they were really extensive. They completely dominated the nature of the seabed. They changed the topography of the seabed. They will have changed the frictional resistance of water flows on the seabed. The filtering effects of the organisms changed the water quality. So they have a transformative impact, and they provide lots and lots of ecological niches for other organisms. So these species have a transformative impact, and I think there is a case in certain instances of where active intervention or reintroduction would be a very good thing.
Yes, please. Thanks. The question is for Xiaoxiao. Thanks. And I have a problem because later on I will speak about satellites, so I feel guilty now after your talk, but that's my problem. So the question is, in your graph on your, let's say, 4 dimensions, you know the ESA policy on space debris. So where do you position that policy, and how do you see the evolution of this, I mean, compared to your big picture? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Based on as far as I understand, is that ESA space debris mitigation policies would perhaps fit a bit more towards this scientific base, perhaps gathering a group of techno elites trying to define this orbital carrying capacity. So we see a similar trend, such as the IPCC work, which is very important work, and it is also replicated in the space domain. I think defining such a carrying capacity for the orbit is very important, but some of the lessons we have learned from defining the global warming 1.5 degree limit threshold is also that who is on the table in defining such a capacity. So can we be more inclusive in terms of the actors that have voices in defining how many objects exactly can we squeeze into the orbit until it collapses? And such an approach in the 4 quadrants would fit more into still this complement Earth, using space to complement Earth. If we look at the design of those spacecraft and those space missions, before launching, we have already seen that it is designed in a way to be disposed at the end of the mission. So it has been designed as something to be disposed as a debris in the end, instead of a more circular approach, for instance. So, and then we have the problem, who should be responsible to pay to dispose of this debris? Who should clean up this debris? We don't have a solution yet. So that is still treating space sustainability as an externality. Who's going to pay for this cost? So this is where it is fitting, and it is the hope to move towards more transformative approach. I do not yet have all the answers today, and we all have to work together to find the solution. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is also for Xiaoshan. You introduced the very interesting notions of Earth space sustainability and the notion of planetary stewardship. And in the latter, you mentioned 4 approaches. The last one you presented briefly, so I would like you to maybe expand a little bit more, is this notion of global community approaches. And I think other speakers, starting with Naki, this morning, and others insisted on the role of science to protect the global commons, normally understood on planet Earth. You're expanding it to, the outer space as part of the common. How do you see a community approach to handle that?
Yeah, thank you. This is really a big challenge. So in the face of this sustainability crisis, it is very hard to integrate the voices of local communities or the knowledge systems of indigenous communities. In the Earth space domain where I work at, when we speak with these local communities, it doesn't really matter what is the orbital carrying capacity is, but they will argue that their local and cultural values are already impacted severely because they lose the access to clear dark skies, which is very deeply rooted in their culture, for instance. So this is just a way to reflect that there is an imbalance between a pure scientific approach versus one that can incorporate the values and knowledge systems of these local communities. Ideally, we can strive towards an approach that is global community-based, and we do see some optimistic developments if we want, and to be a bit more hopeful, we do see that there are different governance models emerging where governance and political scientists can no longer yet fully grasp what these models are. We see a combination of state-based systems, but also in these high-level meetings, it is getting more inclusive to where they invite knowledge leaders, but also companies, powerful companies that can be a bit dangerous as well. But we do see a bit of this new governance models emerging, and we still have to better make sense of these models and in what form they can actually push forward a global community-based approach where, we have a balance of different types of actors, states, scientists, more vulnerable populations, and also some market actors. So we also cannot entirely get rid of industries, for instance, but where do we find and strike a balance is the challenge for global governance at this point.
Please.
Yeah. A question for Ilona. I was fascinated by your talk, and you were saying also that you need long-term observation to be more capable of understanding what's happening and what's going to happen. But I'm a bit frightened that, in fact, we will not have this long-term. And, in fact, you already see a lot of change in the climate, also concerning rain, and you have extreme events with heavy rain and drought in some other parts. So how does this fit with your long-term observation plan?
So obviously, as you have seen also this morning, we have long-term observations of some of the key variables. And I would often like to think that, we have to keep on acting and pushing the scientific frontier both at the same time. And I think that when it comes to temperature, we have good long-term records. But then so how do I say, the kind of the first order picture of, let's say, climate change is very clear. But we still have, room for improvement in our ability, for instance, to project how hydrological cycle will be impacted, how precipitation patterns will be impacted. And while we know in the first order exactly what to do, we still need to also continue observing our environment to be able to, hopefully we have time still to learn about our environment and learn about those parts of the system that we don't understand yet.
Maybe I can continue with a question for James to keep the balance a little bit. That's so. I mean, the work you're doing on cultural. I mean, the fact of culture changes on the marine life is enormous. But in the central theme of this conference, the climate, and in fact, I mean, it's human mankind induced, and I mean, that's also enormous impact on sea life. We see species now in areas where they were never appearing. So there's really just would like to have your opinion on that, because it might be one of the most impactful culture changes.
Of course, and when you do this sort of work, whether it's actually in the terrestrial environment or the marine environment, and you're attempting to discover what the nature of human impact is, and specifically anthropogenic impact, you need to deconvolve that from the background physical changes. And so in the kind of records that we deal with, not only do we have the sort of data I was talking about that tell us about biodiversity and tell us about changes in trophic structure and so on, we want to know whether, to what extent that is the result of the cultural transition that we're investigating, or is it a result of the background state of the climate system, which of course itself can be human impacted, but nevertheless it's the background state of the climate system. And so typically what we do is we derive different proxies which tell us about the physical environment. So for in all the sites we're looking at, we access, of course, instrumental series of temperature, but we also access proxy records of seawater temperature through principally stable oxygen isotope analysis. So that is independent of the biosphere, as it were. It relates directly to seawater temperature, and so we can start to place those physical records of physical climate change in parallel alongside the other changes, and we can analyze the impact more carefully. The other element in this, of course, is that if you're considering conservation, not only is there a shifting baseline in terms of our perception of previous ecosystems, but the shifting baseline of climate change. You know, it's no good identifying what the ecosystem was like in Antarctica before whaling was intensive if now the whole physical environment in Antarctica is different because it's changed. And so we're also in the project getting insights into that, because there are past analogues for changes for the predicted future, which we can use as some sort of target for future conservation, which aren't necessarily simply a reconstruction of what was there before.
Other questions? Maybe I can continue with one for Chan. So, I mean, out of curiosity, I don't know anything about satellites, but so the governance of who brings satellite into the outer space? Is that in one way or another controlled? I think because I guess Elon Musk with his Starlink, like whatever, brings hundreds of satellites at once. I mean, there are military satellites. I don't think we control the Russians at all. And so, is there any governance of that, or what and where and how it is controlled? I mean, you said 170 million, whatever, or something like that. So how? Yeah, I'm just out of curiosity. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So they are currently, the image shows 170 million objects that are currently already revolving around the Earth's orbit. They are not necessarily satellites, but they can also be very small fragments from rocket bodies, etc. So ESA has this annual environment report for space. And the other chart that I showed is given by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, which showed that countries have registered with the International Telecommunication Union in Geneva for about 1.7 million satellites for the next several years until the end of this decade. These are satellite plans. We do not know whether they will actually be implemented, but it shows that country states have registered this many. The amount of aspirations and investments and resources going in this direction. Now, coming back to the governance, so for satellites that are sent to the orbit, they have to register the satellites with the UN registry. But of course, military satellites are exempted from this registration, so we do not know what actually are up there exactly. And at the national level, there are national regulations and policies where these satellite companies will have to get approval from in order to send satellites. So Starlink itself, well, until the last few years, the entire human history in space has sent maybe 4,000 satellites. But Starlink itself will be sending a total of 42,000 satellites in just the next few years. And they have to get approval from the US FCC, Federal Commissions for this satellite. I can't exactly remember the name at the top of my head, but they did get the approval. And if we look at the current political situation, the recent US presidential results, election results, show that the space program and this billionaire space dream is not just Elon Musk's vision itself, but there will now be Elon Musk, Trump, and his administration potentially putting high priority for Elon Musk's space programs high on the national space policy agenda. So this is also game-changing. And even though there are national policy and governance in place, there are favoritism happening. Yeah, so we do have a problem. Yeah.
Any further? Yes, please. Yeah.
I guess when one hears all of these stories, it's easy to be depressed on the way forward. So we really somehow have to tunnel through these huge challenges. And I wondered, listening to all three talks, whether Johan's comment this morning might be relevant of a budget for every planetary common. And I think in these cases, one could also think in the same terms, and I wonder what the principles would be. I mean, for the orbit, clearly, I mean, it's obviously almost becoming a garbage dump for our space programs. And so there should be a budget, and I see even some analogies to carbon emissions, because, if US and other industrialized countries fill up the orbit and do not manage to clean it up, what are the developing countries going to do? And the global south. It's almost, and I think it's the same thing with fisheries, with the ocean, and with the air pollution. I think in Europe we do have the transboundary limitation on the pollution, but globally I'm not aware of it. I mean, carbon, yes, but not air pollution, and that's in many ways a much more serious problem. So I just wanted to mention that. I think there seems to be a lack of a principle. How do we deal with this? These are all three global commons, how we deal with them.
I think there is a cause for optimism in some specific contexts, and the one I'm thinking of is the Antarctic Treaty, which has held and has done a good job to stop exploitation in Antarctica, and the whaling moratorium, not completely exclusive, but that's done a really good job as well. So there are much smaller scale examples, and I think they're really in the marine environment. This needs to be undoubtedly extended to the deep ocean because of the threat of deep sea mining, for instance. So there are other, I know they're not as big commons as the commons you're referring to, but I think there are instances that give us some cause for hope.
Yes, with the risk of repeating myself, indeed, I actually also think that addressing the global health issue related to air pollution gives hope, because if we did that, a lot of the air pollution is from burning processes. If we develop technologies where we avoid burning material that will emit pollutants, that will also help with the transition because, yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of this burning is actually associated with emissions of greenhouse gases as well. So I really also think that it's a good idea to think about, or this kind of global health concept is a powerful concept because it helps motivate a lot of the changes that we need to make, also thinking of the long-term climate.
If I may, I just want to also clarify that because you mentioned that all these space programs are jeopardizing the Earth's orbit, and it's also not to undermine the efforts at, for instance, ESA and other organizations. And in fact, the European agencies has been leading in the discourse and efforts for space sustainability as compared to other nations on the global level. A lot of efforts are going in that direction in terms of debris mitigation, defining orbital carrying capacity. But the problem is we have a global fragmentation when it comes to governance and institutions. So even though EU is very eager in promoting space sustainability, we certainly do not see a similar trend if we talk about the US or maybe China. Sorry, if we talk about Russia and maybe China, because we have great global fragmentation here. And the US, during the last Trump administration, had basically dismissed the idea that outer space is a global commons. So then we have an issue. But something to bear in mind as we move to the future is also that when we phrase something as a global commons, we also just sort of inherently or implicitly identify these are resources to be used. And sometimes we have to be a bit more careful when framing something as global commons. Because commons means that it is to be used by humans for certain purposes. So perhaps we need some sort of new framings in saying that, maybe can we think of something else other than these are commons, these are resources to be exploited. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we more or less reached the end of this session where we have been looking to the man-induced, human-induced changes in the marine life, in the atmosphere and in the outer space, and it was extremely interesting. And so I would like to thank all the speakers and invite you to the next session after a coffee break, of course, which will deal with technology and possible solutions, even some of them far-fetched, but nevertheless we will discuss them for dealing with some of these problems. So thank you very much for the speakers. And, well done.
Hello, Benjamin.
Hello.
Okay, great. You're now live in the auditorium, so we're going to connect you in a bit.
Thank you.
We are starting the new session, so the colleagues who are still outside having good conversation. I know good conversation happened during coffee, but let's also come back in the room and continue the conversation together. And for the people who are online, I hope they hear us well and sound. And if they have questions, don't hesitate to write the question, and my colleagues will make sure they are asked to our panel members. Actually, after this session, there will be no coffee, so I hope you had enough coffee. By the way, we have the photographer of all this beautiful picture and the one outside in the room, but he will be in the panel, so you can ask questions or discover more about that later on. So after this panel, we move directly to the round table. So apart from reconfiguring a little bit the table, we are just having a minute stretch, but no other coffee. So I hope you got all you needed. And with this little entertainment, the floor is to my colleague Philip Coopers, Head of Unit in Life Sciences in ERC, and of course, Dirk Kinze to continue animating the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon and welcome to this first session. In the previous sessions, we have heard about environment, we have heard about humans. Now we will hear about technology, and in particular, how technology may help discoveries and may help in mitigating adverse impacts. So in this session, we will take off with a talk about greenhouse gas removal. We'll then move on with synthetic cells, and we will land on how philosophy interacts with cutting-edge natural sciences and technologies. So we have a first speaker who is Benjamin Sovacool. Benjamin, can you hear us? You are online. Can you see us? Can you hear us? Doesn't seem so. Yeah. Good afternoon, Benjamin. Can you hear us?
No? Yes. But
we don't hear you.
His mic is not on.
I think your microphone is not on, Benjamin.
It is on.
Perfect. Now we hear. Excellent.
All right, good.
Excellent.
All
Welcome,
right. Should
Benjamin.
I just share my screen?
All
right,
I will
share.
first introduce you, Benjamin. Then you can already share your screen if you wish. It's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
So, Benjamin, welcome. You work at the Aarhus University in Denmark, and your research focuses on anything related to energy policy, energy justice, energy security, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. You hold a Synergy grant called GENI, and you will talk us today about the socio-technical dynamics of carbon removal and solar geoengineering. So Benjamin, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. And if okay for you, I suggest that after your talk, we move already to the questions to you before starting the second and the third talk. Is it all fine for you?
Okay. That is fine by me. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to see you. I wish I was there in person. And you're absolutely right. We are an ERC Synergy grant that deals with radical climate interventions. And so it does stand for GENI, which is Geoengineering Negative Emissions Pathways in Europe. And you can see in our little diagram, we're kind of trying to capture two of these new climate interventions. The arrow indicates carbon removal or greenhouse gas removal, so options that lower the concentration of CO2 from the atmosphere. And those little dots in the cloud are meant to be solar geoengineering, which are options also known as solar radiation modification that lower temperature. So these options are kind of plan C and plan D. If plan A is climate mitigation and plan B is climate adaptation, these are like emergency break the glass measures that could dramatically store carbon or lower temperatures. And I am the coordinating principal investigator, but we have a wonderful team of principal investigators that combines my insights in social science with engineering and modeling, machine learning and evidence synthesis, and history and innovation studies, which I think is exactly what an ERC synergy is intended to do, promote deep interdisciplinarity.
Benjamin, can I ask you
As I mentioned
to
earlier,
move full screen if possible? Can I ask you to
it
move full
shows
screen?
full screen on mine. Let's see. Is
Not
that
on
better?
ours. No. If you move your, it's still no.
Let's see. Stop. We'll try. We'll try sharing again. Let's see if this. Does this work?
No, it's still not full screen, but I think it's large enough. Let's move on.
Okay, I apologize. As I was saying, these two big baskets, carbon removal and geoengineering, really refer to like dozens of technologies. So you may have seen some of these terms as well, like biochar or blue carbon, which is using the oceans to store carbon with things like kelp or seagrass, to things like direct air capture, to other aspects like brightening clouds and thinning clouds, and even protecting glaciers, almost like with science fiction. And the approach to the project is very neat. We've got, 8 work packages that have 21 subtasks and 12 core research questions that really get to the technical, social, human, environmental, political, and institutional aspects of all of these different interventions. And, as you can imagine, we're halfway through the project. We've collected a great deal of data, even within my own team at Aarhus, where we've done interviews with experts, an expert elicitation exercise. We've done a large-scale survey, which I'll show you, across 30 countries, half of them in Europe.
Benjamin, I'm sorry.
Focus groups.
I have to interrupt you again, Benjamin. The slides do not move on your screen. Do you want us to share your slides? And
Why don't you go for it? Yes.
Okay, and you just tell us when we. Sorry for that.
It's okay.
So we are now sharing your slides. We are on the slide with the table that you were busy on just 30 seconds ago.
Go ahead to the next one.
Yeah, good.
Keep going. Yeah, here we are. And just keep clicking all the way through. So we've done an expert elicitation exercise, interviews, a survey, focus groups, keep going as well. And what's kind of unique about our approach is we take this socio-technical view of how these projects operate. We've also done 26 visits to sites of experiments, from Alaska to Saudi Arabia. Alaska was climate protection and boreal forests, and Saudi Arabia was things like coral reef regeneration, as well as direct air capture. The next slide, please. And you can see what's unique about the project, if you go to the next one, is we take a socio-technical approach that isn't just about the technology, which is neat, because it really helps reveal the kind of social architectures around the technology. And you can see it in the table, or you can see it here in the diagram, that the socio-technical system even includes things like knowledge, includes things like skills, financing, governance, policy, behavior, even cultural meaning and symbolism in the media is a part of that socio-technical system. The next slide, please. And what you can see here is I wanted to give you just a taste of some of our preliminary findings. I've only got a few of these because I know I've only got like 8 minutes left. And so when we interviewed 125 experts in the first year of the project, many of them with expertise in governance, technology deployment, and innovation, including some from the Global South and some from non-academic places like the private sector or government. Next slide, please. You can see they have a great diversity of opinions about the costs and benefits of these options. So CDR is carbon dioxide removal, and this shows you across the 125 interviews, 40 of our experts said these options can be great at protecting biodiversity. And 29 people said it could be great helping enhance solar energy. And 26 said it could help with the SDG about decent work and helping do like circularity and sustainable growth and so forth. And there are more than 40 benefits here identified by our respondents. But in the next slide, you can see our experts are also telling us there's a whole bunch of risks. So these benefits sit juxtaposed to serious considerations like how much water will they need? And is there a moral hazard to deployment? Will it just completely eliminate our need to actually mitigate emissions? Can it aggravate food insecurity by competing with land or lead to dangerous games that people play with carbon offsetting? And you can see a greater degree of consensus where up to 76 experts of 125 are all telling us about the same serious risks to deployment with carbon removal. And then in the next slide, you'll see similar risks to the solar radiation modification options like sunshades and aerosols, where yes, they can boost aerospace capacities or promote climate protection, but only at the expense of maybe having real social opposition, maybe having fears about modifying the weather, and also difficulties in scaling and what's called termination shock, which is if you deploy these options now, we might have to deploy them forever, which is very dangerous because humanity doesn't have a good track record of permanent deployment of anything. Next slide, please. One of the other things we found is that a lot of these options also, if you go to the next slide, have different degrees of whether they're necessary or not. So in our expert elicitation exercise, we started off also asking our colleagues, are negative emissions options necessary? Look at this, 90+% said we absolutely need these options to meet our existing Paris Agreement climate targets. It's almost the opposite for solar radiation management. More than 2/3 of experts said no, these options are not needed. So there's already a schism between types of interventions. Next slide, please. These experts are also telling us that these interventions have very different risks, which you can see here. So the way you read this spider diagram is the further out you get towards 10, the higher the risk. So some options like aerosols and space-based reflectors are seen as very, very risky. Others like restoring ecosystems or maybe doing reforestation are seen as less risky. And others are seen as moderately risky, like biochar, or maybe doing better albedo management in clouds. Next slide, please. We also asked this esteemed corpus of experts to tell us about both risks as well as timing of deployment. And I'm just waiting for the next wonderful slide to appear. And you can see here, when we asked our experts when the technologies be ready, we were amazed that only 2 of them, afforestation and ecosystem restoration, were deemed commercializable in the next decade, which is very problematic. Some, like direct air capture or bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, are estimated not to be feasible till 2052, mid-century, which may make them way too late for deployment in an emergency situation where we have to provide climate protection now. Next slide. We also asked questions about maybe how much these options could never be deployed. And this just shows you, I was showing you the medians and the means in the earlier diagram, but that belies how in some cases our experts said never. So this just shows you how for risky options like fertilization of the ocean or cloud thinning or sunshades, our expert consensus seems to be we won't actually be able to deploy these even by the end of the century. And lastly, next slide, we asked about barriers. And we created a matrix of barriers that span technical barriers, economic barriers, governance barriers, and so forth. And we made this easy to see in terms of a traffic light diagram. So, oops, it looks like it got dropped out. But it would have showed you that there are lots and lots of different barriers and that none of those options is barrier free. We also identified in the literature what are called risk trade-offs. That's not a typo. That means that you deploy these options to eliminate one risk, but in doing so, you only unleash another risk. And I'll just give you one example, although in our study we found 12. There's a huge push to make these climate interventions affordable so that you can deploy them in the global south, at the bottom of the pyramid, in communities that have very, very low capacity to finance them. But the cheaper you make them, the less businesses want to be involved because there's less money to be made. So affordability has a tension with business viability, profitability, and innovation competitiveness. And that's just one example of these kind of wicked risk trade-offs that we see in our research. If you go to the next slide, please. Don't worry, I'm almost done. You also have concerns they can be used as weapons. So they can be militarized, they can enhance military capacity, they can create miscalculations. So China could deploy cloud brightening, and then India accuses it of sabotaging its fisheries, even if it never happened. It can just be something China does to kind of miscalculate and create misperceptions. You can also have proxy wars where people develop these innovations like they do for smallpox or chemical weapons, where they're not to be used, they're just to counter potential use. And you have other more softer forms of weaponization where they can be negotiating tools, or there can be deployment by non-state actors. That green finger scenario is kind of neat. It's a hark back to James Bond, Goldfinger. What if there's a green finger? A kind of malicious billionaire who decides they're going to deploy or even hold the world hostage and threaten to deploy unless they get some sorts of concessions in other ways, to say nothing about how carbon reservoirs or climate intervention systems could be targeted during military conflicts, which, as you all know, are happening in the Middle East, Ukraine, and even elsewhere in low-intensity conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa. The next slide, please. The final thing that we did before I hopefully open it up for questions is talk about different elements of social acceptance. And so here we've done a few really nice studies. This one's more recent. We looked at Twitter while it was still Twitter, and we looked at more than 1.5 million tweets and looked at people's not stated preferences, but revealed preferences. What have people said in their social media posts about greenhouse gas removal, solar radiation management, and so forth. And if you go to the next slide, you'll really see our kind of graphical abstract, which summarizes the entire study really, really well. You can see across this corpus of tweets how positive and negative sentiments exist. So everywhere in green, you see people who are in favor, and you can see many of these options like biochar or enhanced weathering are more green than blue. So there's greater positive public sentiment. Others, like ocean fertilization or aerosols, is met negative. You also see the emotions. So we did a kind of a stance detection of different emotions, and you can see how often emotions like fear and anger permeate deployment. Lastly, we did an assessment of who's tweeting. So we assessed how often are these tweets promoted by conspiracy theorists or are actually promoting conspiracy theories. And quite shockingly, you can see in 30% of cases of geoengineering and aerosol injection, there are known connections to both conspiracy theorists and conspiracy tweets like vaccine hoaxes and stop the steal of the election with Trump and so forth. And then this is really it. The last thing we did, as I hinted earlier, if you go to the next slide, is we ran a major survey of public attitudes in 30 countries with 44 focus groups in 17 languages. Half of these countries had never been surveyed before. So we're the first ones ever to get you baseline data on surveys from Brazil and Chile and South Africa and Singapore and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. And if you go to the next slide, we were really, really amazed that, first of all, global north perceptions are actually less favorable than global south. So global south countries on par are almost always more amenable to deployment, research, and favorable policy mechanisms. If you hit the next button. We also found in terms of focus group perceptions that people tend to imagine the future as being better with carbon removal options. If you go to the next, you can just hit all the buttons together. We found that the public has a whole spectrum of how they want to be involved. These are called ecologies of participation. Some don't want to be involved at all the way to those who want to be actively involved at every stage of deployment. We've done work on framing devices. How do you frame these interventions, natural versus non-natural, local versus global, and which frames resonate the most with people? We've looked at different drivers of public beliefs, at different types of attitudes, including the role of trust in science and technology. And lastly, we've looked at demographic things like age and gender and indigenousness. And they're fascinating findings. Gender has no effect. Age has an inverse effect. So the older you get, the less likely you are to support them. And poverty has a positive effect, and that the lower income communities tend to be more favorable of deployment, as do those communities that identify as ethnic minorities, First Nations groups, or indigenous groups. So some fascinating findings we never would have expected that do suggest that vulnerable groups actually prefer these radical interventions more than anyone else. And with that, I'm very happy to stop and open it up for questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin, and for this very nice overview. We have 10 minutes for questions. Who starts? Please. Yeah. We need a microphone.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I'm quite always, when discussing how society reacts to these things, I'm always very concerned about this information. And the fact that this is really, you see, you have associated with the conspiracy and so on. What should we do? How should we do? Who should do that? Do you have any ideas about this?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it gets you some interesting differences in our research design, because the interviews and the public survey are stated preferences. So they're like asking the public what they think. And by the way, familiarity is still very low across many of these options. So even though the public is saying they want them, on a scale of 1 to 5, most are saying they're less familiar at like a 1.5 or a 2 out of 5. So they don't really know necessarily what they're talking about, which probably does lead to why we see so much connection to these conspiracy theories, because they make a very complex topic seem simple. Oh, it must be some evil government that's trying to control the weather, rather than getting into really more sophisticated dynamics of aerosol brightening versus fogging and shading. So I think this is a challenge probably for all of these ERC projects doing science. How do we communicate science to the general public? How do we combat misinformation? And how do we build trust? And I think, if we could figure out answers to those, we could make progress on climate, but also a whole variety of areas. So I think you've hit the nail on a really endemic problem facing all science at this particular point.
Please,
Thank you, Benjamin. A very nice presentation. How do you know that the people you are trying to get information from are representative of society? So, how do you know that, or are you choosing people who have knowledge? So are you choosing purely experts in the field and not general public? Because earlier on you just mentioned general public. That was a bit confusing. And then the second question is actually a reflection, which is that if we want the general public to support science, maybe we have to do town hall briefings. Maybe as part of your evaluation, each scientist has to do 10 town hall briefings or something to get the knowledge out to the public, because I've been working for 35 years in science and I have a feeling that no one ever listens. At least the public is always against. That's the feeling you have. So just the first question, is it a self-selection? And do you think we need to communicate more to the public as scientists?
Yeah, that's very good. I'll start in order. So 3 different sources of data. The first ones are experts. And even though the experts were a bit more narrow, like they're not representative of all experts, they had to have published patents or academic papers on the topic of geoengineering, carbon removal, or solar radiation management. Even with that, we utilized a critical stakeholder approach to have people who were for and against, as well as people from different dimensions. So people who are academia, government, civil society, and the private sector, just to capture that multiplicity of views. But we would not call these expert samples representative. They're just proportive. The second sample is the sample of tweets. That is representative, at least of Twitter. when it was Twitter. And again, not representative of the full population, because not everyone's on Twitter, not everyone has a mobile phone, not everyone has internet access, not everyone tweets. My parents do not tweet. But that third sample for the survey and the focus groups is entirely representative. And it took us about a year to design and run that survey. And of course, given ERC rules and GDPR rules, we tendered with different companies to see which one could deliver that survey, YouGov, Qualtrics, Gallup, and so forth. And it was guaranteed to be nationally representative for all of those 30 countries by age, gender, occupation, education, and then region. So we broke all of those countries into different regions, cantons for Switzerland, counties for the UK, and states for the United States, and so forth. Same with the focus groups. So the beauty of those studies, and that's why we wrote so many papers based on the survey and the focus groups, is they are nationally representative. And we paid a lot of good money to make sure that they were. I think your other point about communication of science is partly right. I think, yes, we could have things like our scientists give public briefings, have boot camps, do tweets, maybe do news stories, maybe do other forms of communication. But I think it's a mistake to presume that only scientific knowledge is deemed adequate and expert. I think there's a lot of potential here for citizen science. What does ordinary citizens think of these things? We could do potentially, a citizens assembly across Europe, which would be really, really neat. And I also think there are other ways of knowing how these technologies operate that aren't expert driven, like indigenous groups. How they think and experience these interventions is probably very different than how I do from my office in Aarhus in Denmark. So I would say we need better science communication, but also diversify the types of evidence involved to include citizens and recognize and respect other ways of knowing science, which may not even be scientific, but are still valid in their own way.
Hello. Yes, hello. My name is Andreas Karl. I work for the ERC now. In a former life, I was running UN climate change negotiations. So looking at what you said, first of all, I'm quite happy that the idea of injecting aerosols in the stratosphere is seen extremely negative. And also that solar radiation management is actually seen, because it can never be held up by this humanity, also seen as very negative. But looking at the total evidence you put together, which is quite impressive, really, I wonder if the whole thing is a non-starter. The idea of artificially manipulating our climate, And this is, if you just look at what people say, you have the younger agreeing, yeah, but they are not in charge. Indigenous people also see it more positively. They are definitely not the decision makers, right? And also the Global South is not making the decision for the world. So if you look at all together, the ones in charge seem to definitely be very negative. The rest do not agree. The negatives probably outweigh the positives, in the approach to the whole thing. And if you think which high agreement we have on the climate change problems, right, and we can still not negotiate an agreement in humanity, do you agree that whole thing is a non-starter, or do you see any hope?
I don't know. There's so much uncertainty, especially with these solar radiation modification options in 2024, that we don't really know. And that's probably why my experts also in our expert elicitation, they don't know. They're like, could it be commercialized by mid-century? Maybe, maybe not. That makes it exciting. I know it could be really cheap. People have estimated that the cost of a stratospheric aerosol injection program could be just a few $1 billion compared to trillions you would need for mitigation. And there are also some other options that sound odd, like the interplanetary sun shield, which is to put a shield in space at the Lagrange point between the Earth and Sun that could dim the sun to lower temperature. But that's being considered by Airbus Space and Defense, NASA, Boeing, Raytheon, OHB, which makes spacecraft in Germany. And that has a lot of backing as an option. So it's kind of like sometimes you never know which of these innovations could take off, in the same way that maybe we didn't think shale gas and solar PV and battery electric vehicles were really viable in the 60s and 70s, but they are today. I think you're absolutely right that they're seen as very, very risky at the global scale. But I do also think at more local scales, they are already being deployed. So it's not stratospheric level injections of aerosols, but on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, we got to visit them. They are doing cloud brightening, fogging, and shading to protect those reefs from heat stress. And that project has massive public support because they want to save the reef. And it's part of a huge $100 million Australian project called the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, which is doing all sorts of interventions, selective breeding of reefs, reforestation, minimizing tourism on bleached reefs, and geoengineering. So there's a case of where it is going ahead. So I think we might see more of these local level deployment over glaciers in the Arctic, in the Antarctic, maybe regional and sub-regional deployment, not necessarily global deployment. And I have enough, at least reflexivity to say, I don't know if in 10 years the situation may be totally different. Maybe we've experienced some horrible climate catastrophes. Maybe there's now a great consensus we have to really, really push radical interventions. And maybe they are deployable when social license to operate changes a decade out. Who knows what the future holds? I never would have guessed 10 years ago the future would be as it is now, with the land war in Europe, with the Gaza war in Israel, with Trump coming back into power. So these massive shifts and shocks have made the unimaginable imaginable. And the same could happen with these options.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. We have to move on to the next speakers. I think it all calls for more research. In fact, on the impact of locally or even globally of some of these technologies, and really to learn what are the real risks are, and how we can even mitigate on them. And with this, thank you very much. And
my pleasure. Thank you.
And we move on to the next speaker. Please, Philippe.
Yes, so from innovation in the space to innovation in the test tube. So I would like to welcome Professor Dora Tang from the Max Planck Institute of Molecular Cell Biology and Genetics in Dresden, Germany. But you also have an affiliation at University of Saarland, Dora, if I'm correct. So, Dora, you are interested on how pools of molecules could come together to produce cells capable of all life's functions. And you have actually also consolidated grants called Mini-SynCell. And the title of your talk today will be Synthetic Life, Building Minimal Cells from Scratch. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for this invitation. It's a real honor to be here. It's my first time in the ERC building, very well organized in the entrance, so thank you again. I want to ask you a question. What can be more compelling than finding out what brings molecules to life? Over the last century, we know the molecular players that make up the biological cell. But if we took all of those molecules, the lipids, proteins, sugars, nucleic acids, and mix them into a pot, would be far from recreating anything that might resemble biological life. My name is Dora Tang, and I'm trained as a physical chemist. And today I want to tell you about our approach in addressing the question of how molecules can come together to form living systems. But let us begin with the biological cell. This is the basic unit of life. You can imagine that the biological cell is like a water balloon, but it's made up of millions of different molecules. And these molecules can come together to support all of life functions, from growth, division, to replication. The cell is so complex that biologists have only begun to scratch the surface of how the cell is working. The question of how these molecules come together to support all of life's functions is actually a chemical problem that's embedded in biology and deals with the organization of molecules in time and space. So what we aim to do in the lab to address this question is to build semi-synthetic cellular cells from scratch. And these hold a complexity that lie between pools of molecules and complex living systems. But why is this important? Why is this necessary? Building semi-synthetic cells from scratch adds to the grand challenge of building synthetic cells from the bottom up. And this gives us a proxy to understand the mechanisms of life. Richard Feynman says, what we cannot create, we cannot understand. It can have technological impacts in the development of sustainable materials that are living and active. And it can give us a platform to drive evolution in a test tube or to engineer living systems that are more efficient than the current biological systems that we know about. Towards the goal of building semi-synthetic cells from scratch, I've pinpointed and hypothesized that we need to generate something that can sustain an out-of-equilibrium behavior, but also have the features of reactions, compartments, and communication. And why is it, do I think, that these three features are so important? Let's go back to the biological cell. This electron micrograph shows us that the cell is highly compartmentalized. The cell itself is a compartment, has a membrane that separates the inner contents from the outer environment. Within the cell, we have membrane-bound organelles, such as the mitochondria, and there are membrane-free compartments that form and dissolve in time and space, like the stress granules. These are dynamic systems. These compartments contain and segregate molecular reactions. And these compartmentalized reactions communicate, signal, and respond to each other to allow biology to impart robust outcomes. And these three features together provide us with the ability to support sustained out-of-equilibrium behavior. And Schrödinger defined this feature as the fundamental property of a living system. But here is the thing. To date, we are still not able to incorporate reactions, compartments, and communication to generate semi-synthetic cellular systems. And why is this so challenging, considering that we know that reactions can support out-of-equilibrium behavior? This is what we know from biological systems. What we lack is a framework of how compartments and communication can tune reaction networks to support out-of-equilibrium behavior. And so for order for us to be able to build these semi-synthetic cellular systems, we need control over compartmentalized reactions. We need control over the feedback that arises from dynamic compartments. And we need control over noise and heterogeneity that is a symptom and feature of biological systems. And if we can control these three features, it gives us the capability to generate robust systems that are precise in their response and diverse in their functionality. So towards this goal of building semi-synthetic cellular systems, what we've done is put together a synthetic cell toolkit. This toolkit comprises of compartments with different physical favors and different reactions of different molecular complexity. And what this toolkit also enables us to do is have a really high level of molecular control over the fabrication and characterization of synthetic cells. And what I want to tell you about now is just walk you through some of the things that we're doing in the relation to reactions, compartments, and communication. So in the first part, we work on the molecular level. And what we really want to be able to do is take physical control of these reactions. And the way that we can do this is take one of our compartments from our synthetic cell toolkit. These are systems that we call coacervates. These things here. Oh, it's like a video game, which I'm not very good at. And essentially, we can take oppositely charged polymers, and these will phase separate and generate this membrane-free compartment that is chemically enriched but doesn't have a membrane. And what we can do now is put enzyme reactions in there, and we can see that when we take this reaction, the formate dehydrogenase, that we produce we produce more of the product as a function of time compared to what we see in the buffer solution. But this is not always the case. We take another reaction from our toolkit, and actually we see that the coacervates, or these compartments, actually slow down the reaction. So really the effect on these compartments on enzyme reactions is non-trivial. And what we don't really understand is how the chemistry of that compartment can tune the macroscopic properties such as surface tension or viscosity, and how this in turn will change reactions. And actually this is really critically important, because if we want to tune these enzyme kinetics, if we want to enhance them, make them more efficient, use these systems as bioreactors, we really need to know what's happening on the chemical level. And so what we can do is actually change the chemistry of our compartment, so we can change the sequence of our peptide, which we know will phase separate with RNA. We can characterize biophysical properties of the droplet, such as the rate of diffusion of molecules within the compartment, and we can correlate these to any diffusion of reactions that we have inside the compartment. And what we can see is that we can now correlate macroscopic properties such as diffusion to the rate of the reaction, and provides us with a chemical and molecular control over how to tune our enzyme kinetics. So now I want to tell you about dynamic compartments. And the What we want to achieve here is the ability to generate oscillating droplets, so droplets which can form and dissolve in time and space as an example of self-sustained out-of-equilibrium behavior. And the idea here is that we can use that compartment to generate a feedback mechanism on any reaction that you've encapsulated in there, so it actually drives its own formation and dissolution. We can do this using our toolkit, so we can take a cell-free expression system that essentially produces the molecules that you want to form your compartment in situ. We form the compartment, and then this will encapsulate another enzyme reaction that drives the dissolution of the system back towards no droplets. And we've shown that we can do this, so we can actually, without any external intervention, turn off droplets and turn them off again. And we've actually used this experimental system in combination with simulations to find the physical parameter space in which we can generate this oscillatory behavior. You can see the droplets are forming, they're becoming smaller again, and they're growing. And we don't know whether this is actually existing in biology, but using our bottom-up approaches, we can actually start to look at the physical parameters of behaviors that we may not necessarily observe. Now, this takes us to communication. And so why is communication important? We know in biological systems that it has to have a robust outcome. Otherwise, our cells don't move, or we can't have our coordinated behavior. But actually what happens in these minimal systems is that as we increase the molecular complexity, we increase noise, we increase heterogeneity, and the robustness of the system goes down. So what we have been thinking about is how we can use communication to actually tune the variability across populations. And what I mean by variability is kind of a diverse range of behaviors with one system. And we actually want to shrink this down so we can get robustness within our synthetic cellular populations. The way that we think that we can do this is to take strategies from biology. So this example here shows us a population of bacterial cells. And bacterial cells use a quorum sensing and secrete mechanism where one of the bacteria will release a molecule and it will signal to the whole population, and then the whole population will respond and you get a particular output. And so we want to take this concept of communication to reduce the variability. And what we've done now is to hijack the quorum sensing gene circuits from bacteria. We've taken those and put them in a cell-free environment, put them into our synthetic compartments. And what we're able to do now is actually to drive communication from one compartment to a second compartment and then back again to the first compartment. And because these gene circuits work in a particular topology, we can actually change the topology of the circuit. So in this case, we have a feed-forward mechanism that's coupled to an autocatalysis in its own cell. And we want to use these type of strategies to actually start reducing down the noise and heterogeneity within populational cells, and we're working on this now. So the goal really is to combine these features of reactions, compartments, and communication. I think if we can achieve this, it will give us an amazing platform to start thinking about what brings molecules to life. But if we were to generate this, I have to admit, we probably don't have a living system. We'd be missing key features such as replication and evolution. And thinking about evolution, we can think about different types of environments which might exert a particular selection pressure on our synthetic cells, that they might evolve to a different population 2 or 3 generations down the line. We've been working with a collaborator in Munich, so this is Dieter Braun, and he has a system that simulates these environments of the deep sea vents, and we've heard about this earlier today, actually. And so the deep sea vents in the sea are essentially like chimneys, which are hot on one side and cold on the other side. And when we have this set up, what this effectively generates is this thermophoretic motion. And you can imagine this is like a radiator. If you have a radiator in your house and you have cold air on one side, what it will do is push the air around that room. And so you can get this in an aqueous environment well, so we have a thermal gradient and you get convection of molecules. We can play around with this type of test tube scenario, and you can generate an environment that has a gas-liquid interface, but also here I've shown it to be at the same temperature, but you can generate a thermal gradient. And what we were interested in and what would happen if you put in these coacivate droplets. And so this is exactly what we did. I can see here in this video the little bright things. These are coacivates. They're moving by convection flow, and then they start accumulating on this surface. So this dark area at the top here is the gas, this is the liquid, and this is the interface here. You can see that these droplets are accumulating there, they're fusing together. When we do the analysis on these droplets, what we see are that the droplets increase in size, and then they reach this steady state. And actually, this is quite unusual behavior, because when we have these coacervates in normal solution, when we just have them on the bench, what they'll tend to do is just coalesce together. They'll merge together, and you'll generate this giant macromolecular coacervate phase. And actually, what these thermophoretic pores do, they allow you to generate compartments that you wouldn't normally see ordinarily, because they're under these out of equilibrium conditions. And so what's happening here, essentially, is we have this convection that's driving the motion up into this interface. But on this gas-water interface, you have a capillary flow that's actually has a pulling force across that line. And this essentially maintains the droplets at a certain size. And if you change your thermal gradient, you can increase that force across that interface, and you can actually drive fission events. So actually the division of droplets. And if we think about evolution, if we think about living systems, the ability to have a compartment that can drive a reaction, and then you generate daughter cells to propagate any information that you're generating from those chemical reactions, is exceedingly powerful and a fundamental property of a living system. What this does is actually you can just use a force. You don't need to have the complex machinery that we see in biology. So we can generate these test tube scenarios of how to derive and support evolutionary aspects within our synthetic cells. Okay. So as a summary, what I hope I've been able to show you is our concept and our approach in thinking about how we can address this gap in our knowledge of how we have collections of molecules, and then they can organize themselves to support life functions. In our lab, we think and base our work around these three components: reactions, compartments, and communication. And what we would be very interested in doing in the future is to evolve these systems into perhaps systems of living that have living functions that are parallel to what we see and understand in biological systems. And just as a final slide, so obviously a lot of what I've shown you is fundamental research. It's really kind of how does life exist? How do we go from molecules to living functions? And this has been a lot of the driving force for our synthetic cell community as to build these synthetic cells. But there's a huge amount of potential in these compartments and synthetic cells that we're using. And I alluded to this earlier in the fact that we could potentially generate sustainable materials that are living and active. But what are the consequences of this? Yeah, it sounds really crazy, right? We say, I'm going to build life in a test tube. It's so provocative. But what does this mean in reality? Will we actually get there? If we can evolve systems that are parallel to the biological living systems that we can do now, what does this actually mean, right? And what does it mean that we can engineer these synthetic cells for a particular function? And I think this is a question and a debate that we should engage in, considering that we do want to drive these synthetic cells into functionality or into innovation that can help our community. I know people haven't gone into knowledge side, but this is really important to me. So I want to thank my lab, our funding agencies, and our collaborators. And thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dora, and we certainly will discuss this after the following presentation. Philip.
Yes, now I would like to introduce the last speaker of this session, Professor Tarja Kutila from University of Vienna, Austria. Tarja, you are a professor of philosophy of science, and you are focusing mainly on scientific representation and modeling. And actually, there is a nice link to the previous talk of Dora, because one of your modeling examples is precisely synthetic cells and synthetic life. So your title of the talk today will be Modeling Biological Possibilities of Philosophical Perspectives. And this is based on your consolidated grant called Life Mode. The floor is yours.
I'm here in the technology section and hardly able to use this, but so So thanks a lot. I'm really grateful of having gotten this invitation to talk here. Like usually when scientists are communicating with philosophers, these are ethicists. And I guess, scientists are interested in discussing ethical questions with ethicists. And, it's kind of strange that we philosophers of science don't so often discuss in these kinds of settings with scientists, even though, informally, we actually talk a lot with scientists, because you couldn't do philosophy of science without actually talking to scientists. Each philosopher typically, philosopher of science, typically has a background in some science, but science is nowadays so specialized that there's no way of doing philosophy of science without consulting scientists. And so, what's going on here? You were just, yeah. Yeah, it's not. Ah, no, okay, yeah, now I go back. Yeah, so the question that motivated our ERC project was the problem of how can we recognize life in other planets when we only know life on Earth. And there's been a lot of discussion about how to define life. So the idea would be that if you are able to define life, then you would be able to distinguish non-life from life. But the problem there is that there are so many different kinds of definitions of life. And so already in 2010, Trifonov was studying different definitions of life, and there were more than 100 of them, and now there are many more. And so it's not going to be definitions of life that are going to solve this problem. Also, I was browsing the different kinds of philosophical definitions of life before coming here, and then I found out that there was no noticeable shift in definitions from metabolism and evolution, like the earlier definitions, especially within philosophy. They were concentrating on precisely on metabolism and evolution, but nowadays people talk more about information processing, interaction, and communication. At the same time, we have many philosophers who are of the opinion that defining life that's a futile task. Why would you want to do that? And they are pointing to many areas of biology which seem to be doing very well without any definition of life. At the same time, we can find out that there are some areas, for instance, astrobiology, where you have a lot of activity there. So defining life seems to be very important there. So from our perspective, we were thinking that definitions have very many other functions in science than just classifying something into living and non-living. And so we were more interested in the fact that we should more look at possible life, science from the perspective of possibilities. And of course, within this conference, I'm listening to all these talks, and it seems to me that all the scientists are actually talking about possibilities as much as actualities, even much more like possibilities. And one of the main ways in which scientists address possibilities is precisely via modeling them. And before I go forward, I would like to make a distinction between objective possibilities and then epistemic possibilities. That is very important in modal epistemology, which is part of philosophy. And people within that field, they say that objective possibilities, they concern how the world is or how it could be. Supposing that it's contingent, how the things are in the world. But at the same time, then we should distinguish these objective possibilities from epistemic possibilities that are subject to our scientific knowledge and evidence. And within the field of modal epistemology, this is typically approached, epistemic possibilities in terms of what is not ruled out by our existing knowledge. Well, this means that there are quite a few things that are not ruled out by our existing knowledge. So one then would like to find a way in which one could still reach for objective possibilities. And so when one thinks about then objective possibilities, one could think about like, for instance, when it comes to biology, and here I'm talking about biological possibilities, one could think about like these possibilities as like in terms of a vast space of possibilities. So for instance, in the case of biology, one could think about that this space of biological possibility, terrestrial life is there only like a part of that big space. Actually, like, this is misleading the picture. It looks like that the terrestrial life is like a big sphere, but possibly, I mean, like the sizes would be totally different. And then if we think about like what is reachable by natural evolution, like evolutionary exploration, so that's just, you know, one path within this huge space, and within this space we could think that we also have alien possibilities. Now, where synthetic biology comes in is that within this space, we can think that synthetic approaches could like have shortcuts into some other areas of this space to which natural evolution is not heading and possibly cannot even head because, I mean, it's entrenched, it's a historical phenomenon. Some kind of decisions have been already made in some sense, so they are like constraining the future different designs. So then how to make this notion of a possibility space like more concrete? So there are some suggestions by philosophers and also scientists. So one of the suggestions is by Daniel Dennett, a philosopher, who's talking about library of Mendel, and he's clearly like referring to the library of Babel. And the idea is there that X is biologically possible if and only if it's an instantiation of an accessible genome or a feature of its phenotypic products. And this is a logical space, basically. I mean, the way in which, you know, this space is understood, which then consists of descriptions of genomes. But it has been made more like, I would say, close to biology by Andreas Wagner, an evolutionary biologist, who's been then talking about, also, by the way, referring to Jose Luis Borges' library of Babel. So he's talking about library of protein genotypes, regulatory genotypes, and also metabolic genotypes. And the idea is that the populations are then exploring these libraries and then by evolving. So there are some problems with this way of looking at possibilities, I mean, with these library metaphors. So first, I mean, these combinatorial libraries, they are hyper-astronomical in size. So then how could we explain how life could have evolved and enabled such a diversity of life forms on Earth? And so it turns out that if you think about like biological possibility in these terms, so most of what's there in this space is not going to be viable. So it's like gibberish. I mean, it doesn't make any biological sense. And there is only like a very, very small vanishing thin thread that is something that could be viable biologically. Of course, I mean, this doesn't take into account environment. I mean, that is something that we've been discussing here already in this conference. And then finally, like these library metaphors, they just address possibilities in terms of different combination of modules, but they don't study how these modules could actually be assembled, which is something that was discussed in the previous talk. So then, if one thinks about synthetic biology, one could start to think about this space as design space, a space of possible biological designs, and the area that we have studied most in my project is like synthetic genetic circuits. And within this field, then, I mean, the design space is typically approached in terms of thinking about some basic modules, I mean, standardized biological modules, I would say hopefully standardized. I mean, people would like to standardize biological parts, genetic biological parts, and then construct according to some design principles, then devices with novel functions, I mean, useful functions from then these constructs. And so it's really interesting because usually, like in public, synthetic biology is approached as an engineering science. But if then you start reading what these synthetic biologists, I mean, especially in this basic-oriented approach to synthetic biology are writing, so you can come across characterization like, you know, Michael Elovitz and Wendell Lim, 2010, are writing about synthetic biology, and they are saying, and that is like for them a synthetic biology approach, that biology should follow the example of physics and chemistry that study the principles that govern what can and cannot be in natural and also artificial systems. So this is clearly a possibilist, I would say, interpretation of biology. I mean, biology shouldn't be just tied to what is actually, but like what might be also in artificial systems. So within our project, we were combining laboratory studies, meaning that we went to laboratories and then we interviewed people, and in order to then address some more general philosophical questions concerning modeling, multiple realizability, and also modalities. I'm talking a little bit about them later on. Unfortunately, a couple of these parts which we were doing, we weren't able to actually go forward with them because of the pandemic, so we eventually didn't do too much on synthetic life, neither on habitability. We would have wanted to, but that was not the case. And so then coming to our results, I mean, these are actually not results, but results in terms of our publication, I mean, what kind of topics we were addressing in our publications. So something that we were really interested in was the interdisciplinary nature of synthetic biology. Like I already mentioned, that it's not just engineering, but physics and chemistry plays a big role there. And actually one of the labs with which we collaborated most was Elovitz's lab in Caltech. And it originally consisted of physicists, so that's an interesting phenomenon, like a lab of biologists is full of physicists. And so what we were really interested in when we were studying them was how they are combining synthetic systems, which we called synthetic models, because they weren't anything like close to, like I would say, natural systems or natural circuits. I mean, if we want to talk in terms of circuits. So we thought, I mean, these are synthetic systems, these synthetic genetic circuits, and how then they are combining these synthetic systems with then mathematical modeling. That was one question that we had. Then something that we also addressed was analogical reasoning within the field of synthetic biology. It was really clear from the very beginning that people are in that area very aware of the negative analogies to engineering. I mean, usually synthetic biology, especially within philosophy, it's criticized for taking biology for engineering, but that clearly was not the case. I mean, people were very, very keen on pointing out that, like, well, we have this engineering approach, but there are many kinds of things that are different from like engineering and different between engineering and then biology. And so all in all, it seemed to us that these negative analogies there also played an epistemic role in that when then the scientists found out, for instance, that their synthetic systems were noisy, they were starting to think that maybe this noise plays a biological role in terms of, say, thinking about noise being, noise having like beneficial interpretation. I'm using. Okay, so then I will show very quickly something that we, as a result of this, started to do. So when we were so interested in the interdisciplinary nature of synthetic biology, we stumbled on the fact that how many of these models are actually coming from physics and like disseminated across different kinds of fields. So because we weren't able to do all possible empirical studies that we were interested in doing, so we started that, okay, let's try to make computational approaches to these models, like model templates, as we call it, mathematical models that are used across different domains. And so then 2 years we developed an application to study how particular mathematical models are then disseminated across different fields. So this is something, an outgrowth of our interest in interdisciplinary nature of modeling. And so we were doing these kinds of maps then. This is a Hopfield model, which this is really difficult. So we see like how it originates there in condensed matter physics, and then how it pretty much goes everywhere also to molecular biology. And as a result of that, we started to think that, okay, I mean, this makes more general sense. It's not just synthetic biology that takes, inspirations and templates and everything from other fields, but this is something that like is more, I would say, conspicuous of all modeling fields. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tarja. We have some time for questions before stepping into the round table. Who starts? I can. Angela.
Thank you, Dora, Tarja, and Benjamin. When we were setting this session, we were thinking, technologies that tell us how to address planetary boundaries, or as we heard, sustainability in Earth-space relations. And one area that we didn't cover in this panel, and I will ask you about, is artificial intelligence. We didn't cover it simply because we had a conference back in 2018, and we have artificial intelligence initiatives basically everywhere. But the question for each of you is, what do you see as an interplay between the work you're doing on molecules, synthetic cells, from the point of view of a biologist in lab, but also a philosopher who is using it, and for Benjamin, in the field of solar radiation or other areas, how do you see the possibilities, to quote Tarja now, of certain of those options becoming more deployable or less with artificial intelligence?
Maybe you can start, Dora.
Yeah, so a lot of the talk was about fundamentals, but I think there's a growing consensus within the bottom-up synthetic biology field and artificial cell research to drive innovation. And I think there are already kind of some steps towards sort of carbon dioxide fixation, for example, kind of hijacking biological enzymes, putting them in compartments, and then doing carbon dioxide fixation. So that is just one example. There are also some ideas in synthetic biology for living materials, so the integration of sort of bacteria, for example, which have been engineered that could sense nutrients in soil, or can respond to compression in buildings to produce a molecule that might seal a hole. So I think there are already many avenues within our community driving towards innovation and actual practical usage for these systems. The problems that we have when we think about sort of hijacking biology is that it's not always massively efficient. So even though it's the best example that we have, so for example, leaves are very good at carbon dioxide fixation. We've heard today how sort of having the biomass and the trees are kind of our best way forward. But what if, for example, you could make that enzyme cycle more efficient and then generate the kind of a vat of compartments that could fix carbon dioxide? So I think there are very many things in this direction, actually. which I think can address some of the problems we'll be talking about today.
Benjamin, are you still online? There was also the question was, I don't think it's the case. No, it doesn't seem to be like that. And I can, Tarja, you would like to respond to this question?
Yeah, maybe I can only respond that from like the philosophical perspective. So 2008, a colleague of mine published a paper on totally automated science, or automated science, and people were like laughing. They didn't take it seriously at all. And I mean, we've been discussing about like these very short time spans now in this conference, and well, at this point, I think it's a kind of a future that is totally plausible, that we would have much more of science basically using AI, which would mean actually in terms of, I showed you the picture of the map about like the Hopfield model. And so far in sciences, I mean, much of this interdisciplinary activities within modeling is surrounding around some few templates, model templates that are being used across different fields. I mean, like the Hopfield model used everywhere, Lotka-Volterra model used everywhere, so many like, and so much of that activity could be understood philosophically as a kind of a providing mathematical tools that are tractable. And then scientists are able to use these tractable tools. And then the philosophical question, of course, is this application good? I mean, is it justified? Like, why would you use this? I mean, for instance, you are interested in oscillations. You have some models with which you can model oscillations. I mean, those kinds of patterns. But at the same time, are we only saving phenomena, or are we really saying something about like the mechanisms that are driving the phenomena? But say, so that would have been like this, I would say, traditional modeling method. But now with the introduction of AI, we are moving into totally, I would say, not totally, but partially uncharted areas. And really, I don't know, I'm interested in knowing. And finding out, like, are we going to find some unexpected surprises? That the need for more interpretation. Okay, sorry.
I mean, Angela, I think AI and biology just have to start. I mean, there are beautiful examples, and like on in Drosophila brain, you can really design any gene expression level based upon AI, and I mean, it's just the beginning of it. So, I think in a couple of years, we definitely have to have AI in biology conference. It would be my
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. I think there's a new window of opportunity with AI and biology. I think we still lack data. So it's very, very hard to do AI if you don't have enough data. And I think one of the nicest examples we have recently is AlphaFold, right? And AlphaFold generation 2, which is predicting protein structures. But this is based on decades of crystallography data. And so that is powerful because we have a huge amount of data, but I mean, maybe in the C. elegans there's enough, but not in everything.
Sure.
And so then this goes into the question, should we be automating? We're doing high throughput experiments to get the data to be able to do it. And so I think there are still some ways that we need to be sensible about how we kind of bridge this biology and AI. But I agree, I think there's a very interesting opportunity.
Yes, please.
Hey, thank you. Those were such fascinating talks. My question is, what's the role of autopoiesis in both of your areas of research? I mean, Maturana and Varela were just mentioned, and it strikes me that maybe the way to define life is not to define it as something essential, but simply as process, and in a way that makes it similar to AI, but different because AI actually still is allopoietic. It requires external data to feed it, whereas the cell is self-generative. So I was just wondering if autopoiesis is like a theme that plays in explicitly into your research.
Can you just briefly define what you mean by autopoiesis? Thank you.
Yeah, just kind of self-generative processes, so not requiring external inputs, but just out of itself generating its own structure.
I can. So, the problem, what we've been trying to do is exactly that. But what we realize is that a lot of these functions, so the out of equilibrium behavior, is very hard to do without external outputs. And actually, biology is an open system. It takes in nutrients, it converts them, it spits them out again. And so I think there are some processes that are self-contained, but actually biological systems are not. They don't exist that way. And if you don't have input from the environment, if you don't have a selection pressure from an environment, then actually your system stalls. So I think there are some old theories about autopoiesis and origin of life, but really in biology you need something because it gets stuck.
Yeah, I can only add that it does seem to me that it has more impact on philosophical discussion, I guess, than like scientific discussion, the notion of autopoiesis. I mean, people who are, for instance, philosophically interested in looking at biological systems from the point of view of agency, so there it's an important notion.
Please.
Yeah, I have a question related to AI and biology. So my question is, what's the future, if any, for the theoretician in biology in the era of AI? Since when AI we build models, do we care about theories? For example, I think we are missing a theory of the brain. Are we still aspiring to building overarching theories of biology, or we just are happy enough with models?
So we've been discussing a lot of this because I interact quite a lot of theoreticians, maybe a different theory to what you're describing, and we've talked about how we can incorporate AI, and what we understand is that you still need the physical models. So if you want to use AI to predict biological behavior, you need some framework in which to understand it, and often this can come from experiment or a theoretical description. And so I still think that theory is valid if we're talking about the same theory, because that gives you the framework for, say for example, you have a biological system. It can be a plant cell, biological cell, and you want to understand how it behaves. You can predict 4 or 5 theories that could describe that, and AI could be useful in sort of taking data and fitting it to those theories. So I still think it's valid at this point, because I don't think AI has enough to hang on to kind of make those network connections, and that is also what you need when you don't have a lot of data as well. You know?
Thank you. Please.
Okay, here we are. Nicholas from the ERC again. This is a bit of a naive question maybe, and I would like Dora to take a wild guess about how far away do you think we are of creating these sustained out of equilibrium molecular or cellular entities? I mean, this is science fiction really to me. And it's very exciting, and I just want to know how, what kind of progress are we making here?
I can give you 2 answers, right? So firstly, it's how you define what life is, and I think Claria came to this point. So if you define life to be X, Y, Z, and you tick off X, Y, Z, you've got it. But is that really what life is, right? So I think it comes down to definition. I think the second point depends how much EU might fund us, the ERC might fund us. The more funding that goes into it, the quicker it will go, right? And really, I think if you define a living system to have what we have, I mean, there are other people in the community that have different definitions. So they say if you have replication, if you have growth and division, then you have a living system. And within our community, we have elements of this. The challenge now is to combine that. So there are people who do growth of division, there are people who do replication in cell-free systems, in compartments, and the challenge is combination. So actually, if that's what you define life to be, they're not far off. Yeah.
So can I, if you look at it from the other way, you want to reconstruct or construct from de novo a living, self-replicating cell, whatever. And so what you can also approach from the other side. What is the minimum amount of genetic information needed actually to make a living cell? So like, can you strip plasmodium, which already by itself is very simple? Can you strip it from all bits and pieces to get the minimum thing what you need to have to which self-replicating? So how far are people with that? I mean, you must follow this field.
That's been done. It's really fascinating work. So they've Craig Ventnor in America has this huge team and institute. Exactly. They've done it in mycoplasma, and I think it turns out to be something like 40 genes you need. 29 of them they can identify, if I'm getting the numbers right, but we can check up, right? But it's not, so they've reduced the genome down, and they can have a cell which replicates. It doesn't go very fast. Right. And what's really fascinating about it is actually they don't know what all those genes are doing. So there are some genes in there that they don't know what their function is, but that's minimalized, and this has been done. Yeah, it's really fascinating what they've done there. Yeah.
Oh, can I ask?
Yeah, please.
So, isn't that also like related to the environment, like the number of genes that you are needing?
To evolve?
Yeah, so like depending on the environment, you would need to have a different number of genes. I mean, even if we don't know what most of these genes are actually doing there.
Yeah, true. And you can also have coupling crosstalk between genes as well, right? Yeah.
Okay, we have one more question because we still have.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for Professor Tang. I was actually wondering whether an obstacle for your work is an idea that at least I know through Stuart Kaufman, the idea that every living being is if not constituted, at least it implies a number of close cycles, and those cycles are always linked to many other living beings around. So in a sense, every living being is not alive alone. It's alive only because it's a part of an ecosystem. So I guess that makes a difficulty for the work of synthesizing any isolated cell.
Yeah, I think you can translate that concept down, right? So you're talking about ecosystems, but if you talk about a cellular system that's made of chemical networks, then you can also apply that same approach. So you can't have an isolated chemical network, and I think Ganti has done some work on this, where he's proposed that actually you need autocatalytic cycles, but one is not enough. You need to connect it to metabolism, for example. So I think that concept still can be applied down onto the cellular level, but you're right, it doesn't exist with one autocatalytic cycle. You have to have interaction with metabolism and external environment. And so I agree, but I think you can still think about building cellular systems based on chemical networks.
Engineering part of it, like which a very large scale, to really the small molecular level, and even discussing like what is the basis and like what is life in fact, like what is even there are many interesting things that can be said on that. So with this, I would like to close this session and thank you all the speakers, also Benjamin, which is online or not online, I don't know, but at least there's a sign there. So thank you very much, and I hope you can stay for the roundtable discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So a couple of minutes of stretching time with maybe some leftover water or coffee, and in 5 minutes we start the round table. Thank you. So we are going to start in 1 minute or two. Let's see whether everybody had enough stretching time to be with us and start the round table. Let me take my notes so I know exactly what I'm going to do, hopefully. And we are going to get started. Okay. Well, before we actually start, I would like to introduce to you the person who made those pictures, the pictures which are in the corridor and that you saw. And you probably didn't recognize him because even in the picture where he appears, he's in a, let's say, camouflage, so you cannot see him. So Petr Jan Juraka, I'm sure that I didn't pronounce it even close to what it should be, but fair enough. Okay, sorry for that. So Petr is the photographer who is part of our wish to address science in a creative way, also in dialogue with arts. And he's sitting near a science fiction writer. This is Ian MacDonald, who had a conversation over lunch between Dirk, who is working on Mars, and the first novel of Jan was somewhere in a red planet that could be Mars, Desolation Road. And we have in the panel Paolo Ruti. Paolo Ruti is a scientist at EUMETSTAT. We will say more. And then we have, well, my long, how to say, partner in different ways of addressing research and sustainability in different roles, obviously. That's Joita Gupta, who is a researcher who is also somehow an advisor in the UN system, we can say that. And near to her and me is Anna, who I would just say a science diplomat, or at least one of the people who, with 2 presidency events of Spain, managed to have science diplomacy as the focus of those events. So she's a diplomat, science diplomat, trying to make other people be scientific diplomats. At the end of the table is Jana Sifta, who together with Nicolas von Stende and Vanessa Fivet have been working with several other colleagues in the scientific department and overall agency. Where is Brian A. and Ed? We should have Ed because he is the one who did the planet and all the other pictures and other people, but we'll see that later. Okay, this is a round table. So the round table means that basically I asked our speakers not to do PowerPoints. Oh, Tibor, yes, sorry, Tibor. Tibor is online, and Tibor was supposed to be with us from What is this echo now? We don't need the slides anyhow. We don't have the slides of Joita, so that's the cover only. But the echo, what's happening? Okay, hello. Tibor, hi. I hope you're fine. Tibor unfortunately wrote us yesterday that he could not join us for health issues, let's say, in the family. But we are very happy that, we learned something from COVID, including running hybrid conferences with speakers online when necessary. So Tibor from Police Space Technologies will tell us about his experience as a scientist, a physicist, who turned entrepreneur, helping, let's say, moon explorations. So that's our panel for today. So now we get started, really. Everybody, I think, is back in the room, so we can really get started. So I will start with Joita Gupta. Professor in Amsterdam University, but also in the United Nations group of 10 high-level representatives on sustainable development. Joita, already in some of the comments before, you emphasized, the issue of justice, I guess both intergenerational and intragenerational, when discussing planetary boundaries. So can you tell us more about that in 5 minutes?
So when we look at a lot of the science that is happening and a lot of the work that is undertaken by the social sciences in terms of justice, one way to bring this together is the concept of Earth system justice. And what happened was basically when we were working with the Planetary Boundaries group, the question that kept coming up in the social sciences is how is this just? And so that led us to start thinking about the notion of justice in terms of the bigger issues that we were discussing today. And this led us to a couple of questions. First, how can we translate justice for planetary justice work? And for that, we took the concept of no significant harm as the starting point. And we said, how can we draw boundaries to our use of resources and to our pollution of resources by using the concept of interspecies justice, intergenerational justice, and intragenerational justice. And using those concepts, but developing a domain-specific justice idea, we tried to come up with just planetary boundaries, which also Johan Rockstrom showed you earlier today. In this whole process, we tried to go deductive first, where we have a certain set of ideas, and then we try to apply them systematically to each domain. That did not work for a number of reasons, and so we went back inductive, and we said, okay, what is happening in each domain? What is the scholarship? What is the critique? And can we then come up with these boundaries? And so those were the boundaries that we came up in relation to the first phase of the Earth Commission. And in the next phase, we are going to try to see if we can get some really solid ideas about justice and boundaries. And the second question that we did was, if we are already outside the boundaries, then we cannot meet the minimum needs of people under the SDGs within those boundaries. So how do we get back into that safe and just space? The only way we can do that is first give minimum needs to everybody on Earth, including you and me. So we all get 3 bulbs and a refrigerator and a bit of water for our showers and minimum food. And then how much space is left? And then how do we allocate that in a just manner? So those are the ways in which we were dealing with justice within the context of the topic of today's discussion, which is planetary boundaries and the topics that are pushing the boundaries of research.
Thank you, Joita. That was very short and clear. So I will address you immediately a question about this, which is we often use the terms global south and global north, but there are a lot of differences within the global south and the global north. I'll take just 2 letters, C and M. China and Mali are very different parts of the global south. Canada, Moldova are very different parts of the global north. And if we just take Belgium, there are very big differences within Belgium. So how do we play this? Aren't those categories too aggregated? What function?
So we often use the term global north, global south, especially in the context of problems that have a long history. And because of the long history, you need to take this storyline into account. Having said that, let's just take the topic of climate change. If you really want to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is the safe boundary, 1 degree is the just boundary, but if you really want to achieve the 1.5 degree centigrade boundary, you have to take a just perspective in Mali, in China, as well as in the North-South context. And the reason why you have to do that is because in the North-South context, more than 78% of the remaining fossil fuel is in the developing world. So it doesn't help us to just tell them you don't use your fossil fuel when you have yourself used the fossil fuel. We have to then come up with a storyline that is convincing. And many of these developing countries are saying to us they will use their fair share. So in the North-South context, it is a discussion about, have we overused our fair share? Have we let very little over for them? And if they use their fair share, what does it mean for us? And that means basically financing the energy transition in the global south, also financing adaptation and loss and damage. But within our own countries, and that is a bigger question, within our own countries, we have failed to take a justice perspective. So whether we are talking about the justice perspective between the richer EU countries and the poor EU countries, or just a justice perspective between rich Dutch and rich Belgians versus poor Dutch and poor Belgians. So if you do not, and I'm going to come back to the way in which we have spent our money in the Netherlands, because that's the context I come from. We have given the rich people in the Netherlands the subsidies to buy solar panels, to buy heat pumps, and to buy electric cars. Instead, we should have actually spent that money giving our municipalities power to mobilize change for every single neighborhood, to finance neighborhood by neighborhood changes, and therefore to help the single mother or the poor father who is not able to finance this. And that we did not do. And we gave instead we gave $37 billion of subsidies to the fossil companies. So we need, and these people have now voted in a government that will not take action on climate change because they are upset about the possible implications for them with respect to climate action, amongst other action. So you need justice in the global north, you need justice in the global south if you want to achieve the 1.5 degree centigrade target.
Thank you. So I will make a little advertising for another ERC-funded project, which is not here, but was at the basis of the European Energy Poverty Observatory, because in Europe we have people who cannot afford enough electricity, for example, to have the light in the evening to do homework for school. And this is one of the areas where definitely we need to put some efforts. So thank you, Joita. Well, speaking about our planetary boundaries and some issues in relation to justice, somebody made Paolo this morning feeling a bit bad about all these satellites in the sky which are creating pollution. And actually, if I can quote one of our former scientific council member, Michael Kremer, he declared in a recent conference in Berlin during Falling Wall, the session was about large telescopes. And he said, well, with all those satellites, we have problems in the proper use of our telescopes, which for astrophysicists, for example, is quite important. But he also said something that probably touches us all a bit more directly when he said, probably our children are the last generation that we can see a starry sky. So no pressure, Paolo, but this is just to say, how do we responsibly use satellites? You are working at EUMETSAT, you are the chief scientist, so you're the one who is connecting the science with the data and with the people in policy who have to decide what to do with satellites, how then to use the data, and you also shared, so you will tell us a bit more, that this also involves quite some discussion with other agencies and institutions working on data from satellites. So responsible use of satellites to protect our planet. How does it look for you?
Oh, that's a huge topic. So first of all, EUMETSAT is a, let's say, organization of 30 countries. It gives already this international dimension of the problem. And it's operational. So we are scientifically driven, but we provide 24/7 satellite data to several meteorological services that they act to protect life and property. So there's a strong connection. So what we see here, we see several amounts of visible channels. Visible is one possibility how to see the world, is what our eyes usually are capable to do because they are trained by a sort of neural network, which is our brain, to interpret the visible light. We could have other way to actually we have other way to look to this world You can see here visible channels, so you see clouds. But you can see from the infrared, you can see from the microwave, you can see for the ultraviolet length, and you would have a different interpretation of this word. So you look to the problems of how to look to the word and to interpret what is behind. And you go to the very invisible. So I think Jonna gave a very good introduction to the problem of microphysics, etc. But you can look to some specific, very small, tiny absorption channel of one molecules, which is the oxygen. And you can, because the oxygen can rotate, vibrate, it can interact on very specific absorption lines. And then you look to the properties of polarization of the light. And you can interpret these to look to the aerosol distribution, because you look to the perturbation of what you know the oxygen would absorb and re-emit, and looking to the differences to what you already know would be the baseline. You can interpret this as a aerosol signature, and you can have probably in the future information on the level of the aerosol. Just to give you an idea of how an invisible, very tiny characteristics of one single molecules can tell you a lot about the planet we live in. So this is a first part of the problem. So we are scientifically driven. What you can see here, you can see a lot of energy as well, no? Movement is energy. Actually, you have seen passing one of the hurricanes. One single hurricane has the energy equivalent. One day of an hurricane usually is the energy of what the full world electricity consumption in 1 year. At least that was the case 10 years ago. Probably now you have to modulate because consumption is increased. But to give you an idea of the energy of all this system is coming together. And of course, this energy has impacts on our life. Hurricanes, we know, Katrina was the first example of a lot of discussion, but we can go closer to ourselves in Spain few weeks ago, Valencia. So how the energy can transform this into something that could be still a big problem in our society. So this connecting to what EUMETSAT does. So we are operational. So we work, first of all, we have I think there are big questions on the table for what we discussed today. I think one dimension is for the future of our generations, what will be this global observational system that Europe is working a lot. I mean, Copernicus is one of the big investments Europe does on Earth's observation, together with what EUMETSAT and all the member states invest. So what will be in 10, 15, 20 years? Because that will impact on the way we are able to understand, predict, and act on those problems. And this is not a given. It's not a given worldwide, and it's not a given for today and for tomorrow. There is an element of science diplomacy. So because we are coming together, not only 30 countries, but we are interacting with China. We share data with China, with US, with several big countries around the world. So there is an element of science and diplomacy that behind all of this that is extremely important. And because the problem of space debris can be solved only collectively. Not one single big space agency can solve the problem. There's no chance. And this also applies to this data. Those data are shared because the problem of weather prediction or climate can't be solved with one single nation or big continent providing the data to the rest of the world. It's only combining the effort. So I think there is this other element that is extremely important. And all this data can look to the problem in different perspectives. So we mentioned drinkable water, so drought, Southern Europe versus Northern Europe, or global South versus global North. So the water is extremely important. So how we monitor and we keep track of this important resource, which is the oil of today, in the sense that is one of the big battle for the future, the availability of water. We mentioned other aspects that you can see from satellite and you can protect your life is wildfires. And we see how climate change is exacerbating this problem. So all these elements coming together with one big question behind, which is how we can keep this as a big value for society and can be shared worldwide, and how we can keep this as a center of our effort for investment for the future. I think that is an open question because is an effort that Europe built on, and I think Europe has a leadership in this, which is first of all not only technological leadership. We forget most of the time that is a cultural aspects. So the attention towards Earth's observation, because we understand the problem behind, is a value. And we have to protect that value also for the European society.
Thank you. Indeed, Galileo, Copernicus, all very nice names for our space operation from Europe. Investment in the future, how will it be to understand things? And also, you mentioned science diplomacy, so Anna will go back to that, I'm sure. Because there are issues, including space debris and others, not only the relation between your 30 countries and China and the US, but as I say, to collectively address an issue which is collective, like space debris, we need to speak with each other and keep that open. Now, you spoke about European leadership and also you spoke about investment. So I think I'll go now to Tibor. Tibor, it's, as I mentioned, a physicist, a scientist as a background that went into business. And for those of you who didn't notice or don't know, he has been developing with his company a range of lunar exploration technologies, including the NASA award-winning Puli Lunar Water Snooper, PLWS. Tibor, how do you see the prospects of, let's say, a sustainable space business? How do you say that? How do you see that?
First, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to join online. It was just a small emergency with us, but it's great to be here. And yes, this is a very interesting question, and Paolo mentioned also already. So we have a lot of stuff in LEO, low Earth orbit, and we have to struggle with some kind of sustainability because of space debris and because of reaching LEO at all. What we are looking at is a little bit farther, at least. Let's see what can we do on the moon. How can it contribute to sustainability for the space missions and space transport, actually? So this is a really good question. So the first, we have to ensure that we have a good transport system to go to the moon and to go into deeper space. The reason for that is, of course, first, or the curiosity. This is science. We would like to know what is in the outer space, what is on the moon, what is on Mars, what is in the solar system, what can we learn from that? So this is definitely one of the stuff. But the other thing is what is happening right now is getting more private investment. In LEO environment, this is more or less already normal. So there are companies running fleets of satellites, and I'm not thinking specifically at Elon Musk stuff right now. Also other companies which are there, but it is also going to the moon. And the question is, how can we solve that problem? And if I may join also to the thoughts of Joyita at the beginning, what is justice in that case? How can we use the potential resources in space? Because this is actually one of the issues that we are facing right now, and on the moon as well. And how can we ensure that we will have access to that? Can we use it for the benefit of our planet Earth in some sense? And is there any chance to do this in some kind of international agreement? So there's a lot of very interesting areas with actually unanswered questions, a lot of unanswered questions. And this is for us, for me as well, especially, is very interesting. How can we go? How can we learn from examples here on Earth? How can we adapt it? How can we do it maybe, or hopefully better in space for that one? How can we make it sustainable? How can we use the potential resources in outer space on the moon? Just to finish this kind of thoughts, we will have, or we might have a resource problem here on Earth. So even if we are doing everything as good as we can, there is no 100% recycling, there is no 100% sustainability. So there could be a time where we just run out of some resources. And if we go into outer space, we have a much larger option just to do it. And we are at the beginning, and this is a good question. How can we use it really in a good way? So just maybe more questions than answers for that one, but this is where we are right now.
Thank you, Tibor. Actually, and I will ask then Anna to intervene after you. You, as a business person, is telling us to address some of the issues about how to carry out primary investment, how to ensure that space exploration, starting with the moon, can both respond to, curiosity in science, understanding our universe, but also dealing with issues of sustainability. What about an international agreement? So you're telling us that as a business person, you would like to have an international agreement that puts some regulatory order in the space? Is this what you're saying, or I'm over-interpreting you?
No, I think it would be really good, because otherwise there is a chance, it's not the best word, there's a chance to get some kind of Wild West. So if you do not agree on some basic stuff. Yeah? So probably many people know about the Outer Space Treaty, which is back to 67 last centuries, which was actually a product of the Cold War. And it was a very good agreement, and it still has a lot of good points so that we can use it. But if you go further to the Moon Treaty was not signed by any big space power. So this was the question how to use, it was the 80s, how can we use the moon's potential resources? So it was no agreement on that. That means that we still miss such an agreement. There is an attempt from NASA, from the US actually. This is called the Artemis Accords, which is a kind of good behavior rules for the moon exploration actually, built on the Outer Space Treaty and touching some points where these resources issues are there. This is not an agreement, it is just a codex, if you like, but this is maybe a good way just to start to go there. It's I believe the last number is 48 countries signed that Artemis Accords. That means that they say if we go to the moon in some way, then we would like to keep this agreements there. So there is a good chance that we will have such an agreement, but it is still not there. UN is working on the Copus, is working on it, and I hope that there will be something, because this would give also a kind of security and a kind of better feeling for private investments as well.
Thank you, Tibor. That's very, very useful. Actually, one of our participants in the room is a lawyer. We have lawyers here, so they will be happy to hear that both, let's say, hard law instruments as well as voluntary or soft law instruments are something that can help to avoid that the space becomes or continues to be a sort of Wild West with difficult implication, not only for business, obviously, but for extractive approaches, as another speaker would say, of the space, and who gets what. I think that's the time then to speak about some science diplomacy with Anna. What would be your take about the role of science diplomacy and maybe more broadly science policy interface in tackling global commons, even if we were told maybe we have to find another terminology, but still that at least tells us that there is something we really have to protect all together. And even to address the points that Tibor said, when there is not, a market, which is for the time being not really a market, but there are several actors, and we heard he would like to have an international treaty. Me too. What do you think?
First, let me just say thank you to Angela and to the leaders here in the ERC. It's really an honor to me to be here. Today, it was really the representation of the best science in Europe, and we had the chance to listen to all these scientists about so pressuring and challenging problems that we face. What I would like to ask is how many diplomats do we have in the room? Maybe there's, apart Monsieur Le Maître, but someone else is a diplomat? No, just one. That's great that you're here. My point here is that we really need to find spaces to interact with the people making the laws, with the people making public policy, with the people in the UN doing these treaties, and of course with all the public sector that is regulating all the technologies, research, and that you are devoting your lives for this. So how to be a scientist in this new century is a different path that the one scientists used to have maybe 2 centuries before. We need to understand that. And this is my fight for 20 years now. We need to find spaces where we contact these people, politicians, avoid prejudice, talk to them. If they listen to your talks that's so passionate and so interesting, they will understand better. We need to have an accessible language. We need to talk for them, not to talk for us, We need to adapt our talks. We need to adapt our relationship with them. And it's part of the job. That's the thing that we need to understand. That's why it's so difficult. It's a cultural shift. It's a change of mentality, and it's what inspires me and the people in Spain working for these mechanisms to take place in a permanent way is to generate a collective intelligence. These problems need not just interdisciplinary work, of course social scientists and humanities, but also to integrate these different actors, civil society, private sector, and public sector on board. And even having that is going to be difficult, but at least we will be, in a more prepared way, in a more, I would say, professional setting to resolve all these problems. So basically what we are trying to do in Spain is to set up these mechanisms in a permanent, in every single institution, I would say, because you need this at the local level, you need this at the regional level, also the federal level, and of course at the international level. So this is my fight, and this is what I would really like to say today, that we need other people around the table. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to do it by ourselves.
So just to challenge you a little bit more, Anna, sorry, maybe next time you will not accept the invitation, all of you. You were sharing earlier the notion, this is why I think the link with Tibor is so interesting, about how to ensure that the best scientific evidence is really, really, really taken into consideration in the legislative process and policy process. And in the European Union, we have some norms like environmental impact assessment that needs, in principle, to be made before certain infrastructure and other developments. We have ex-ante impact assessment of EU legislative proposals to look at the EU added value and possible impacts. What else do you think we can do?
Now everything is, I would say, for the scientific evidence reports and so on, and it happens in many countries, it's going to be an advice. Why don't we make it compulsory somehow? We maybe need to go to before having a law, we would need a scientific report. Before having a public policy, maybe we need to check this as something to promote quality and democratic quality also. This is something also very difficult because we are trying to have these mechanisms in the different powers, legislative, executive, and judicial power. And of course, it takes time because, as I said, this is something that comes not in 2 years, 3 years. Maybe it's, again, what Aki was saying, 30 years a necessary change. But, and then a very important thing is that you need society behind you, supporting what you are doing. Otherwise, we will not have the results that we are expecting. So it's a process that would take time, but we, the scientific community, need to understand that we should be there, and we are also responsible for these processes to happen. So, and pressure for that too, to take our advice into account and to be part of the political decisions in the public arena.
Thank you, Anna. Well, I think we spoke about communities, so I would go to our science fiction writer, Ian MacDonald, who likes very much small communities, if I'm not predefining what you're going to tell us. Jan, what this is a system which is winner-loser, no win-win. I mean, one gets the microphone, the other is silence. This is how it works in this system. So, Jan, you proposed to tell us about the marriage of space and time, micronations, and long-term thinking in Hopeland. So I think at this point of the day, we do need some hope. So tell us how.
Yeah, I'm Ian MacDonald. I'm a science fiction writer living just outside Belfast, Northern Ireland. Thank you for inviting me here. There's a feast of ideas out there, a feast of approaches to how ideas might work. And here's where writers think differently about this. We've heard lots of ideas of problems and solutions. We also have talk of policy and implementation. Writers don't work like that. The way we work, we think in terms of change and narrative. This is what a story is. It can be about one individual person or a few individual people undergoing a change from one state to another. With no change, there is no story. And this is what builds a narrative. And narratives, as we have learned as we have learned recently, are phenomenally powerful things. And I've heard this popping up in discussions around the place, that here are brilliant ideas, but how are we going to get people to listen to them? Well, my job is to get people to listen to what I'm writing by giving it a narrative, by giving it a story, by saying, what does this actually mean for me, for my family, over time, for the generations yet to come? What does this mean for my life? How is this going to change me? A couple of books back, I had this big fat book called Hopeland, indeed an uplifting title, and I wanted to give it a subtitle, which I didn't, and I should have, but I didn't. I wanted to call it The Marriage of Space and Time, and it's a story that starts effectively on the death of Amy Winehouse in 2011 and ends in the near future in 2033. There's a coda that takes place 1,000 years later. That's part of the time place. And I wanted to bring together two ideas I've been thinking about for some time. I have, except my membership's lapsed because I'm cheap, but I have been a member of the Long Now Foundation. Anyone aware of their work? The Long Now Foundation. It's an American group dedicated to long-term thinking. We tend to think in the short term. Our lives, maybe a generation, political cycles, business quarterly cycles. These things dominate our lives, but we don't really think in terms of long-term projects. One of the Long Now's projects is a thing called the Clock of the Long Now, which they're funded and are building inside a mountain in Texas, which is just so cool, it's unbelievable. And it's a clock that will run for 10,000 years. It ticks once a year, chimes once a century, and will run for 10,000 years. How are you going to power a thing like that? Can you trust electricity? Can you trust water power? Can you trust technology? No. The only thing you can really trust is people, that there will be people who will be there, who will engage in winding up the clock of the long now, long-term thinking. And in a sense, it's hopeful, because it says there will be people who will be engaged with this project, there will be a continuity of wisdom and memory, and that there will be a society that can do this task, a hopeful thing to do. And that was one side of the book. That was the time side of the book. The space side of the book was to do with non-geographical nations and hyper-extended constellation families, which is a family where it looks as if, you have various people who aren't related, but they are, like stars in the sky are linked in a constellation. Like we all have uncles who aren't really uncles, aunts who are friends of the family, grandparents who drift in, foster carers, godparents, massively extended families that reach outside the standard understanding of a extended family to become more like a kind of micro-geographical nation. And I found this idea interesting because I think the only way we can get through what's happening with the planet is, first of all, by long-term thinking and trusting that there will be a future, and also by building institutions that we build ourselves from the bottom up, not from the top down, that are connected outside political, geographical, national, and cultural boundaries. As E.M. Foster said, only connect, and that's always been the watchword in my writing. Only connect between disciplines, between sciences, between cultures, between people, between lives. And in this book, what I wanted to do, it's the love story of the early Anthropocene. I wanted what happens when the massive extended family meets the family with control of time, and they come together. And in their own small way, because there are no kind of big solutions in this, in their own small way, they kind of build a hopeful, positive, and forward-looking future. And for me, as my job as a writer, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to tell, I'm here to impart knowledge through change to people and through narrative by giving people stories that can move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. One of your other characteristics that I think speaks to many of the points we have been discussing today is that you try to have a or at least not exclusively Western approach to science fiction. Actually, I'm reading now a book which is sort of mainly in India. So why this wish to try to take very different cultural perspectives into science fiction?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I live in a tiny corner of Ireland, and it's like the least science fictional place in the world. We're always told that, science fiction, the UFO will arrive over Tokyo, the giant robot will stomp down the mall in Washington, D.C. Chinese science fiction, massive. I was teaching at a workshop in Chongqing earlier this year. Massive science fiction culture, very exciting science fiction culture taking off there. And these are all the countries of the future, but not Northern Ireland. We're far too small. And it sort of made me look at places that science fiction hadn't looked at or had overlooked. I wrote a series in the early 2000s, set in the BRICS, as they call them, River of Gods in India, Brazil in Brazil, the Dervish House in Turkey. Interested in developing countries where we don't have such a clear notion of science fiction as the media gives us. Also, it strikes me as fair and just as well. The future happens everywhere at the same time. William Gibson once said, the street finds its own uses for things. Well, yes, it does. And he also said that the future's here, it's just not evenly distributed. No, he's wrong in that. The future happens everywhere at the same time. We all get the same technology at the same time, but we all do different things with it. And as a writer, that interests me. People will use cell phones differently in sub-Saharan Africa than they will use them in Iceland. And those differences, the same technology arriving ever at the same time, but with different outcomes, different cultural significances, different meanings and uses, that interests me a lot. I mean, in Hopeland, having written about very big cultures, became interested in very small cultures, in that the entire book just happens on nations. And I was interested in the idea of, it ends up in Greenland with a population of 52,000. And I like the idea of the Hopeland family being, in a sense, a non-geographical nation that is larger than the population of some actual geographical nations. So having looked at the very big, I was interested in the very small, how small island nations work and how they cope with isolation, with being bullied by larger, mostly Western countries, how sovereignty works there. But I've always been interested in looking in how science fiction works outside my own home, off my own doorstep. I think I have a pilgrim soul.
Thank you. And I think for everything we discussed today, having this approach of looking at large and in different places is definitely part of the conversation we need to have in science, in art, in policy, in diplomacy, surely in science diplomacy. Okay, but let's go back to our beautiful planet. As I said, we have some hope with Hopeland, and I think that Petra will show us some of the beauties and challenges of our planet. Maybe this is part of the narrative and the motivation of, why should we actually save the planet? Well, first of all, that's the only way to save ourselves. Secondly, it's actually really worth the marveling of the nature and our environment is something that definitely can and should motivate us. So actually, Jan is a photographer. He's actually also a researcher in Charles University, Prague. So he's a scientist doing photography or a photographer doing science. He will define that himself. So what is your take on your work? Why you have this double life, Petra?
I'm asking this question since my 12 years old. Thank you for inviting me. I'm super happy to be here today, to be the very guest and the last speaker. I decided to tell you this short story of my life, which may be very short, but maybe inspirational for you. But I would like to start with a joke. Do you know, I heard it last week and it's great. Do you know the difference between sport reporter and the science journalist? The sport journalist doesn't have to include into introduction of his article that the football really exists. And that's the origin of my frustration I got when I finished my PhD many years ago, because I did work about the micro inhabitants of small islands of the water and the Czech Republic. It was not geographic nations of the microcrustaceans. We also made mathematical models. We did it I would say good research. We described new species there. It was nice. But 2 days after the PhD defense, I left just for some month for the expedition for climbing the K2. Super stupid idea in comparison with the finishing the PhD, but I had that idea. And I went to the K2 and I got frustration because every picture every single particular picture and every single particular story I did there was much more stronger than all the PhD together in talk of the impact. I am talking about the social impact, not about the impact factor. And that moment, I decided to change my life, to take the mission to talk much more about the science to the public. And I did several, maybe 700, 800 public talks to the people who are not in science at all. And I found that if I put some magic as a light here to the pictures, they are curious, and the curiosity is the key to them. And it's the vector of spreading the information I want to say to them, because they are not interested in the science, but they are interested, what the hell is this? In that case, if I say you that this is my microbial selfie from my underarm, you might be interested, but it's true. If I say you that this is the landscape of the last wild horse of the species, it's not a normal species of the horse. It's the only one wild horse of the world, which is not really wild, but it is. It makes a story. And that moment I decided to make my own TV show. I got the opportunity of that. And we did some super world records during the super short talks about the science. So we did the world record of flying the drone of the highest place of the world and the lowest place of the world, and of some super crazy stuff. And people get involved in that. And we were able to talk the science to the people who are watching the TV at late night, which is ridiculous. I was talking about the emotions maybe a little bit, as the key to was the emotion key, how to grab the attention from people, because they were afraid of my life. So what's the stronger emotion of, let's say, afraid of life? Afraid of life of your children. So I took my both daughters to uninhabited islands in Indonesia. It was risky, a little bit, maybe a little bit more, but we survived, and we get the information through my children, which are there, to the mass, to the maybe 1 million people in Czech Republic about the sea turtles, about the sea conservation program, which is held by my schoolmate. That was perfect. And I gave more in that. Maybe you were curious and hope a little bit confused why there are pictures of Himalayas, and now there are pictures of the science. And I grabbed that and made it again, and went 4 times to Himalaya to climbing expeditions with the oxygen. And as I came back with the pictures, which were winning some prizes, they made me an official National Geographic photographer, which is, oh, okay, I'm fine with that. But they gave me the cover, the National Geographic cover, which I was the second person of the Czech Republic which had the cover. And in that particular issue, I asked, okay, if I have the cover and if you publish my pictures from Himalayas, can I publish some pictures from the cruise stations? And they say me, yeah. So this picture of the ferry shrimp you chose from the exhibition was published, spread on the 2 pictures from the National Geographic. And this makes me sense to see that boundaries are just former boundaries. It's a history, because we are living in super strange era. I'm super glad to that. This is the mountains of Colombia. We were climbing as the first people in the history there. And if I say that we were first human beings on the tops of these mountains, I will probably not lie, as you are probably the first people to see such an orchid, which was never seen before. So those are the stories I'm trying to publish, and I am super inspired by all of you, because we are also making the stories with the people from the ERC in Charles University. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Well, the idea was to have 2 rounds of our panel members, but I see that it's 5:30, and we have still 15 minutes, so maybe let's first see whether there are questions or comments from the people sitting here in the audience or the people connected online. Yes, there are, you see. That was a wise change of plan, after all. So, yes, microphones are still over there somewhere. If there are no microphones over there, I don't know where they're gone. Why don't you just come here and ask your question? Yes, we have to have microphones. Yeah, don't be shy. Oh, there are microphones in the back? No, somebody's getting some microphone. Can you see when I say whether we have microphones? Here. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, they're charging. Oops. Charging. Let's see. Oh. This one should work. Yes, we got one. Yes, please, please. So Xiaoshan will be able to speak without shouting.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much to all the speakers. I have a question for Paolo and a question to Tiborg. I was wondering, Paolo, if you could share a little bit more about your experience in science diplomacy, because you mentioned that you interacted with some actors or representatives from China. And I was wondering if the Copernicus, the Earth observation sector, can be a model for other satellite sectors, because, for instance, in space traffic management data, it's almost impossible to have this sort of international cooperation.
Yeah, very, very interesting question. And I think that there is one comment. I will be back to the question about people. I think the meteorological community as a special type of touch, of approach, is taking care of people, saving life. And this is changing a bit the perspective. And you see this when you speak about the 30 members in Europe, but you see this also when you go to China or you go to US or you go. So there is a special approach to the problem. And I think this is changing a little bit the perspective and is making it a bit easier to interact and to share the data and to understand each other on that level, because there is this baseline of taking care of people that makes. I mean, it's a story that we had the Nika from YASA during the Cold War. So during the Cold War, the meteorological community was actually collaborating a lot across Europe, Russia, and so I think it's a sort of baseline that helps. This would be my first answer.
Thank you. You had a question also for Tibor, you said?
Yeah, if it is okay, or we can also let other people to ask their
questions.
questions.
Well, maybe we go then to Lauren, and then we'll see. Other people?
Thanks a lot. Yes. This is for Jajita. I was intrigued by your intergenerational view. You say everybody here deserves a fridge and some water. We are only a few billion people. So what about all those billions that come after us? How do we weigh their importance in defining what is a just space for everybody?
So in our narrative, we take interspecies, intergenerational, and intragenerational, and that requires a balancing between all three. For the interspecies, we were looking at the scholarship. It was very difficult because people were talking about multi-species, justice, and respect for every single animal. And at the end of it, the ecosystem experts told us we had to look at ecosystems, and then you're protecting the ecosystems for future generations. So that means that there is less of the ecosystems for current generations. And once you do that, then the limits that you have are what you have to share between the current generation. And basically what we said was everyone should have a minimum, and then what's left over is shared. So let's take groundwater. For groundwater, we took the target of do not take out more water than you recharge. So if you can, and that means there's already an injustice because a lot of the countries have already used up a lot of their fossil water. So, but the idea is that you don't let the water fall below. So if you are able to recharge more, you can take out more. But if you cannot, then this is the idea that we are trying to suggest. And this is quite painful for current generations, because that means current generations can't just take out the water as much as they want. And so there is a pain, but that pain is there because you also want to make sure that you yourself tomorrow can take out water, and you also have a future. If you live till 60 or 80 or 90, there's a future already for you that is at stake. So it's important for you yourself to make sure that you don't take out more water. So that was what we did with that. And then in terms of, for example, transboundary rivers, you see today that upstream countries get more water than downstream because they take more water, except in the case of Egypt that had a long history of water extraction. And so what our proposal is now that it should be 20% variation on a monthly basis. That leaves 80% for the ecosystems. But our baseline is pre-industrial levels. Now that's really, really difficult for any country to achieve. So essentially that's an idea you propose, and then countries have to then figure out what do we keep in the river. So that's how you try to make sure that there's also water for future generations, that there's water for the ecosystem, and it is very painful for current generations. And so the purpose of this whole exercise is to say that you have to leave enough for both nature and for the future. And then that's a tiny budget for today's generations. And that means that who has to sacrifice? And if you look at what the people below the minimum use, they use they have a pressure on the earth equivalent to the total pressure of the top 4%. So you could actually share that with the top 10%, and everybody at the top has still got enough for their needs, maybe not enough for their greed, but they have enough for their needs, and then you can meet the bottom needs. So it's the meeting the needs of most people is not so much. It's just in 1 hour, an Australian billionaire emits as much greenhouse gases on his ship as an average Australian in an entire year. These are numbers from Oxfam. So it is actually the top that really overconsumes a lot. And then there is us, and we are probably at the next level, and we probably could do with a few televisions less, maybe keeping our telephones a little longer. So there is something we have to do, but it may not be a sacrifice to our happiness. It may be a sacrifice to our greed.
Thank you. It doesn't seem the world is going that way, because all the reports in the World Bank and the European Union, World Science Forum, World Economic Forum say we have more instead of less polarization between the very, very rich and the poor. And somebody made an old campaign in the US about the middle class and didn't go very far. So how do you see the challenge of this polarization?
So this is one of the problems we face right now is tax injustice. So I know the EU is working very hard to increase the tax justice narrative, and we need to do that everywhere in the world to make sure that tax avoidance and tax evasion is minimized to the maximum. And I think we have to undo the deregulation of the last 30 years, because that deregulation has meant that we have not made standards for PFAS in the water. We have not been able to, because governments have become so lean, they have not had the resources to demand this. And I remember when I was studying law, we were told in law school in the States that the health organizations of the US cannot do all the exercises at the health that the pharmaceuticals do. They have to trust that the pharmaceuticals tell the truth. And all you have to do with your environment impact assessment is say you cannot have an impact on the environment. You have to say that you are not doing that impact. And if later we find it, you are going to be held accountable. But I don't understand, because of the deregulation process, we have lost control over all the chemicals, over all the pollution of the earth caused by many, many multinationals. And now in the state of Vermont in the United States, they are telling the oil companies, you have to pay a part of the bill of adaptation in that state. So I think it will come, but we have to have many more court cases before we can get the precedents back to where they were. Because I know that in the air pollution case between the US and Canada, the principle of no significant harm was made quite important. And you had to take responsibility for your air pollution, and that disappeared in the climate convention, and now it has to come back. And I think people will revolt, and there will be a moment when you will see that people want to have clean air for themselves, etc. So they will fight back for justice. And somehow we have to tell the rich people, the super rich people, that they have to behave responsibly.
Let's do that. There is a question over there, please.
Petre, inspirational life and photography. I looked at your book and I find that fascinating. Can you tell us a bit more about the role of creativity in what you're doing? You started from research, then you follow your passion. How does this feed into creative frontier research? And my other question is about how do you feed back into the communities that you photographed? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the creativity is the key, but I don't think about the creativity in the photography, it's just one part, but one has to be really creative to make the impression on the public. You have to make something they don't suppose you will do. For me, the symbol of creativity was my friend who was working in New York, and she made my first New York exhibition, and we were talking together largely about how to make some shock for people, how to shock them. And she was, I don't know why, but she was super curious about the penicillin and about the fungi. And she wrote a role play and a story play about the movie. She was the director, and she asked me to make the time lapse, the camera, and to make the time lapse of the fungi eating my bread, example, or eating anything in my home. And I was working 2 years on that, and then other people were working 3 years on merging my pictures to the movie, and we got the Oscars from that, from Steven Spielberg, and it was, okay, this was the weirdest movie I saw. And if this says Steven Spielberg, okay, who else? So that was the key, just to be creative and to make a shock for the people. But
Thank you. Shall we go back to Xiaoxin about the question you had for Tibor, who is on our screen?
Okay, thanks. Tibor, I'm interested in hearing how do you interpret the Artemis Accords a little bit more, because you mentioned that the Artemis Accords is very useful to prevent the Wild West competition potentially on the moon. But the Artemis Accords emphasizes a lot on basically legitimizing those who sign to commercially benefit from whatever they can get in space. So, and clearly, those who can actually, for instance, mine on the moon would be the ones with technologies, financial resources, etc. And also, not every state actually signed these Artemis Accords. We see that this actually increases global fragmentation. For instance, China would not sign the Artemis Accords because it was led by the US presidential administration. So I'm just interested in hearing, as a business person, how do you interpret this situation?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very, very complex and very interesting question, actually. So as I mentioned, the Artemis Accords are non-binding accords. It's just a kind of behavior rules that NASA tries to suggest for participants on that. Yeah? So most of the accords items are taken over from the Outer Space Treaty. But the most interesting things are what you mentioned. What is the business case? How can we deal with the potential businesses with resources? Just to mention the water ice, what we are looking for as well. So where can we mine water ice? What can we do with that? Who will own that? Nobody owns the moon. Nobody should set up a flag and say this is US or Chinese or Russian or Hungarian territory. This is in agreement, actually, but there is no agreement on that. What can we do with resources what we find there? This is something similar what maybe we find on Antarctica or so. So who owns that? Yeah, so what can you do that? So I think that actually the Artemis Accords is an attempt just to collect ideas and generate discussion about that. And the US and Chinese discussion isn't really there. There is some discussion on scientific results. For instance, US scientists can apply for getting some moon samples from the Chinese missions. This is an exceptional case, yeah, but this is maybe a chance just to go there. I hope that it will help actually the community to generate some real rules, and how can we work with that. But this is my hope actually, and I think the accords can help us in that, but it's not the final truth.
Thank you, Tibor.
I hope I could answer. I could answer at least some of the question parts.
I think you did, and I think this call for finding international agreements, accords for a sustainable, responsible, hopefully just way of having our transition towards sustainability and taking care of the planetary boundaries, and also of our outer space that we are polluting right now, but it's also important for our research and future, is actually something that we can conclude with. So I would like to ask you all to join me in thanking our absolutely brilliant panelists. And it's my great pleasure to give now the floor and the podium. You can stay there, you can stay there. So Mark will not feel alone. Mark, if that's okay for you, I leave you the podium. And for those of you who didn't meet Mark Lemaitre yet, Mark is the Director General of DG Research Innovation. We met Ekaterina Zakharieva this morning, so what she says about her 5 priorities means this is what Mark will have to deliver, and we will try, of course, to help us all, particularly to develop the next framework program with a strong ERC, if I can just say a couple of words. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angela. Thank you for having me here today. It seems you brought us back to the very short term. I must say I don't know what these 5 priorities are, and I won't be distracted by them. I came here for one thing, and I was really blessed to listen to the panel that you have put together, and I want to thank the ERC for well, this sense of choreography, I would say, and in fact it made me think that this room possibly should be called the escape room. For one, you know, you made my day at the end of the day, and I was so pleased not to hear one time, I think, the word competitiveness. And this, I think, tells a lot about the world in which we live today, and about the need to have moments like this. Perhaps we still haven't paid full justice to moments like this, because if we all ask ourselves, what did I do over the last hour? Did I ever look at my smartphone? Possibly the answer is yes. Yes. Was I distracted while these colleagues here were talking? Possibly yes. And I think this is a demonstration of, I think, a challenge humanity faces, which Ian was talking about, which is to be able to take the time to think, and to think about the long term. And I thank him for mentioning this, because perhaps in a too romantic way, but I do believe that Europe and the European Union's institutions, and in particular the European Commission, has a better capacity than most public institutions to think about the long term. I am not sure that we are upholding that capacity fully. But I know we have it, and we should make sure that it is not being lost along the way. Of course, the European Commission is an institution that is embedded in a democratic system, very complex, but still a democratic system. They said what allowed the Commission until now to project, not itself, but to project a vision for Europe much further ahead, was that it was not exposed as immediately as national governments and so on to public opinion, to elections, etc. And I think that this is a quite unique value of the Commission, and we should try to keep it up. We have, of course, parliamentary elections at European level every 5 years, but I do think it should give us the space to reflect. Competitiveness is everywhere in the new priorities of Europe. What we don't see is the terms planetary boundaries. I'm very disappointed myself not to see these. I pick this up now because I think that this shows what the world of science and what scientists really have to work on, and it is to tell truth to power and to get through to power, to get heard. Anna was speaking about the language that we use and that we probably have to think about how we can be heard by decision makers, be heard better, especially about those issues which are about life and death, which are about justice, which are fundamental to absolutely every human being. Ian and Petr were talking about narratives and about emotions. By the way, did we all notice that they were the two ones who got applause, spontaneous applause, talking about narrative and emotions? And of course, rightly so. I really believe that part of the answer to that question, how can scientists be heard, is that we have to speak in a certain form of narrative. We have to tell a story. And ideally, that story has also to carry a certain emotion. There's one great, you will understand by that yes, I am very European. I really believe that Europe has also a special role in the world, a special responsibility in the world, no doubt, with its particular history. Bono, the singer of U2, who happens, I think, to be a true European, he said once that Europe is a thought that has to become a feeling. And I think that indeed when Europe will be a feeling for Europeans, Europe will be safer, a better place. And to me, this line simply shows that to convince people of a certain path that should be taken collectively, this has to be carried by certain emotions. So I hope I'm not disappointing you. I'm not exactly following my speaking points, but this is what you inspired me, and I will certainly take away quite a few terms that I heard today. I like the term Earth system justice. I like the term interspecies justice, which I I hadn't heard yet. I like the term clock of the long now, right? How can we indeed be, I mean, I'm not interpreting now that, that name, but I think we have to change the way we live in the now. We are pushed by technology into ever more microsecond types of attention spans, and this is just killing thinking. So we have to reconquer the now and come to terms with technology in a different way. And I think it's good also, I saw Planet A from Petr to indeed speak sometimes in very simple terms. It is a powerful phrase, but that has disappeared from public discourse by now. You know, at one point we were saying, yeah, we have no Planet B. To finish, I think that we have been witness to the power of a form of interdisciplinarity and a form of intersectionality, which the ERC is uniquely placed to cultivate. And again, I want to congratulate you and augur that this is not a one-off at all, and that perhaps in reflecting on the way forward, also for the benefit of what we call in institutional terms feedback to policy, which is in fact, you know, to try to influence policymakers, that you will really harness all the power that comes from this intersectionality. Thank you all very much.
Than the one we wrote for him. But because it showed that he did really listen, which I think it was one of the points, right? And Mark, we take you on your word. Speak true to power. This is what scientists do and what ERC wants to do, and this is why we are bottom up. And you will help us to make sure to be heard. Of course, we first need to help ourselves, as I think you were telling all of us. So that's very nice. But I would like to have Laurence here then in the podium, because we have to say thank you to a number of people. And there is a list here that was prepared. So would you like to go through it, Madam?
My glasses.
Without your glasses, you want my glasses?
No, it's all right.
Laurence, for the speakers who didn't meet Laurence yet, is the director of our agency. And when I was making jokes about our first panel being only gentlemen,
yes,
they'll get the point that we are quite gender balanced in the agency after all.
Yes.
Right?
What I will do is that I will use the first name because the family name. So no, thanks. I think that Angela was already thanking all our colleagues involved in the organization. You know that it's quite a long exercise just for one day, but there's a lot of things just before, during, and after. So a special thank to Nicola, Jana, Vanessa, Janka, Noeli, and all the other scientific officers who were making also the relation and trying to build up the agenda. Of course, a big thank you to the speakers, of course, in terms of the quality of the speech and the reflection. Thank you for all the outsiders. So we had the commissioner this morning, we have Marc Lemaitre, we had Joanna also this morning. Special thank you also to Dirk. I'm sorry for everybody I would miss, but yes, a collective big thank you to everybody involved in the organization. And special thank you to Angela.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we spoke about communication and narratives, so I would also like to acknowledge Bryony, Ed, who is the person behind this, and all those visuals you see of the agency, and Sam, the communication unit. And in the morning we had Oliviero, who have been helping us with the IT team to make sure that animations and big files and things went on. So this is an all-agency effort. The initiative is in the scientific department, but it's a big work for all of us. And again, thank you to all the speakers. I hope you will still accept invitations in spite of being a bit grilled, but surely, as Mark was saying, we have been really blessed by very frank, innovative, fresh interactions. Listening to you, I have the impression that some of you will bottom-up way be in touch with each other with ideas or other things to get forward. And I think we experimented for the first time in a rather structured way a link between the creativity of science and the creativity of art. And this is maybe one of the things that we will try to experiment even further. So thanks to also for the photographs and that we saw. Thank you again.